This is an hours-long compilation of Let's Not Meet Reddit stories that I've recorded over the past couple months. If you want to hear them sooner, make sure you follow me on Spotify at True Crime Cam or wherever you prefer to listen to podcasts. If you want to support the show, head over to patreon.com/truecrimecam, where you can get ad-free episodes for just $1 a month. As always, timestamps are in the description. That way, if you click off, you can always come back and find your place. Alright, let's get into it. He followed me in a van, then wrote about me on Craigslist. So I was telling a coworker this story, and she suggested I share it here. Sorry in advance if I ramble. I tend to remember random details every time I tell it. Back when I was about 17, around 2009, I worked as a courtesy clerk at a grocery store, bagging groceries and bringing in carts. My mom and sister also worked there, so the place felt like family. Most of the guys I worked with there were protective of me, which honestly was a blessing, because I got hit on by older men all the time. My boss would even follow me home some nights just to make sure no creeps were trailing me. One incident, though, has stuck with me. It was an insanely hot day. I'd just finished wrangling a mountain of carts and ducked into the little pizzeria corner of the store to cool down. Out of nowhere, this man in his 20s or 30s came up and handed me his number. He didn't say much, if anything, just walked off. I was too overheated to react. The next day, a silver minivan pulled up to me outside. I noticed baby shoes hanging from the rearview mirror. The man tried talking to me, and I remember cutting him off and saying, "I'm 17 and I have a boyfriend." Usually that scared men away. This one didn't. That night, near closing time, my cashier whispered that someone was watching us. I turned and saw the same guy from the minivan, standing around the corner just staring. I told my night manager, who immediately opened the office door while counting tills to keep an eye on things. The guy eventually left the store, but just waited outside. My manager ended up following me home again that night. A few days later, my aunt randomly texted me, which was unusual. We hardly talked. She sent me a link to a Craigslist missed connections post and asked if it was about me. It was. The post said something like, "Saw you working at the grocery store. You were cute. You wore a bow in your hair, suspenders hanging from your shorts, a bunch of wristbands, and had bright colored hair. Your name tag said Garrett. I'm 40 and would like to meet up." The Garrett part really freaked me out, because Garrett wasn't me. My coworkers and I used to switch name tags sometimes, just to mess with customers and see their reactions. So not only was this guy watching me closely enough to describe my entire outfit, but he also memorized the fake name I just happened to be wearing that day. I ran to my day manager and showed him the post. He immediately replied with, "Too young for you. From parent." After that, things got weirder. I'd see the same silver van around, but sometimes I wasn't sure if it was even the same guy. Once I rushed inside after spotting it, and suddenly the man was already following me down an aisle. There was no way he could have parked that fast and gotten inside. When I screamed, he bolted before anyone else saw him. The police got involved and gave me an escort home every night for a week. Eventually, I transferred to another store in a different town, and I never saw the van, or that man, again. Being hit on by creepy older men unfortunately never stopped, but that Craigslist post still gives me chills to this day. I wish I could find it again. It was so unsettling reading how he described me. So, to the man who wrote that Craigslist post about a 17-year-old girl, let's not meet. The story was pretty believable until I heard police escort for a week. If the story is real, maybe this person had connections to the police or someone in their family. But the average person, even in these circumstances, if you're a minor, not gonna get that. Next story. Creepy internet guy shows uninvited in real life. So let me preface this by saying that when I was in college, I spent a lot of time talking to men on the internet. It felt safer and less of a waste of time to get to know someone on a website than in real life. Well, one day I was talking to a guy on one of the various internet sites I frequented, and we were discussing the usual. What school I went to, what I majored in, was I single, what was I looking for. I told him my school name and that I lived near campus alone. At that time, I loved living alone and felt pride at being so young and able to be independent. We chatted some more, and he started asking more questions about where I lived. At this point, I probably made an unwise choice, telling him the intersecting street names. I did not give my actual address or my apartment number, and he seemed satisfied with my answer. We keep chatting randomly, and he asked if I wanted to meet him. I told him I had class in the morning and I would think about it, and talk to him tomorrow. I signed out around 8 or 9 p.m. I woke up later that evening. It was about 11 p.m. I had a friend who worked the night shift. She would come over after work sometimes, even if I asked her not to. And it was not out of the ordinary for her to arrive at midnight or later. So I was in bed, pretty much asleep, when I heard a banging on my door. All I could think was, OMG, this bitch again. But I laughed, put on my pants, and went to the door. I didn't even bother with the peephole. No outside light, so I rarely looked through it. And I lived at the very, very top of a house with its separate entrance and set of outdoor stairs. I was never really afraid up there because you had to purposely find me. No one ever came to my house by accident. Anyways, I got to the door and flung it open, ready to cuss her out. And it wasn't her. It was a man in a light army jacket, and he walked right past me and into my house. He said, "I've been walking all night. Surprise!" There were stairs directly behind my door, leading up to the main apartment, and he walked up them. I followed behind him, not quite as scared as I should have been, but definitely bewildered. When I got to the top of the stairs, he was sitting on my bed. He said, "Don't you recognize me?" And at that moment, I did. He was the guy I had been chatting with. I felt panic welling up inside of me from the pit of my stomach. I couldn't move. He explained that he had walked 7 miles to get to my house after we stopped chatting, in order to surprise me. I asked him how he knew which apartment was mine. He said he asked the neighbor, and he told him it was apartment 3. I was in complete WTF mode, and I didn't know what to do. He had a strange look in his eye, and he was dressed like a drug-driving gamer. He was also sitting on my bed, uninvited, and I couldn't even remember his name. I decided to play it very, very, very cool, and went to sit beside him. I said, "OMG, that is a long walk. Why did you come all that way just to surprise me?" My logic being that I would treat this like a normal situation, not a fucking creepy stalker, let me rape you situation, and get him out of my house as soon as I could. We had a full conversation for about 30 minutes, and then I slowly started dropping hints about needing to go to bed, because I had class in the morning. He didn't even seem disappointed. I thanked him for coming and being so thoughtful, promised him that I'd talk to him later, and he left. I locked the door and went upstairs and had a good cry. I felt so stupid and I was angry with myself. Anything could have happened to me. He could have killed me or robbed me or I don't know. I got online and sent him a message that basically said, "Don't you ever fucking come to my house again. That was terrifyingly creepy, and you are dangerously close to catching charges, should you even contact me again." Then I blocked him. I didn't go to the police, I had no plan to. I was more concerned that they would think it was my fault, and I would be so damn embarrassed. So, creepy midnight walker, let's not meet again. Next story. My friend turned out to be an internet predator. This is a long story, so sit back. To give some background, I'm from a city in the northeast of Scotland in the UK. What happened here didn't just affect me, but also 2 close friends who, for the purposes of this story, we will call Debbie and Joe. We all used to work for Virgin Megastore. I started there back in 2003. Debbie joined in 2006, and Joe joined us in 2007. The entire staff of the store, for the best part, were all close friends. We were all music and movie nerds, so shared the same interests and sense of humor, etc. Every year over the Christmas period, we would take on temporary staff as extra help, for the volume of customers we would get at that time of year. In 2007, one of our temps was Rory. This is his real name. Most of us hit it off with him brilliantly. Young guy, seemed really passionate about music, especially Pink Floyd, which was a big win with Joe, who is one of the greatest guitarists I've ever met, and myself, who grew up on Pink Floyd through my parents. Plus, Rory was a budding filmmaker, and his love of movies seemed to match his love of music, so we would have a lot to chat about and became friends very quickly. It was rare to keep in touch with the work temps post the Christmas period, but Rory was an exception. He didn't live in the same city as the rest of us, but kept plenty of contact through text and social media, and would come through to the city to hang out from time to time. Moving forward to Christmas time 2008, by this point Virgin Megastore had become Zavvi Entertainment. Remember them? And Rory came back to work with us as a temp, in particular with me. I've actually never heard of Virgin Megastore or Zavvi Entertainment. Let me know if y'all have. I ran the stockroom in the store, which was the busiest place at Xmas time, and had a history of not great people to help for how much work would need done. So I was happy to be getting someone I knew would work hard and that I could have banter with. He could be a bit annoying trying to force different live versions of the same Pink Floyd song he'd found on the internet. As I said, I love Pink Floyd, but I love a lot of music. Nevertheless, I just figured, he's young and he's passionate, but he's cool. Around this time, he started to put together a self-made Pink Floyd documentary, which he interviewed me and Joe for. And to be honest, he did a fucking great job given the limited tools that he had. Zavvi closed in February 2009 due to the global credit crunch at the time. All the Zavvi staff and Rory kept in touch. We'd all become very close working there, like I said. Fast forward to summer 2010. We had a Zavvi reunion night out, which Rory organized. Most of us that still lived in the same city managed to make it along. Joe had moved to Glasgow at this point. It was a really fun night out, and Rory stayed at my place. I should point out that at this point, Rory was preparing to go to America for his second year, working as a camp counselor for Camp America, at Camp Wigwam in Maine, Ohio. I think OP meant Maineville, Ohio, because Maine, Ohio doesn't exist. Since Zavvi closed, I'd gotten a new job doing the same thing at another entertainment retail store, and that Christmas, Rory came to work there as a temp, which I was initially fine with. Moving into 2011, and Rory starts to raise red flags, although at the same time I didn't see it clearly. He claimed that while in America he'd gotten a job helping with editing and camera work on the show Burn Notice. At the time, I was like, wow, that's cool, man, well done. It didn't seem unbelievable given I knew he had a talent in filmmaking. To coincide with this, he claimed he was working for Camp America in Florida, which is what led to him working on Burn Notice, where it was at that time being filmed. To coincide with this, he claimed he was working for Camp America in Florida, which is what led to him working on Burn Notice, where it was at the time being filmed. Then when he was back in Scotland in 2011, it was time for another Zavvi reunion, which Rory had to be in charge of, which bothered me as he technically didn't work there when we closed, and like I said, he was only a temp. I got sickened with him posting constantly on Facebook about essentially what was just some old friends going to the pub. Again, I was just like, yeah, he's young and easily excited, he's harmless though. Then another red flag was raised. Rory and another friend who shared an interest in filmmaking were talking about doing a film in the city. They spent the whole day looking at locations, and afterwards when I spoke to Rory, he was like, yeah, we're going to do this, this, and this, making it sound like they had some exciting ideas. Then when I spoke to my other friend about it, he told me, all Rory did for the whole day was ask me about my favorite directors. It was a complete waste of time. Made me think, he's young and excitable, and has a tendency to exaggerate, but he's harmless. Move into 2012, Debbie, who I mentioned at the start of this story, became a closer figure in his life. Debbie is a nearly 6-foot-tall blonde bombshell. At the time, one of the nicest people you could ever meet, with an amazing sense of humor. We became super close when we worked together, but was always totally platonic. I always looked at her in a more sibling way. She would come around to my place for dinner and to watch movies, and I knew all her close friends and a few family members. Herself and Rory went to the cinema a few times and hung out afterwards. Absolutely nothing wrong with that, for now. Move on to Xmas time. Rory's back as a temp for the 3rd year in a row, and by this time he has started to annoy the other staff. Whilst on lunch, he'd sit and brag about all the TV shows he worked on during his summers in the States: Burn Notice, Criminal Minds, and The Wire. Unfortunately, I didn't hear about this at the time, because people knew I was friendly with him. They didn't want to seem like they were talking shit about him, as the staff in this job also all got along famously. On a personal note, talking with him at work became a bit weird. He started talking to me in a really smug and condescending tone, which, given that I'm 6 years older than the dude, and had a hand in him getting his temp job every year, and thought I was his friend, didn't appreciate it. Then, around the same time, there is another Zavvy night out due. Rory, Debbie, Joe, who is visiting from Glasgow, myself, and a few others. The day before the said get-together, keeping in mind I'm pissed about how Rory is behaving, I get a text from him saying, "Hey man, the plan for the night out tomorrow is to go to a pub quiz, your favorite." Now, I don't go to pub quizzes for tedious personal reasons, and all these friends knew this. So Rory was essentially implying the rest of the guys had planned to go out to something I wouldn't go to. Which I didn't, as I was super pissed about that text. I kept quiet about it from the others, even though I should have shown how devious he was. Because as it turns out, those guys didn't go to a pub quiz, and there was no intention to. The next day, Joe comes into the shop to speak to me since I'd missed the night out. The whole time I'm talking to him, Rory is standing next to him in a defensive stance, answering everything I ask Joe, like he was his fucking spokesperson. Which was infuriating because I was at work, I couldn't lose my shit, and Joe is happy-go-lucky. He didn't even notice what Rory was doing. Rory was obsessed with Joe because of his talents as a guitar player, to the point of it becoming unhealthy. It was around this time that Debbie started to sense I was having a problem with Rory. And it was true. Contact with him would trigger me to get anxious or angry, because I knew there was something amiss. But Debbie and Joe were constantly just fooled by his false charm. And that's why I kept tolerating him, because I loved those guys and didn't want to be the cause of drama. In early 2013, Rory makes out his dad has a life-threatening stroke, which he survives but leaves him incredibly disabled. This subsequently turns out to be a lie and a tool to get sympathy from Debbie and Joe. Moving forward to 2014, Joe moves back to town from Glasgow into Debbie's spare room. And this is where Rory really starts to phase me out from the group. Despite having recently hung out with me, and me having put him up at my place, which I had done several times over the years at this point, he takes Debbie, Joe, and another ex-Zavvy friend to 3 different Prince gigs around the country. Initially I was super pissed, but in hindsight am relieved. It was Rory that paid for all the tickets for those gigs, which was another red flag. I have to point out that when he wasn't working with me as a temp over Xmas or in America over the summer working for Camp America and various TV shows, he was making out that he was a freelance photographer and video editor, which would be fine, but he didn't have a website, a Facebook page, or anything else as far as I could see to contact him to do said work. Taking that into account and the fact he's throwing cash to go to concerts around the UK, I was concerned about where his money was coming from. Following the Prince gigs, I had blocked him on social media, as his posts and comments on other people's posts were just annoying. Constantly undermining people on what they're saying or arguing with folks having a different opinion to him. Debbie took issue with me blocking him and stuck up for him. With hindsight, she'd just been groomed by him and had rose-tinted glasses on when looking at him. I caved and got back in touch with him, even though I know now I should have walked away from them all. But like I said before, I dearly loved Debbie and Joe and didn't want to lose their friendship, even though I knew deep down there was something bad about Rory. Throughout 2014, Debbie and Rory got super close. Anyone that didn't know them, seeing Facebook pics, would think they were a couple. Over the next 2 years, my contact with these guys started to drift. Rory would come around to my place for a bit, and then when leaving be like, I'm away up to Darling Debbie's. I would invite you, but you're not one of the three amigos. A lot of the time he wasn't actually going there, it would turn out. He even came to my place to stay the night once, saying he needed to catch a flight to the States in the morning to a video editing job. Then it would turn out he was just going back to the village he lived in at his mom's house. Eventually I walked away quietly. I took Debbie, Joe, and Rory off my newsfeed and hid any Facebook posts I made hidden from them. I figured if I see any of them in the street, I'll be polite and just get away ASAP. I started to investigate Rory's claims about his time in America. I relayed them all to a friend and his flatmate, who himself had lived in America for a long time. They both told me, nah man, there's no way he could be doing all that shit. Which is true. If you go to America to work for Camp America, that's all you're allowed to do. And with a bit of research, I found the camp Rory actually worked at, providing he never did Camp America work in Florida. During this time, I had friends who would still follow him on Facebook out of intrigue. They would ask me, where is his money coming from? Rory was going to stadium and arena concerts around the UK at least once a week. Some of these gigs cost as much as £200 a ticket, not to mention travel costs and accommodation. I knew something was up. I knew he wasn't involved in drugs. He would claim he made money from YouTube, but his channel barely had any subscriptions. And plus, all his vids were of copyrighted material, so there was no way he was making money that way. I did wonder if he was making money from editing. He was avoiding paying tax. That's the only thing I could think of. Believe me, if I could have afforded a private detective to investigate this guy, I would have. During all this time, Debbie and Joe are hanging out with and posting how great he is, etc. on Facebook. Despite the fact I found Rory had a second Facebook account where the profile pic was of him and Debbie. This was a secret account. I took a screenshot and showed Debbie, but she was just like, oh, isn't that his American account? Sorry, Debbie, but you were really fucking stupid. Now, let's fast forward to October 2018. By this point, I've severed contact with Rory completely. Missed Debbie's wedding the previous year, where Rory was a bridesman. Haven't seen Joe in a good while either. I'm back at work after lunch for about 5 minutes. Then my friend who is on her lunch in the staff room comes running through to where I am. Hey, have you heard Rory was in court? Which in itself was initially shocking. I was like, what, for tax evasion or copyright infringement? No, she said, for making videos of little kids. Between January and November 2017, he was pretending to be a girl online using YouTube and Omegle to groom young boys. I shall leave links to newspaper reports. Once I was told what he'd done, I was in an adrenaline-fueled rage for the next 17 hours. Just so pissed off that I'd been right he was a bad guy, but I just couldn't prove it. I knew my friends had been duped. Not to mention all those poor kids that got abused by him. As for his expendable income, I really think he was selling the videos he was making on the dark web for Bitcoin profit. He was the first person ever to mention the dark net to me, but in a way of like, oh, never go to the dark net. He pled guilty and got 3 years and 9 months, along with a 5-year sexual harm prevention order, and will be on the sex offenders register for the rest of his life. Thanks for listening. I'm still in touch with Joe, although he's a super busy guy these days. Debbie, unfortunately, I'm not in touch with now. I know she was mortified by the revelations, but she's married and happy, so I'm just glad she saw the truth eventually, even though it took something so heinous to do so. So this is the article link that OP posted from the Evening Express from 2018. YouTube snares Northeast pervert posing as a girl. And here we have a picture of Rory, a pervert who sent children sexual dares and challenges with the promise of getting them YouTube subscribers, has been told it's, quote, almost unimaginable he won't be jailed. Rory Gill posed online as a teenage girl and engaged with male children, some under the age of 13, on YouTube and Omegle. Did Omegle ever get shut down? Oh my god, it's still up? Omegle should get shut down. In my opinion. I was using that shit when I was like 10, Any site where you can be a child and talk to people through a fucking video and it's completely unmonitored, that should not exist. Anyways, the 30-year-old, who even live-streamed videos of children performing sexual acts online, was caught after a YouTube moderator flagged his behavior to police. They got a search warrant for his computer and address. Police seized computer equipment and discovered 462 indecent videos of children, with a total play length of 43 hours and 25 minutes. And a total of 52 of those videos were assessed as the worst, Category A. Rory Gill would tell the children to remove their clothes, dance naked, perform sexual acts, and in return, Rory would offer them sexual images or get them more YouTube subscribers, which were probably bots, I guess. He further admitted to taking or permitting to be taken indecent photographs or pseudo-photographs of children, and also distributing or showing images. And according to OP, who was sentenced to 3 years, 9 months. And if he was sentenced in 2018, he is definitely out now. Next story. I was convinced by a guy on the internet to run away. This all happened 11 years ago, when I was 16. All of my interaction with my creeper happened on the internet, so I hope this is the right place for this. And if this sounds a little disjointed, I apologize. This is the first time I have really talked about this. Edit. To add, I am female. I had a friend that introduced me to a guy she knew on the internet, and I started instant messaging with him, because she said he was a friend of a relative. A lot of my friends were talking with him at the time, and me and the friend even video chatted with him once. I had a computer in my room at this time, so I talked to him a lot more than my parents realized at the time. Well, the IMing sessions slowly got more sexual. He had convinced me that I shouldn't stay at my home, and that I should run away. He had also convinced me to break up with my boyfriend at the time. This guy had my stupid 16-year-old self completely brainwashed. My friend that introduced me to him was also going to run away with me, and we were going to meet the guy in New York. So we arrange it so that I can spend the night at her house that night, so we can run away together. That night, we sneak our stuff outside and, quote, go out for a walk. We were going to walk to the bus station and get tickets all the way up there. We walk a while, but weren't going to make the bus, so we looped back around to her house. At this point, she decides that she isn't going to go, but convinces me that I should still go. So in the morning, I leave the note for my parents and call a taxi. It picks me up and drives me to the bus station. The driver knew something was up, and he was casually questioning me about where I was going and who I was going to meet. We got to the bus station, and I go inside to buy my ticket. I'm sitting there as the clerk is getting my ticket ready, and my dad pulls up like a bat out of hell. To this day, I am grateful I left that note. He had a hunch that I was going to the bus station, and drove so fast that his Astro van was on 2 wheels at some points. My dad gets me and my stuff, and we head home. At this point, I realized just how stupid I had been and break down. My parents asked me all the questions about what was going on and why. They also call the cops. A few months goes by, and an FBI agent calls them wanting to talk to me and take the computer. My mom and I talk to the agent for a while, and he informs us that they believe they have this same guy in custody right now for luring other girls to him. He showed me his photo, and I ID him as the same guy. He takes my computer, but they don't find anything on it, but a few conversations since the quote-unquote friend that introduced me to him had wiped it pretty good. Luckily, they didn't need me in court to convict this guy. They had some of the other girls that made it all the way to him. To this day, I am grateful that I left that note, and that my dad listened to his instincts and found me before I got on that bus. I also found out that the cab driver waited outside where I couldn't see him, because he figured out I was a runaway. I believe he even called the cops and was waiting for them to show up. That man will always have my gratitude. And I was lucky enough that after we told my boyfriend what happened, we got back together. We have been married for 8 years now and have a little girl, and you can bet she will never have a computer in her room, and I will tell her this story when she is old enough. Next story. Internet pen pals are a bad idea. I had almost forgotten about this until I started reading this subreddit, but I had a creep incident in high school. This incident occurred in 2005. At the time, I was 14, female, and a freshman in high school. I posted on one of the DeviantArt forums to get some pen pals. A couple guys replied and we started emailing, about a couple times a week. One dropped off, but I kept up with the other. His name was James and he lived in Michigan. I was on the West Coast. I knew he was older, but he talked about college, so I figured older teen. This went on for a few months, just low-key talking about our lives and day-to-day. Then one morning, I'm checking my email at my school, and I have a new email from his account. It's a message saying he was my e-pal's brother, that he was an ex-con in his late 30s, what his full name was, which I forgot, who was corresponding with 4 high school girls, and had taken off last night saying he was going to live with one of them. I don't freak out right away. After all, it could be a prank. Plus, I never told him my address or where I went to school. I discovered you could search Michigan criminal records, and sure enough, there is someone with his name, listed as having served time for assault. And I looked over our messages, and he could have easily figured out where I went to school, possibly even what bus I took home. Then I freaked out. I spent all day in a cloud of anxiety, worried that he'd be waiting for me at the bus stop, wondering if I should tell my parents, who definitely did not know I was talking to older guys online. I made it home, no creeps spotted, and broke down and told my parents. They not only decided to drive me to and from school for a bit, but immediately called the school, and for the next week or two had an escort between classes. Extremely embarrassing for a shy freshman. Thankfully, he never showed. I googled his name a few years later and found out he was in jail, this time as a sex offender. So, James, let's not meet. Next story. Internet friend obsessed with me for 3 years. When I was in 8th through 10th grade, I was extremely involved in this small building server. The average age was probably 15 to 17, and I joined a group of builders and Skyped with them every weekend for hours. We all became close fast and trusted each other enough that we followed each other on Instagram. I became particularly close with one of the builders in my friend group named Peter. Peter was in the same grade as me, and we ended up texting quite a lot. I heard rumors that Peter might have a crush on me. He denied them, which I found laughable, because it was the internet and brushed it off. Everything was fine for a while, until something began to feel off when I talked to him. I was starting to constantly catch him telling small lies. This bothered me, so I figured it was time to distance myself from Peter and stopped talking to him. Cut to a few months later of no contact, and Peter out of the blue texts me that he's going to possibly be transferring to my high school so he can get in-state tuition for college. Peter's plan is to somehow live completely alone and support himself while in high school. My stomach drops when I read the text, and I know this feels very off. I try to be calm and I tell him that this plan is crazy. I tell him that it's oddly convenient that he chose my random suburb. Peter insists that his plan will work, and it's just a coincidence that he's going to my high school. I'm trying to call Peter's bluff and hoping he is just screwing with me, because I cut him off. Peter says he bought the plane tickets already, and is going to stay in my town, and to visit some high school in the area. Fear washes over me, and I realize Peter definitely has some very unhealthy attachment to me. Peter was not bluffing. To my horror, he posts a picture on Snapchat at the airport. Peter asked to meet up while he's there, and I of course decline. Later, I see on his Snapchat story that he is taking a tour of my high school. Peter is taking lots of videos and pictures, probably hoping that I can see. Luckily, I am stuck at home with pneumonia. I spend the next few days on edge and afraid he was going to ring my doorbell at any moment. Luckily, he was not smart enough to find where I live, and he flies home and does not follow his plan. The baffling part was none of my old group on the Minecraft server thought he was doing anything creepy. I felt like I was going crazy for thinking this was weird. I thought my rejection for this meetup, and continued no contact, would be the end of it. But about 2 years later, and I just committed to my dream college. I still, stupidly, followed Peter on social media, because I wanted some warning if he came to my area. Once again, Peter did. I see him posing in front of the library at my college, with the caption saying, "Transferring here is definitely the move." Cut to a few months later, Peter finds out I had a boyfriend and directly contacts me for the first time in 2 years. He starts asking strange questions like, "Will he protect you?" I shouldn't have answered, but for some reason I did. I finally blocked him and stopped following him on social media out of fear. He has not tried to contact me since. Definitely made some mistakes because I was young and scared, and had others telling me it was not a big deal. So, Peter, let's not meet. Next story. Overseas Internet Love. Apologies for it being so long, and if I don't respond to comments right away, as this is a throwaway account, you'll understand why soon. For the record, I was 16, 17 at the time, and am female. Back in the 1990s, when I was in high school, I convinced my parents to get AOL, America Online. I remember my mother being worried that all I would be exposed to was that thing called porn. She didn't really understand what the internet was, and it wasn't until I told her I needed it for school that she relented. I took to the internet right away. I was really into a certain video game character at the time, so I would spend hours looking stuff up about the game, and after days of browsing was surprised to discover that there was no site specifically designated to them. I decided to learn some HTML, and in a couple of days, had coded a crude shrine to said character. Even though it was mostly image tags, I'm proud to say it was one of the first of its kind. Through my site, I met a lot of people who also had the same interests from around the world. A girl from California, a dude from Texas, and Guy, an 18-year-old from Europe. Some set up their own websites, and before long we had a little web ring going on. We would chat pretty much every day, and Guy even mailed me an awesome book that was only available in Europe at the time. I still have it. At one point, Guy bought a microphone and we sort of audio chatted, him talking while I IM'd him back in text. A year or so later, Guy's brother died in a tragic accident, and soon after his girlfriend broke up with him. He was pretty distraught. One day, I logged into AOL to find an email from Guy, waiting in my inbox. In it, he declared that he was in love with me. Needless to say, I was pretty taken aback. Guy had never seen a picture of me or even heard my voice. We had never met, or even talked about anything remotely romantic. How could he be in love with me? Being the shy teenager that I was, I immediately cut off all contact with him. He didn't really take too kindly to that. He started instant messaging me anytime I was online, asking me where I had been, what I did that day, and why I wasn't answering him. Back then, instant message was a pretty new thing, so the privacy options weren't what they are today. The only thing I could do at that point was minimize his instant message window. If I blocked his name, he would just make a new one. Anytime I checked his instant message box, he would just be there, chatting to himself, about how much he loved me, how he was going to find out where I lived, and how he was going to fly to my city and find me, how happy we were going to be together. The thing is, I was terrified that he actually would come to my house. I had stupidly given him my home address years before so he could mail me something. What if he showed up at my door? I didn't have the gall to tell my mother, who barely understood the internet, that I had inadvertently become the target of a stalker who lived in Europe. Would she even believe me? What could she do with that information anyway? Go to the police? What could they do? The internet was still so new, and laws against cyberstalking weren't even a blip on the legal horizon. My fears were somewhat relieved when one day, in his rants, Guy tried to bait me into telling him what my mailing address was again. He said he had lost it, and had something new that he wanted to send me. He said that he was sure I would like it. Of course, I didn't respond. It was very fortunate that he lost my address, because for my family's financial reasons, moving was out of the question. He found out my sister's screen name too. My sister, who was only 10 at the time, would get instant messages from him, trying to get her to give out information about me and our family, asking what I was up to, and where I was that day. That really pissed me off, being that she was just a little kid. But again, I had no idea what I could actually do about it, besides tell him off. I graduated from high school and moved into a dorm at college. My boyfriend at the time set up a personal website about himself, I think as a class project. There was a picture of me on that site, a picture taken on my birthday. Soon after that site went live, Guy started instant messaging about how he saw my boyfriend's website, and how he finally saw what I looked like. And now that he knows what college I went to, he could find me. The picture went down immediately. I know, looking back, it seems like such a duh thing, putting your picture up on the internet when you know you have a stalker. But back then, the thought of him being able to find me like that just never occurred to any of us. My name is pretty common, so it's not like he could have just searched for it. I still don't know how he tracked down that site. By now, it had been years of this, and Guy's messages had become more violent. He would write about how he was saving up money to come to the US and kill me, find my family, find my boyfriend. I'm not sure if he wrote what he did to try to shock a reaction from me, but they were unnerving. My boyfriend begged me to change my screen name, but to me that just seemed like giving in. I was really attached to my screen name. I was one of the lucky few who had one that didn't require numbers at the end. I didn't want to start my cyber life over on account of one jerk who lived overseas. He had been threatening for years to come and find me, and never did. At this point, he was a small annoyance in my life. I figured he was just all talk. I eventually did change my screen name in junior year of college, but it wasn't on account of Guy. I did it because I thought up a new screen name that I thought suited me better, and I also had felt like I had outgrown the previous one. After I changed my screen name, the IMs from Guy stopped. Years later, while trying to recall an old friend's screen name, I signed onto my old account. Lo and behold, guess who I get an instant message from? Guy. He apologized for his past behavior, saying that he had been in a dark place in his life, and for some reason fixated on me to deal with it. He told me that he had a live-in girlfriend now, and even though I was happy that he was in a better place, I made sure to keep the conversation polite but brief, being careful not to reveal too much personal information. That was the last time I heard from him. Today, I make sure that any company I work for doesn't list my full name or picture on their website. Any online presence I have is set to private. My usernames are never the same. My chat privacy is set so that I have to add your name before I show up on your buddy list. Growing up with someone like Guy tracing you online made me very aware of how much of a cyber footprint I have. You can never be too careful. Now we're going to end the episode on a lighter story that has nothing to do with internet creeps or stalkers. It's titled, Turns Out Teletubby Costumes Are Scary. Time for some context. It was back when I was around 13, I think, and we wanted to go to the nearest city with friends to go to some anime and gaming event. But you had to go with a disguise. So, as an inside joke with friends, I picked a Tinky Winky, the purple Teletubby costume, with the helmet and the antenna, but not the face. I printed the face from the internet, put it on cardboard, and made holes for the eyes. There was also a pouch where the Teletubbies TV is, so I didn't even have to take a backpack. Now, the problem, according to my friends, was that the holes I made for the eyes didn't allow them to actually see my eyes, and looked more like black holes, which they found made my costume creepy, along with the classic Teletubby grin. But I laughed it off, and we had one hell of a day over there. Important detail. I hadn't taken any food and didn't want to buy food at the event, because it was hella expensive. Amusing detail. A kid rushed up to me while I had my back turned to him, happily yelling, "Teletubby." Then I turned around, amused, and opened my arms wide to give him a hug. And probably upon seeing the dark holes I had for eyes, he literally stopped dead in his tracks, and went back crying to his mom. When his mom looked at me, I thought that if looks could kill, there wouldn't be much left of me already. So we go out around 7 p.m. and decide to hang around, since we have an adult friend with us who parked his car not far away to bring us back. Having an adult friend at the age of 13 is a little odd, to me personally. So we talk and have fun till 11 p.m. when we decide to head to a metro station to go where a friend had parked his car. On our way, I noticed a hot dog stand, hunger from not having any lunch kicked in, and I said I'd catch up to them in a minute. Turns out the people selling the hot dog had problems with accepting credit card payment, and I had no cash. So it took 20 minutes. Then my friends texted me saying they went to another metro station I never heard of and were waiting for me. So I just eat my hot dog and take out my phone, punch in the metro station name, and follow my GPS. Eventually, it starts leading me into some weird residential area that was partially unlit, with people just staring at me for a long time, probably because I was still in a Teletubby costume. After 10 minutes of walking, I got really nervous at the idea of people coming along and mugging me or something. I'm fine with walking in the countryside in the dark, but a random person scares me way more than the largest attack dog. I would be sketchy around people on the street, attempting to hide behind trash cans, even though I was purple, and sometimes jogging to get away from them. But I didn't meet any Let's Not Meet. I unintentionally became the Let's Not Meet. After 10 more minutes, I was almost there, but shaking from fear. And suddenly, right after passing a crossroads, I heard really fast steps coming my way. I absolutely freaked out, thinking I was about to get punched or something by whoever just came out of the crossroads and had started walking my way. In an instant, I took a big leap forward, turned around shaking a lot, and screamed at the top of my lungs. I wanted it to sound intimidating, but it sounded more like someone having his balls chopped off. And then I saw a woman in her early 20s that looked at me as if I was a demon or something. She just ran away in the opposite direction, after freezing for something like 10 seconds. Ironically, this calmed my nervousness, and I wasn't too scared for the rest of the walk. I felt really bad and stupid after this, and decided to finally take off the Teletubby costume, and I have no idea why I didn't do that earlier, and to this day I still feel stupid not to have taken it off earlier. Met up with my friends who thought I had been attacked or something, and they laughed when I told them what had happened. This first one is titled, Online Stalker Thinks I Stole Her Fictional Boyfriend, Demands Friendship and Payment for Her Suffering. This is quite long, but hopefully not too bad considering this wackiness has been going on for over 10 years. I also put a one-sentence TLDR at the end. First things first. Got to rip the band-aid off and admit that from late 2001 to mid-2003, when I was a teenager, I wrote fanfiction and posted it online. My stories weren't that great, but I made friends, because I posted them, so I don't regret doing it. Even after I stopped posting stories, I was still active online, and instead posted fan art and dumb stuff about the roleplays I did with my buddies, over on DeviantArt. Cringe. Maybe I sound like a lame fangirl, but whatever, I was having fun. Fast forward to 2008, when I got a PM on DeviantArt that was, well, I really wasn't expecting online life to take such a strange turn on that particular random day. But the writer, Ari, began her message by informing me, a complete stranger, that she was seriously mentally ill. She listed a wide variety of disorders, including schizophrenia, which had tormented her all her life. She then said she was scared to write to me like this, but that she had to do it so she could move on. Move on from what, you ask? From her hatred of me, of course. Ari wrote that she had hated me for a long time, based on the fanfiction I wrote, because my stories terrified her. Okay, now let's be clear here. I wrote stories about characters from cartoons and one comic book. One of the characters from that comic was a violent and terrible person, and I wrote about him doing violent things. But that's not what was scaring her. No. Ari was scared because she was in love with said violent character, John, and believed they were destined for each other, and that he talked to her in her head. And then she read my fanfiction, and suddenly John stopped talking to her. And she knew it was because he was talking to me instead. She was absolutely certain that I had stolen her true love from her. She said that after that, she developed a belief that I was the arbiter of her reality. More generally, that is a direct quote, I will never forget that phrase, and that I was capable of reaching into her mind, and not only reading, but taking away her precious thoughts. this caused her so much anguish and suffering. However, she went on, deep down she also knew this was a delusion caused by her mental illness. Ari closed her PM by begging me to respond to her, to confirm that I was just a normal girl, so she could get past this trauma I had caused her and be happy again. Now, I have to again rip off a band-aid of inviting judgment here by admitting that sometimes I am a complete dumbass. I am also a soft-hearted person, and the idea that someone could have been harmed by the silly stories I'd posted years earlier made me kinda sad. So I did a soft-hearted but ultimately dumbass thing and responded. Yes, I was a normal teenage girl when I posted that stuff. And now I am a normal early 20s woman, with no mind-stealing superpowers. LOL. Also, I don't know you and had no idea you existed until you sent me this. So how could I have singled you out to hurt you with my fanfics? Please don't worry about me. And I thought, what a kind person I am. And surely that will be the end of it. Wrong. Ari replied to me using a different, upbeat, and cheerful tone, saying she was so glad I wrote back to her, because now she knew she didn't have to fear me, and we could just be friends. She loved fanfics, honestly, and by the way, what was my real name, so she could find me on Facebook. Excuse me? No? A dumbass I may be, but I ain't that stupid. I told her I didn't have a Facebook. A lie, and was busy with school. A truth. So I wouldn't be on DeviantArt a whole lot. A half-truth. But I wished her good luck with her mental health recovery, and hoped she would have a good life. A truth. I mean, so far she just seemed troubled and weird, but I wouldn't have wished harm on her. I didn't get a response to that, but a few months later I got a DeviantArt PM from another account I didn't know that simply asked, quote, "Hey, Fox Got Socks." That's OP's username. "How do you get your characters to talk for you?" Now, I hadn't posted any fanfiction for years, but I was still participating in fandom and talked online about writing. And I honestly thought this question was about writing, specifically dialogue. I mulled over how to respond and ended up not answering right away. I went back to my private messages a few days later, and so I had another new message. This one saying, with a lot of exclamation points and cryptic style misspellings, that I had to answer and teach this stranger how to talk to my characters, and that I didn't know how long this user had suffered because of me. Oh my goodness, I wonder who it was using another account. And guess what? I was still a goddamn dumbass. So I answered the first message, but sort of detachedly, ignoring the desperation of the second message, and just kind of giving tips for how to learn a character's voice, and how to write dialogue for them. Once again, I got a very chipper reply, including a confession that, yeah, it was Ari. And she just loved talking to me and thought I was so nice, and such a good friend, to be patient with her and answer her burning questions about how to talk to my, yes, specifically my characters. Because you see, she had realized she was not just in love with John, but with my John, from my stupid fanfiction. And now she could talk to him anytime because we were friends. I got the idea that she was not asking to roleplay and instead thought she would be able to communicate directly with this once removed fictional character now. But I feigned ignorance and said something like, "Ah, our roleplay group is kind of private and not accepting new members. But I hope I answered your question and please have a good day." Because, see, I did not really want to be friends with someone who, A, seemed to believe I was somehow responsible for her mental illness/health, despite not knowing her from Adam and having only spoken to her twice, and B, had already told me once that she hated me and thought I could control her reality. On the kinder side of things, I honestly didn't think continuing to converse would be good for either of our comforts. On the meaner side, I just really didn't want to interact with this person anymore, and felt I had already done more than enough to help this stranger. Okay, so she stopped responding to me, and I thought this strange interlude in my life was over. Wrong. Now, fast forward 7 entire years to early July 2015, at which time I had moved my main online presence to Tumblr. I'd left a note on my DeviantArt account in 2011 when I moved, giving my new Tumblr screen name so my fandom buddies could find me easily. At this point, I had not posted any fanfiction for over a decade. I also was not talking much at all online about John, except to reblog the occasional post someone else made about the comic he was from, as you do on Tumblr. Suddenly, I received an anonymous ask, and that ask said in no uncertain terms that I was the cause of the asker's suffering, because I had callously disregarded others' feelings. It closed with some kind of weird threat. I can't remember exactly what now, because I instinctively deleted the ask due to being unnerved. I guess that it could be Ari, based on the typing style, and the fact that there couldn't be two people in the world who think I make them suffer, right? But it had been 7 years, so I wasn't entirely sure. And then I did yet another dumbass thing. I made a post that said something along the lines of, "To the anon that just sent me a vaguely threatening ask, sorry if anything I've posted has upset you. Please let me know if I can tag my post a certain way, so you can block whatever content you find distressing." A couple days later, I got another anon ask, calling me a prattling, ostentatious idiot, direct quote, and saying it doesn't work that way, and strong emotions cannot just be blocked. The message went on, "You stole him away from me, and I have been living in turmoil since, and you don't care." Ah yes, definitely Ari. There was no question about it. After all, I haven't stolen anyone else's fictional boyfriend that I know of. I turned off anonymous asks. I also went back to my old untouched DeviantArt account, where I found a comment on my front page from yet a third account there that said, "If you still talk to him, tell him that I love him, and that I always will. He was the first man I ever loved, and it was your version of him I loved above all. I have been jealous, angry at you, angry at myself, depressed and psychotic. I tore myself to shreds over him, and my heart aches and cries. The first cut is the deepest. I love you, John." The date on this message was June 28, 2015, just a few days before the first anon ask on Tumblr. I did a little internet sleuthing, just a simple Google of Ari's known usernames, and found her Fur Affinity account, where she has posted screeds in her journal about hating anyone else who wrote or drew anything about John. Okay. I also discovered through this Google search that I was not completely special in triggering Ari's ire, and that she has also gone after another person on Tumblr in much the same way, demanding answers to emotionally charged asks, assuming friendship where there wasn't any, and then stalking the person using multiple accounts and email addresses, and accusing them of harming her. This other person had amassed a collection of screenshots of Ari's behavior, and it was really super not good. Anyway, I figured since I'd blocked anon asks, maybe she'd just go away. Wrong. Ari's next wave of stuff began in 2016, when someone started reblogging my personal text posts with cryptic comments like, "You have a beautiful soul." The username was nothing like Ari or any of the account names she'd used before, so I just thought someone was being socially awkward. But after a few months of this, I received a message from this account through Tumblr's chat function that let the cat out of the bag. This person said something like, "I'm a British female creature with insert same litany of mental illnesses from Ari's first PM in 2008, and I'm so scared of dying alone and friendless. I used to read your fanfiction and it always made me feel better. I think you're an amazing woman and would like to get to know you better. Please, I'm begging you, don't leave me alone in the dark." Well, this sure sounded a lot like Ari to me. This was confirmed when I went to the person's Tumblr and saw they had recently posted something passive-aggressive about that other Tumblr user Ari was known to stalk. And if that wasn't enough, they also had a lot of weird innuendo-laden posts about John and a couple other characters, including Sherlock and a man I didn't recognize, and who they claimed to have legally married. It was at that point that I finally decided to stop being a soft-hearted dumbass. I blocked the account that sent me the chat message right away without responding. Over the next several months, Ari attempted to contact others on Tumblr who it was obvious I talked to a lot. My girlfriend, our best friend, etc. She sent them chat messages like the one paraphrased above. Hilarious in the case of my girlfriend who never wrote any fanfiction, begging for their friendship and also, just casually asking what I was doing, whether they could get me to talk to her, that sort of thing. I know my girlfriend and BFF blocked her too after they asked me who the hell this person was, and I told them the whole story. I also discovered that on Tumblr you can choose an option to allow chat messages only from people you follow. With that account blocked and no one I don't follow able to send me chat messages, I naively thought again that surely this weird nonsense would end. Wrong. See, the thing about Tumblr, if you're not familiar with the website, is that if you block someone, they just can't interact with your posts or follow you. A block causes someone to auto-unfollow you, and they won't see your posts on their dash or feed. They also won't be able to send you asks. However, they can still go to your actual blog, username.tumblr.com, and see everything you post. If they try to interact with any of your posts on your blog, reply, reblog, like, they won't be able to, which will, of course, tip them off that you blocked them. Beginning in 2018, Ari engaged in a whirlwind of activity. She made a new account, sent me an ask or 15, saying things varying from, "Please talk to me, I'm harmless," "You don't know how hard it is to be me," to, "I'm so scared of the darkness," to, "Humans are social animals, and I am dying without you," to, "I guess you like psychos like John, but can't handle a real psycho like me," to, "I want to kidnap you far away and a happy ending, my darling." So I blocked that account immediately. So she made a new account and reblogged some post I'd made a while back about John's comic book with a comment like, "My first love, the first cut is the deepest," before sending me multiple asks, all saying, "You stole him from me." So I blocked that account immediately. So she made another one, made some meme generator sparkly pictures of rats and spiders with text like, "I just want to sit next to you and be your friend. I'm not scary," and posted them with my username, so this mention would show up on my Dash's activity feed. So I blocked that account. She made a new account, posted a quote from my favorite author, well-known info I post about him frequently, and sent me a couple asks saying that this author would disagree with how I was treating her by continuing to block and shun her friendship when she was, quote, harmless, and just thought I was an amazing person. So I blocked that account. Mate, did you forget you called me a prattling, ostentatious idiot and threatened me? Because I sure haven't. This went on for 10 accounts, one of which had the blog title in huge letters at the top, "Hello," in quotations, "my nickname reserved only for close friends," one of which she inundated with photos of herself glaring at the camera. My first looks at her face, and I don't like to judge people on appearance, but this girl has a really creepy glare, and also looks like she has not showered in weeks, adding me in each one. She only ever used one of these accounts to actually post, reblog, and like things from other people, like a seemingly normal user, albeit one who made some questionable comments sometimes. All the rest only existed to bother me. I started trying to report her to Tumblr after the third or fourth time for making multiple accounts, solely to evade my blocks. But if you know anything about Tumblr, you can guess they didn't respond with more than an automated, "Okay, we'll look into this. In the meantime, have you tried blocking this user?" Anyway, throughout 2018, I just had to deal with the fact that anytime I saw the little red flag above my ask box icon, it would probably be something creepy and either threatening or passive-aggressive from Ari that would put me on edge for a few hours and remind me that no matter what I do on Tumblr, she can read everything I post. I haven't forgotten anything from her so far in 2019, but I figure as long as she's out there, there's always that chance she'll come back. Maybe not right away. Maybe not until another 10 years from now. But let me just say, sorry, you fucking weirdo. I'm genuinely sorry about your mental illnesses and hope you get help for them. But while they may explain some of your behavior, they don't excuse it. I am not and never will be your friend, because you are not harmless. You made me heavily curtail my social interaction on Tumblr by cutting off a couple methods of communication that could have been used to make new friends. You made me worried about ever talking there about a comic I enjoy. You made it so anytime I see I have an ask, my heart rate goes up, because it might be more of your disturbing bullshit. You've harassed my loved ones and also other strangers who probably didn't do anything to deserve it, etc. I don't control your reality, but if I did, you can bet I'd use that power to ensure we'd never meet. Next story. It was a completely different house. Using a throwaway because there are quite a few details here that might reveal my identity. So, about 5 years ago, I'm male 26, I set out to travel the world. Being straight out of college had left me in debt, even more desperate for any job I was overqualified for, and generally depressed. I felt isolated and alone in my small town in Washington, and found the only way to get out: travel. My high school buddy suggested I look into woofing and volunteering as a way to travel cheap, and so I did. The way it works is quite simple. You work for around 25 hours a week on some farm for food and housing. The draw is that since the community of cheap-ass travelers is quite big, it is a great way to meet new people, get outside of your comfort zone, and just let yourself live and figure your life out. Fast forward 8 months, and I am a seasoned cow shit shoveler. I started out in Washington, Oregon, and went south to California. There, I was able to save some money, I was paid under the table for some extra work, and was now faced with a decision: where to go in the world. The excitement of being able to purchase a ticket to almost anywhere in the world got the best of me, and on the advice of my dumbass hippie volunteering partner, I chose it at random. I went to a randomizer website and clicked the country button. Georgia. The country of Georgia. To say I didn't know anything about it was an understatement, but the fear of the unknown made it exciting and exotic somehow, and so I did it. I purchased a ticket and started browsing for a farm that could host me. There were a few options, and most were remote and hadn't even an internet connection. I messaged every single one, because few ever responded, and got a response from one farm on top of a mountain. The pictures showed a traditional Georgian stone house with a large garden out in the back, a family with several cheerful children, grandparents having dinner, animals. It seemed warm and inviting. The description was written in good English, and the requirements for work seemed reasonable. I was excited. After I flew into Teletubby, the capital, I followed the directions that they sent to locate the farm, which wasn't an easy task. Few in Georgia speak English, the roads are fucked since few have been maintained since the fall of the Soviet Union, and the country is generally poor. It took me around 20 hours of Soviet buses and taxis, weird serpentine roads, and paths to get to that desired blue pin on my map. It was a dirt path leading up a steep hill, into a national park up in the north of the country. There was nothing for miles on end but trees and their silence. As I got up that hill, I saw the house about a half a mile away, on an even steeper hill, surrounded by trees. From that viewpoint, it seemed abandoned, overgrown, brown, and dreary. As I walked past the gate, Yuri, fake name, the apparent owner approached me. He was a heavy, small, middle-aged guy with a big smile on his face. He shook my hand and in broken English started to show me around. He also smelled of booze. As he was showing me around, I noticed that there wasn't anyone there but us. I asked about his wife and kids, and he brushed that aside and said something to the extent of, "They're away right now." By this point, I'm creeped out. From browsing around, it was apparent that the farm was in deep decline. Apple trees and crops were dying. The roof of the small barn caved in. The house itself full of trash and smelling of mold. It was obvious that Gary was going through a rough patch. But I wasn't going to turn around and just leave in the middle of nowhere, without a plan, having not slept for the past 36 hours. It was evening, and after feeding me well and trying as best as he could to hold a conversation in English, Gary showed me my room on the second floor, and I went to sleep. I almost immediately blacked out from the exhaustion and stress, and would have slept for 10 hours if I wasn't awoken by a strange noise in the middle of the night. It sounded like something metallic and heavy was being dragged across the wooden floor. In that sleepy in-between state, I listened to it for a few minutes, thought nothing of it, and went back to sleep once it stopped. In the morning, Geary, now sober and grumpy, asked me to repair some of the windows and doors in the house as he himself planned to go and fetch some components in a nearby village. Again, I got this weird feeling creeping down my spine. Something wasn't right. He didn't maintain eye contact and was evasive. There was no cell reception, no internet. Once he left, I checked around the house to get a general idea of the place, and it became apparent that the place was hardly ever lived in. Like one of those abandoned houses, there was broken furniture, newspapers and old photos on the floor, a shattered mirror. I took my phone and looked through the saved listing again. The photos didn't match neither the backyard, the garden, or the walls. Geary wasn't in any of them. It was a completely different house. Alright, this is starting to get terrifying. Now by this point, I am full-blown panicking. I pack my shit and start to leave, when I see a group of 3 men going up that first hill. There aren't any other paths I can take, so I go behind the house and rush down this hill into the forest. After some time, I stop and listen. I hear them in the house. They're clearly looking for me. Afraid of making any noise, I remain still, hidden behind a bush. I don't know how long I wait, but they were persistent. At some point I hear them leave, so I count until some large number and proceed back into the house and path. And once I find it's all clear, I book the hell out of there. Never ran this fast, but I am still in the middle of fucking nowhere. No traffic, no public transport. I reached a paved road and start walking in the general direction from where I remember coming. Hours go by, and finally a car drives by and stops. Now, in a horror movie, this would have been Geary and his friends, but this was actually a really nice Russian family that gave me a ride to town. The listing disappeared from the website in a few days after I left, and I haven't heard from Geary since. I've yet to make sense of that experience. I have traveled since and volunteered too. Some people, once they hear this story, laugh and say that the guy was coming over with a couple of friends from the village to have a chat over a few beers. Some say he was bound to kidnap and kill me, but I trust my gut feeling. Something was really not right. So, let's never meet again, Geary. Next story. My childhood friend's father. Some backstory before I begin. These events started when I was in 2nd or 3rd grade, 2002, 2003-ish, and ended during the fall of 2015. I'm a 21-year-old female living in Canada. RCMP equals Royal Canadian Mounted Police. When I was in elementary school, I was friends with a girl named Jessica. We had a group of 5 or 6 girls that we always played with. Jessica's parents were divorced, and I often went over to her dad's house after school because they had a trampoline and a slide. Her dad was a totally normal dude. His name was Richard, and he held a job as a pilot, which is definitely a job that requires mental stability. Jessica came over to my house as well, and her dad would always come pick her up after the play date, so he was familiar with where I lived. In, I think, 2nd or 3rd grade, Jessica moved away to live with her mom. I didn't fully understand what was going on as a child, and I still don't know what happened. But something had gone wrong with her father. We didn't hear much from Jessica, but around her birthday the following year, Richard invited our group of girls over for a surprise birthday party. We arrived at the party and were waiting for Jessica so we could surprise her, but Jessica never showed up. We were just hanging out with her dad for a while. As a child, this didn't seem as weird as it does to me now. When our parents picked us up, we obviously told them what happened, and we didn't hang out with Jessica or Richard again. After that, some of the girls started receiving presents from Richard at their homes. I never received them, but my mother told me about it years later. The presents usually consisted of cheap jewelry and notes. I have no idea what the notes said, but I'm not sure that I want to. After this, Richard goes away. My mom later told me he was in a mental institution. Years go by. I completely forget about the whole situation. Then, in the winter of 2013, I was out of town for a cheer competition. I was scrolling through Facebook one night when, all of a sudden, a new group chat popped up with 5 girls from my elementary school. I had not kept in touch with any of them, so this was weird. The chat was about how they had received messages from Richard on Facebook. I checked the other folder of my Facebook messages, and sure enough, I had some too. I had a variety of messages that did not make a lot of sense, including some strange poems. Many of the messages were descriptions of dreams he had about me, though some of them were nonsense. Others were understandable enough to come across as sexually/violently threatening. I don't feel comfortable sharing some of the more explicit messages, but here are a couple of the shorter and less scary messages. Quote, "Hi little girl from not long ago. Pristine of pristineness. I want you, I want you, I want you. We're gonna have planets to go to someday provided you don't melt them first. I'm so proud of you. Stay happy, and I haven't found a way to keep you all off my mind." This next one is a poem. Quote, "I can't see the planets, so I make you all mine. You're just so rough, and oh just so fine. As if I'm there, my love's for you I share. It's so indefinite, for it is all about you that I only care. Oh my goodness, you're all my whipping cream containers." I clicked on Richard's Facebook profile, and his whole profile was dedicated to us 5 girls. He didn't have any friends added, so clearly nobody had seen it. Unfortunately, we didn't have very good security settings on Facebook. He had saved dozens of photos of us, and then reposted them with nonsensical and inappropriate captions. The captions ranged from essays about his love for us, to a one-sentence caption that simply said, "She is so ugly." Here are some of the shorter photo captions. Quote, "Emily, hopefully and not too soon, I'm gonna find out your YXX8511, and I'm gonna show up as a man and knocks on your front doorstep and bite your bottom lip off before you can say a word. Sierra, because my initial euphoria turns into sunken depression when I realize that there is nothing I can do about anything beside you, because you're inside me, and I can't get you out of my mind. I love you so much. Melissa, can I paint your picture? I want to lift you around to see how heavy you are. And, well, go for a drive on Hollywood Drive, with the windows rolled down so we can get a crystal clear view. Fucking give it up like as if I'm gonna pretend I like it besides you're just yanking on my strings. Because time after time it's always the same common denominator, which I noticed how come you all pluck your eyebrows. But I do pretend I have favorite things, but in reality I don't need them. And I am a good liar because I have a criminal mind like yours." We were all freshly 18 at the time and didn't know what to do, so our moms contacted the RCMP. They told us not to block Richard on Facebook, but not to reply as the messages could be used as evidence. He continued to send us messages every single day, and we shared the screenshots with each other in the group chat and sent them off to the RCMP. He had several different Facebook accounts that were all variations of his name, along with one randomly named Esteban. One of the girls got in touch with Jessica to find out if she still had contact with her father. She only saw him on supervised visits every once in a while. She was very embarrassed and apologized a lot. She was a super sweet girl, and obviously none of us were upset at her in any way. Eventually, Richard was charged with 5 counts of criminal harassment. He pled guilty and went to jail for around 5 months. When he got out, there was still a no-contact order in place, meaning that he could not contact any of us girls or come within a certain radius of our homes. He was not allowed to use the internet either. I'm not sure how all of this works, but this is what the constable handling the case told me. However, not surprisingly, he started contacting us on Facebook again. He went back to jail for breaching his probation. It was the summer of 2015, and he got out again. I started receiving more messages. I immediately wrote on the group chat to see if the other girls had gotten anything. They hadn't. It was just me. I immediately contacted the police. It seems they had forgotten to include my name on the no contact order. He knew not to contact the other girls, but thought it was still safe for him to contact me. This time things got worse. I had just started working at a new job, and being the idiot that I am, I had my workplace public on my Facebook profile. One day I came into work and there was a package waiting for me. I was obviously confused because I would never order something to be delivered to my work. I opened it up with my managers, and there was weed inside, along with a disc with encryption software on it. He had mailed me weed to my work. I knew immediately that it was him, and awkwardly explained the situation to my managers, who thought it was hilarious. The security in my office tower was alerted and given a photo of him. They began walking me to my bus stop after my shifts. It was scary knowing that he knew where I worked. At this point, I hadn't seen Richard in years, but it was clear that he was mentally unwell. I had absolutely no idea what he was capable of, or what his motives were. The RCMP did not seem to take this case very seriously, and they moved very slowly, passing the case around to various officers. Meanwhile, I was terrified. I could hardly walk down my street at night without freaking out. Every time somebody knocked on my door while I was home alone, I would drop whatever I was doing and hide under the kitchen counters. I had not moved since I was a child, so it was very possible that he remembered where I lived. The packages kept coming. I received more weed in several different forms, including cookies, what appeared to be cocaine, and a key to his apartment along with some miscellaneous items. I opened all of the packages at the police station. One of the packages included a USB stick with a bunch of audio recordings on them, but I decided it was better for me not to listen to them. The return address on the packages was to a random P.O. box in another city that did not belong to Richard, and no fingerprints were found on the packages. During all of this, the Facebook messages remained constant. Luckily, in one of the messages, he informed me that he had sent me drugs and the key, along with his home address. This confirmed that the packages were from him. He was charged again. I received a subpoena in the mail to appear as a witness in court. However, he once again pled guilty, and I never got to go to court. I was actually a bit disappointed, as I thought seeing him in person would provide me with some sort of closure. He is still locked up somewhere as I am writing this, but I still get scared walking at night or when somebody knocks on the door. The police provided me zero information on where he was being held, or when he would be released. I feel like I am just waiting for the day that he will contact me again. It seems as if every time I think it's over, it isn't. If I do hear from him again, I'll be sure to post an update. The situation could have been a lot worse. As far as I know, he did not physically follow me around or anything. I strongly encourage you all to make sure your Facebook privacy settings are as private as possible. To the creepy guy in the adult video store. This happened 20-some years ago, but it's really vivid in my mind. I, 40 female, was working alone in a sort of seedy area in my hometown at a 24-hour adult video/toy store. I more often than not ended up working the overnight shift, which wasn't usually too bad. Occasionally we got drunk guys from the bar next door, but mostly the customers were pretty respectful. A guy came in after midnight. I was never sure of his age. He seemed like the sort of guy who is 50 but also possibly 25, or somewhere in between. He had the same haircut as Johnny Depp in that god-awful Wonka movie, and he talked in this weird, falsetto Michael Jackson voice. It made my skin fucking crawl. He asked me to call him a cab, and I did. I nervously told him he could wait in front of the store for it, and probably made up something about paying customers only inside the store, but he ignored me, slowly making his way further into the store and making conversation. I just kept thinking this guy was definitely on something, and he was definitely going to skin me and wear me like a people suit. He was standing right next to the phone on the counter, sort of leaning against it. I kept telling him his taxi would be there any minute, and he ignored me, still asking me questions. I just remember him asking, quote, "Do you have any pussycats?" No. Quote, "I was led to believe that I'd find pussycats in here." If I had a dildo to brandish as a weapon within reach, or some spray lube to use as a makeshift pepper spray at that point, I would have used it. Thankfully, this beautiful angel of a man who decided to rent porn after midnight came in. I immediately greeted him and said, "Oh, I need to talk to you about your special order." When he came over to the counter to ask what I meant, I just whispered, "Please stay," and sort of jerked my head towards the creepy guy, who was just smiling at us. My guardian porn renter went along with the ruse, and thank the baby Jesus the creep went out to get his taxi. The customer asked if I was okay, and I said I was, so he went to browse. I gave him a free rental as a thank you. I swear to God I can still hear his voice when I think about this. So, possible serial killer Willy Wonka, let's not meet again. Next story. The Corduroy Jouster. This happened over a decade ago somewhere in northern Michigan during the summer. My friend, Kathy, 18, my boyfriend's half-sister, May, 16, and I, 17, drove down from our hometown to visit friends, and we're on our way back home in Kathy's shitty little Geo. By shitty, I'm talking, this piece of crap had engine problems, overheating problems, ignition problems, and was constantly falling apart. More than once, it had stalled or just stopped working in the middle of the street while we were trying to get somewhere. But Kathy thought we'd be fine since we hadn't had any problems with it on the way to our friend's house. It's a little past midnight and we're roughly an hour away from home. There's nobody on the road. Dense woods on every side. No streetlights, no moon. I can barely see past the windshield because I have a form of albinism, which leaves me legally blind in my left eye, and with really awful vision in my right eye. My depth perception is terrible, and I can't see more than a few feet ahead of me at most, but usually I can make out lights and other cars when they pass, and sometimes street signs and people when they are close enough. We drove down this narrow, hilly road, and on the descent down a hill, the Geo makes a strange sound. Kathy starts braking, and when we get to the bottom of the hill, the car quits working. Kathy swears and turns on the hazard lights. She and I get out of the vehicle, and I help pop the hood, which causes a bunch of smoke to fly out. After the smoke mostly clears, Kathy tries to figure out what went wrong this time. We stand in the dark for at least 45 minutes, maybe longer, before we realize she couldn't fix the car and needed a tow truck. These were the days of MapQuest, Pronounce, and brick phones, so we couldn't whip out our smartphone and look up the closest tow truck. I decided to call my boyfriend Caleb to come pick us up, and suggest we come with a tow to pick up the Geo when it was daylight. May and Kathy agree. So I take out my cruddy Nokia and called my boyfriend. It's then I realize, no service. I ask May and Kathy if either of them have service. They both check and shake their heads. May gets a bit panicky and we all hold our phones up trying to get a signal to no avail. It's hot as fuck, and after failing to get any kind of service, we are feeling a bit spooked and uncomfortable. May begs us to do something, because she is more afraid than Kathy and I. Kathy attempts to calm May down, and I wonder if the thick woods and hills are blocking out our reception. I tell May and Kathy to wait by the car, and walk away from them up the hill we had just come down, holding my phone out. Still no signal. I walk further and further away until I reach the top of the hill. I can't see the outline of the Geo anymore, but I can still hear May at a distance. Even at the top of the hill, I don't get a signal. I know it's gotta be the trees in the way, so I get the idea of climbing up a tree and calling from there, just to see if it works. In hindsight, this was not my brightest idea, but me being an idiot, I saunter off into the woods in search of a climbable tree. At this point, I just want to go home, and this is the only thing on my mind. I find a nice one with low branches and lift my body upwards towards the trunk. I climb the branches higher and higher, and about midway up the tree, I feel my pack of cigarettes fall out of my shorts pocket. I'm kind of annoyed, but figure I can just look for them when I climb back down. I take my phone out and hold it up once I get near the top. I have service. Relieved, I call Caleb, but he doesn't pick up. So I call again until he does. He answers in a sleepy but pissed voice, but I'm having none of that and simply explain our situation. He asks where we are and I give him the name of the road and my best guess as to how far along we are on it. He says he will be on his way and tells me to go back and wait with May and Kathy. Then yells at me for being stupid and climbing a tree in the dark, with my bad depth perception. I assure him that I'm fine. He's skeptical but says okay, and we hang up. I start climbing down the tree, but my hand touches a big glob of sap. So I stop and try to wipe the sticky goop off on my shirt. I'm already sweaty and gross, so I'm not too happy about the sap. While I'm failing at getting this crud off my hands, I hear the strangest sound from somewhere below me. Zwish, zwish, zwish. I completely freeze, not being able to place what the hell that sound is, but it's moving pretty fast. I stare down in the darkness below me but can't see shit. Just hear this noise continuing. It comes closer and closer, and then I hear it right below my tree. Zwish. And then it stops, right under my tree. I hold onto the branches as tight as I can and wait. I hear leaves shuffling and twigs snapping. And after a while that stops, and the weird noise starts again. But it's heading away from me deeper into the woods. I wait until I can no longer hear the sound, then finish climbing down and jump out of the tree. It's completely silent now, besides the sounds of the woods. So I grope around on the ground for my cigarettes. I don't find them. So I make my way out of the woods and back towards the road. I jog down the hill, and when I reach the bottom, I notice May and Kathy are not standing outside the car anymore, and the hazard lights are off. I walk over to the car and May rolls down the window a little bit and whispers in a panicked voice, "Elizabeth, where the hell were you?" I point back over my shoulder towards the hill and started to explain that I called her brother, but Kathy yelled, "What are you doing? Get the fuck back in the car." I give them a weird look, but May unlocks and opens the door, and I crawl into the back seat with her, slamming it behind me. Kathy slams the locks and double checks them while May rolls up the window and makes sure the rest are all rolled up. One of the windows is never closed all the way, but there's less than a finger space, so it's not too big of a deal. But May is freaking out about it, and Kathy has lost her cool as well. I am so confused and ask what the heck is going on. May tells me that a bit after I went up the hill, some weird person came out of the woods and ran really funny up the hill in the direction I went. They got freaked out and turned the lights off and got in the car. They thought he had got me. I am honestly scared at this point, because if I hadn't stopped to wipe sap off my hands, I most likely would have got out of the tree at the time I heard the weird noise. I just knew it was that person. I tell them my story and everybody in the car is scared shitless, but are relieved that Caleb is on his way. We only have to play the waiting game now. We sit on the road for what seems like forever. The dread we were feeling made time seem like it was going slower than normal. Kathy and May are looking out the windows, surveying the area, and I'm just sitting there hoping Caleb will hurry the fuck up and come rescue us. Suddenly, I hear May whine, "Oh my God," and she starts crying. Kathy snaps her head to where May is looking and stifles a gasp. I look where they are facing. I see nothing but the dark. But then I hear it through the small opening in the window. Swish, swish, swish. May ducks down, as though doing that will make her invisible, and Kathy hides her head behind the steering wheel. I follow their lead and sort of hunch down in my seat, but the noise comes straight up to the window. I can almost make out the silhouette of a tall, skinny man, and then he presses his face against May's window, and I finally see him. Nobody screams. You'd think we would, but it didn't happen. We all just stared at each other. He looks in at us for a while until Kathy switches her brights on, hoping it would scare him off. But it did nothing, The dude just walked to the front of the car and stood in front of the headlights. Maybe he thought he could block us from leaving? I don't know. I couldn't make out his features very well, but the guy had to have been somewhere a bit over 6 feet, and no older than 30. He had the face of your average Joe. Nothing special. Nothing really sinister or particularly creepy that you'd notice about him if you ran into this dude in broad daylight. Dark, shaved hair, pale skin, long face. May said he had light-colored eyes and stubble with eyebrows that made him look like he was always concerned. But there was no way I could make that out, so I had to take her word for it. What was really weird was it was like 80 degrees, and this dude was wearing corduroys, which is what the sound was. Corduroys make that swishy noise when you walk. And an oversized sweater with abnormally long sleeves. The sleeves went over his hands and flopped back and forth as he paced around in front of the Geo. I'm not sure how long he was in front of the car, but it was a while. Then good old Corduroy starts doing something really bizarre. He bends his arms up towards his face, which I can only describe as looking like a praying mantis, because of the way his sleeves are hanging. And then he begins walking circles around the car, rhythmically taking 2 steps forward, 1 step back, like goddamn Willy Wonka, but on speed or something. This is where I noticed the swish sound matched up exactly to the same sound I heard when I was back in the tree. He was doing the 2 steps forward, 1 step back, in the fucking woods, when he was going after me, as though this wasn't weird enough. By now, May was sobbing, and Kathy seemed like she had to vomit, so I felt like I had to be the brave one. I looked at the slight space in the open window, and when he orbited his way over there, I said, "Hey man, can you just stop? You're really freaking us out." Corduroy definitely heard me. So he swished to a halt and looked back into the car through the windshield, straight at me. I asked him very firmly to leave, and he took an extended pause, smiled, then Willy Wonka'd his way out of my line of vision into the darkness. After a while, Kathy said he disappeared into the woods, and May was like, "I can't believe that worked." We awkwardly laughed about what a weirdo he was and glad he left and whatever. And we went back to waiting for Caleb, somewhat reassured but still paranoid. But after some time, Kathy said, "Oh no, he's back." I couldn't see, but apparently he was doing the 2 steps forward, 1 step back parallel to us on the side of the road. And this time he had a big tree branch he was holding with his sweater-covered hands. May got scared again, and I held her hand so she'd feel better about it, even though I was ready to shit myself. It was awful, because I didn't know if he was coming towards us, or if he was moving away, or what the hell he was up to. It was kinda like when you knew there was gonna be a jump scare in a horror movie. Then I hear Corduroy swish back towards the Geo and on my window. He smacks it with the tree branch. May and I panic, and I scoot as close to her as possible. They see the dude back up into the woods, then come running back and slamming the branch back into my window, like he's jousting with no horse. Thankfully, the window didn't break. But it got terrifying hearing swish, 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 clonk, after a while. And he did this repetitively. Kathy perks up in her seat and starts pointing at the road ahead. I see headlights. She blares the horn and flashes the lights. Lo and behold, it's our savior, Caleb. He brought his older brother Alex, and they both get out of his car and head over to us. May's sobs turn into joyous laughter as her brothers approach. Now, Caleb and Alex have always been tall guys. Walking around with them was like walking around with high elves. It felt very safe. Caleb was 6'8" and Alex is around 6'5". So I thought 2 dudes taller than the Corduroy Jouster would make him leave. But nope. Caleb walks towards Corduroy, trying to assess the situation, and Alex comes over to the car and taps on the window, tells Kathy to get out. She does, and he walks her over to his car. Then he comes back and puts the car in neutral so he can push it off to the side of the road. May and I slowly get out, and May makes a bolt for her brother's car, I help Alex push the car to the side while Caleb distracts the Corduroy Jouster by holding the end of his stick and telling him to fuck the fuck off. Corduroy yanks the branch away from Caleb and starts backing up by going 2 steps backward, 1 step forward, and disappears into the darkness down the street. I can't see him, but Caleb can. The dude backs up pretty far and then comes launching at Caleb, who sprints the other way down the road, cause that stick could have really hurt him. He bumps past Alex, who had already got out of the Geo and was opening his car door, leaving me behind the Geo alone. Corduroy apparently changed directions and aimed the stick at me, but I really couldn't tell. I just heard everybody shout, "Elizabeth." This startles me, and I jump to the side of the Geo, hearing Corduroy smash his stick into the back window with a loud thud and a swish. I take the long way around the car and sprint off into the road, and feel Caleb grab my arm and tug me over Alex's car. I feel like the wind has been knocked out of me, and my legs don't seem to work. But Caleb manages to shove me in the back seat and scrambles into the passenger side. By now we are all safely in the car, and Corduroy is standing like a mantis in front of the headlights again. He'd abandoned his stick and just stood there with no intention to move. Alex puts the car into reverse and slams on the gas, making me knock my head against the door, then makes the sloppiest U-turn ever and nearly drives us into the woods, but gets us back onto the road. Everybody was in 100% what the fuck mode as Alex tore away, far over whatever the speed limit was. May and Kathy swear they saw Corduroy chasing behind us after Alex made the U-turn, but there was no way he was catching up. The next day, I went back there with Caleb, Kathy, and the dude from the tow truck place. There was no sign of Corduroy anymore, but when we approached the Geo, we saw that in the space where the window didn't close all the way were my cigarettes. The box was missing, but they were all neatly jammed in a row along the window space. I have no doubt it was the work of the Corduroy Jouster. To this day, I wonder if he knew I was up the tree and took my cigarettes, or if he thought I dropped them and went further into the woods to look for me, or if he just found them later and decided to stick them through the window, because he was fucking weird. I also still wonder what the hell his intentions were. I still have so many unanswered questions. Notes. Kathy got a new car that summer after she told her dad what happened. May wanted to go to the police, but we didn't know what the fuck we'd even tell them. Some weirdo was smacking a stick on our car at night and put cigarettes in the window. The cops probably wouldn't believe a bunch of young people. They'd most likely assume we were on drugs or something. I was recently talking to Alex and May about this incident, and Alex urged me to write this out. May told me to shut up because she hates talking about this. Hope none of you are from northern Michigan. Next story. The Uber driver who wanted me for himself. English is not my first language and I am writing on my phone, so I apologize in advance for any mistakes. This happened 7 years ago while my former relationship was ending. I was 27 years old at the time. Me and my ex-boyfriend weren't living together anymore. We were separated for a few months, but not quite broken up yet. I had just found out from his twin brother that he was keeping me as a backup while having fun with other girls. So I decided to end things. It was my birthday. I was a bit emotional about this whole situation. So I decided to go to his place and end it properly, face to face. I took an Uber and went to the other side of the city, very far away from where I live and in a not so friendly or safe for girls area. I got there, we talked, and ended things on good terms given the situation. Now it was time to call an Uber and go back home. This was happening in November on a rainy night, at about 2 a.m. My ride came, I got in, and I was just looking out the window and thinking. After 5 minutes or so, I noticed that my Uber driver was looking at me in the rearview mirror, in every second when he could take his eyes off the road. I brushed it off. This wasn't the first time when it happened, and I was honestly too sad to care. But then I noticed that he slowed down. A lot. This was when I started to pay attention to my surroundings, but without giving him the sensation that I was doing so. I noticed that he was a thin and tall guy, 25 to 30 years old. He looked like he wasn't taking very good care of himself, and his car was actually pretty dirty. I was just hoping to get home safe and fast at this point. Then, out of nowhere, he started talking. Driver. You are beautiful. Me. Long pause. Thanks. Driver. What's your name? Me. Long pause, and then I whisper my name. I realize that he could see it in the Uber app anyway. Driver. What a hot name. I've always wanted to have sex with a girl named insert my name. Me. Total terrified silence. Driver. Staring at me in the rearview mirror. He started talking and rambling without pause but expecting clear responses and reactions from me. Driver. Do you have a boyfriend? Me. Yes. Driver. What a shame. I wanted you for myself. Me. Silence. Driver. But I don't mind the boyfriend. Let's go somewhere else. Come on. Change the address in the app. 'Cause I can't, only you can. I know a place where we can go be alone and smoke some weed. Me. No, I can't. Take me to the address from the app. At this point, I started to pay close attention to the route he was taking. I was so ready to jump out of the car if the situation had gotten really dangerous. Then he puts on a local rap song which I never heard before. The lyrics were very explicit, describing what the singer does to a girl during sex. Extremely explicit lyrics. Driver. Hear that? That's how having sex with me would be like. Oh yes. I would totally lick you like that and pull your hair until you can't even scream anymore. You will love it and come back begging for more. Me. Total silence. At this point, I started messaging my ex and telling him what was happening. It was also a good excuse to not have to look at him or reply. Driver. What do you think about that? Me. Silence, texting my ex. Driver. Yelling. I asked, what do you think about that? My heart dropped. I froze. Me. Well, I haven't heard this song before. Driver. You smoke weed? Me. No. Driver. Smoke a joint with me. Me. No, thank you. Driver. Are you home alone? I could call it a night and go to your place and show you what I'm talking about. My heart was racing so bad at this point, I was so scared and shaking so hard. I was home alone, actually living alone. I decided to start recording him from here on and sending the recording to my ex. Me. No, my parents are waiting for me. Driver. That sucks, man, but we can stay in the car. I'll join you on the back seat. We'll find a spot where it's dark. Me. No, I need to go home. I'm tired. Driver. Come on, I'll make you come 3 times in 10 minutes. Trust me. Where did I put that weed? And he started searching for it. My ex listened to this part and called me. I was so relieved when I saw my phone ringing. I answered and I made sure that the driver would hear that I'm on the phone with someone. He kept on talking, but I didn't hear much, because he seemed to be upset about my phone call, and he was mostly talking to himself. My ex was furious, but told me to say out loud things like where I am, when I get home, as if he was asking me and I was answering. And other stuff like my mom texted me and is waiting for me to say that I will call him when I get home, etc. I ended the phone call and the driver asked me if that was my boyfriend. I said that it was. He kept silent for about 5 minutes, and I was so anxious to get home. We had like 5 more minutes before getting to my address. When he saw on the map that we were getting close, he started asking me again to go somewhere or stay in the car with him, to smoke with him, to tell him everything about me and my life, that he thinks he fell in love, to break up with my boyfriend. His speech was getting scarier, and he was getting more and more anxious that he couldn't convince me. He was turning to look at me, stop at green stops so he could turn to me. After what seemed like forever and after shaking like a leaf, when we got in front of my building, I practically jumped out of the car while he was like, No, don't go, where is your apartment? Let me come with you. I ran and entered the building. I had previously taken my keys out of my bag to open the intercom. I didn't turn on the light on the staircase because I didn't want him to see where in the block I live. It's a small block with 4 floors only. I stood there in darkness and peeked out the window to see if he was gone. He wasn't. He was looking at the block, probably waiting to see exactly where lights would turn on, aka where I live. I couldn't even enter my apartment because I had left the lights on in my hallway, and he would have seen that. I waited like 5 minutes and he slowly left. I quickly entered my apartment and locked everything, but I did not turn on or off any lights, so it wouldn't seem like someone got home or something. I went to peek out the window to be sure that he indeed left, but surprise, he was back and parked this time. I was scared out of my mind. I know that many would say that I should have called the police, but in my country the police don't come for this stuff. OP said they lived in Romania. They barely show up in an hour if someone is being beaten or something. So he was there, just sitting there. Then I get a message from an unknown number telling me to come back down, because he is waiting for me. I froze and cried at this point. It was like my life could completely change because of a 30 to 40 minute ride with an unstable person. I didn't even know how he could take my number from the Uber app, or if he buzzed me when he arrived to pick me up. I couldn't even remember. I didn't reply. He sent a few more messages. I remember that one in particular really creeped me out. He was asking me to at least smoke a cigarette with him, on the phone, so he can hear me breathing and smoking. I texted back saying to leave me alone. He started calling and I blocked the number. I was afraid that he could get so angry and try to get into the building and find me. I was looking out the window from behind a curtain and I saw that after I blocked him, when he tried to call and couldn't, he started smashing his phone against the steering wheel. He finally left after 40 minutes or so of staying there. I remained keeping watch for another 2 hours or so. He didn't return. Thank God. The next day he messaged and called from another number, but I blocked that one as well. He tried once more 1 year later. I was so surprised, honestly. I blocked that number too and never heard from him again. I'm also glad that I never saw him or his car again either. Although right now I don't really remember how he looked like or what type of car he had. I reported everything to the Uber app and I hope that they took measures. Honestly, I don't understand why nobody before me reported him. It didn't feel like it was the first time when he did this. It was somehow so easy for him. One of the worst experiences ever. Thank you so much for reading. This turned out to be way longer than I expected. Next story. Speech therapist pretends to be my mother. This is a story I originally posted on a different subreddit, but figured you folks might like it over here. This is a situation I found out about around 8 months ago, but it has stayed in my mind ever since. For context, as a child I had severe speech delay. I was completely mute up until a few weeks before kindergarten. This caused me to have a speech impediment, which I technically still have to this day, but to a lesser extent. I'm lucky enough that the letters I have trouble with match up with the letters often dropped in certain accents. So, to the untrained ear, I sound British or Australian depending on who you ask. Because of this, I often just confirm their accent's assumption because it's easier to lie about being British than to explain the speech impediment thing and face any stigma that goes with it. The only people who know the truth are very close friends and family. On to the story. I, 18 female, was dating a girl, 18 female. We are no longer seeing each other, but for reasons unrelated to this story. We were at a social event when we met up with one of her friends, 19 female. I technically have known this girl since grade 9 as well, but not well. So we, as a group, get to talking. Randomly, completely unrelated to the current conversation, friends ask me how my mom is doing. I'm caught off guard because that's not usually something you throw into a conversation without knowing said mom. So I ask back, why, do you know her? Friend goes on to explain that, quote, my mom used to be her EA and had helped her work out her behavioral issues all throughout elementary and middle school. Now, this is weird, because although my mom did work in a school for a brief time, she was a lunchtime supervisor and only ever worked in one elementary. An elementary school I know the friend didn't go to. So I asked friend if she's sure it was my mom, because she wasn't an EA. Friend confirms because, quote-unquote, my mom used to talk about me all the time. And when my friend was deciding which high school to go to, quote-unquote, my mom recommended my high school, because that was the school, quote-unquote, her daughter went to. Now, within my high school, there were a few people with the same name as me. My name is about as basic white bitch as they come. So I asked friend, are you sure it's me who she was talking about, and not one of the other people with my name? She once again confirms it was definitely me because, quote-unquote, my mom would tell her details about my life and told her about my time going to speech therapy. Now, hold up. As I said earlier, I'm very secretive about the fact that I have a speech impediment. This friend is clearly someone I have never told, although I will admit it's not impossible to guess, and the girl I was dating at the time could have told her. But I have never, and I mean never ever ever, told anyone about going to speech therapy. That's just never a detail I share when telling my life story. It's clear that someone who knows me, like family, is telling her this stuff. There's no way a friend could have accurately guessed so many details about my life. So just to confirm that somehow my real mother doesn't have a double life, I asked the friend what my mother looks like. He responds that she's somewhat short with curly brown hair. This is not my mother. My mother is tall and blonde. This, though, is exactly what my first speech therapist looked like. She was hired through the school district, and I saw her for about 2 years, before she switched to another school. She also works with a variety of special needs, meaning it's very likely she went on to become Friends EA. But all this to say, somewhere out there this speech therapist is for some reason pretending to be my mother, and to some extent stalking me as she would have had to have done research to find out which high school I went to. Additional bonus story that I remembered while writing the post. When I was a child, but after I had switched speech therapists, I was in a store with my mother, where there was a shiny blue guitar. Me being a child and liking shiny blue things, I really wanted this guitar. My mom clearly said no as it was expensive, and I had shown little interest in playing the guitar, besides watching my dad play his bass. I was disappointed but understood. Out of the blue, my first speech therapist shows up and buys the guitar for me. My mom told her she didn't have to, but my speech therapist insisted. At the time, this just seemed like a nice thing she did, albeit overly generous. But now she's parading around pretending to be my real mom. It definitely paints the situation in a different light. I don't know how to feel about that gift now. There's not much I can do about the situation, as I don't even remember what the speech therapist's name was. So let's just hope we don't meet again. I tried to help a girl at 3 a.m. I was probably the one who needed help. This happened literally yesterday, and I honestly don't think I've fully processed it yet. Me, female 19, and my friend, female 19, were biking home at around 3 a.m. on a dimly lit street right next to our house. On one side was forest, pitch black beyond the tree line, and on the other side were a bunch of houses. From far away, we spotted a red car with one broken headlight, parked ahead. As soon as we got closer, the car started moving, passed us very slowly, then made a U-turn and drove past us again. Even in the dark, it was obvious we were two girls alone at night, so we put some space between us and them. As soon as we got to the sidewalk, we noticed a girl standing partially hidden behind a white truck, watching that same red car. The car was creeping towards her. Then she ran off, running up the sidewalk and turning into a bike path that cuts through the forest. Immediately, 2 men got out of the car and followed her in. So we decided to follow and try to help that girl. Survival instincts hadn't kicked in yet. I live next to that forest. I know how dark it gets. No one walks that path without a flashlight unless they had a reason. And even then, it was 3 in the morning. The slow footsteps, the bucket hat guy, the way the car disappeared, it all just felt wrong. We reached the path entrance and saw the red car just waiting there. The driver, a guy in a white bucket hat, looked straight at us, then sped away far into the street. The path was pitch black. We walked in, fence on one side, dense forest on the other. That's when I noticed it. Slow, deliberate footsteps. Keeping pace with us, definitely not an animal, and heavy enough to be a person. We kept walking on until my friend spotted the girl ahead of us. She shined her flash and called out, "Hey, are you okay?" The girl looked over her shoulder, stared for a moment, with this unreadable, creepy expression, and then took off running deeper into the darkness. At that point, our survival instincts finally kicked in. We turned and sprinted back the way we came, screaming as we ran. We called the police as soon as we got back to the street. Within minutes, 3 police cars arrived. They asked questions, and one ghost car drove down the forest path. About 5 minutes later, they returned and showed us a photo of the girl. The cops said they found her with one man, which made no sense, because less than 10 minutes earlier, we'd seen her completely alone and running away. They also said neither of them would identify themselves or explain why they were there. They brushed us off, saying we could go home now. As we walked away, we saw 3 people get into a police car, which made it even weirder, because earlier they said there was only one guy with her. So was there really someone following us in the woods? I keep thinking, what if this was trafficking bait? Maybe the only reason they didn't go after us was because we started screaming. Either way, I can't stop replaying it in my head. If I knew this story was going to mention sex trafficking in this context, I probably wouldn't have read it. This doesn't scream sex trafficking trick at all to me, and that's been a big misconception on the internet, and specifically on the Let's Not Meet subreddit. You are more likely to be sex trafficked by someone you know or a family member than a random stranger on the street. And most of those situations involve fraud, abuse, coercion, not just picking up a random girl in the suburbs. It's technically true that anyone can be trafficked, but some people are at a greater risk, like people that have recently migrated or relocated, those who use substances or have mental health concerns, those who have involvement in the child welfare system or are a runaway or homeless, because traffickers will identify and leverage their victims' vulnerabilities in order to create that dependency. There's this cool website called the polarisproject.org, and they talk a lot about the myths and realities of human trafficking. They state the most pervasive myth about human trafficking is that it often involves kidnapping or physically forcing someone into a situation. In reality, most traffickers use psychological means such as tricking, defrauding, manipulating, or threatening victims into providing commercial sex or exploitative labor. Also, sex trafficking isn't the only human trafficking. Worldwide, experts believe there are more situations of labor trafficking than of sex trafficking. However, there is much more awareness of sex trafficking in the US. Not everyone that is trafficked is held against their will. The reasons they stay are a lot more complicated. Some of them lack the basic necessities to physically get out, such as transportation or a safe place to live. Some are afraid for their safety. Some have been so effectively manipulated that they do not identify at that point as being under the control of another person. So with OP's story, I just highly doubt that this was a human trafficking trick. If anything, it could have been a domestic situation, or maybe that woman was using drugs and not having a great time, but a trafficking situation I highly doubt. I hope that woman's okay though, whatever was happening. Next story. Man asked to take before photos. This happened in August of 2013. I was visiting Montreal for their driver's site weekend, which was basically like Pride but took place the long weekend before the official Montreal Pride. My best friend at the time had met a guy at Toronto Pride a month earlier, and he invited both of us to come there so my friend wouldn't be uncomfortable going to spend the weekend with someone he didn't know well. We arrived on Thursday and the trip was going great. We went out the first night, walked the streets that were closed off to cars the next day, and our host made us a nice dinner. And then we went out again Friday night. Just a quick note before I get into what happened. I partied quite a bit with drugs at this time, and I also in the past had a tendency to lose my cell phone. So for about a year prior, I stopped taking my cell phone whenever I went out. So that Friday night, we went out to a club. Parking, which sadly has since closed, and it was another fun night. The music was great and the tequila shots were incredibly cheap. I was dancing and moving all around the club, but would circle back and check in with my friend and our host. And I would also run into people that I knew who were also visiting from Toronto, and ended up taking some MDMA from one of them. Danced some more until I was completely soaked in sweat, so I went to the bathroom to wipe myself down and pee. When I got into the bathroom, there was someone leaving, but it looked like I was the only one in there. I went and used the stall because I have a hard time using the urinal. And once I came out, I was quite surprised to see a man in the corner of the washroom smiling at me. He looked in his mid-30s on the shorter side and a bit chubby. He was wearing a polo t-shirt and jeans and had glasses, and I remember thinking when I saw him, he reminded me of an accountant, but not sure why that thought popped in my head. I was pretty sure I didn't hear the door, but I couldn't be so sure, so I just smiled back and said hello as I went to wash my hands. "Hello," he responded. "Are you having fun tonight?" I replied I was, and that the music was incredible, and was wiping myself down with paper towels and my shirt. "Do you want to do some coke with me?" he asked. Now, this was not the first time I had been offered coke in a bathroom at a nightclub, and had done this in the past, ended up having some good experiences, and met some interesting people. So I was already high and drunk and not thinking much of it. I said, "Sure, I would love to, thanks." "Quote, I just live right near here. It's at my place if you don't mind coming over. We can do some lines and have a drink, then walk back to the club," he replied. Now, obviously, looking back, I realize how very dumb my following actions were, and I can't imagine myself being so stupid and careless now. But without thinking about it, I agreed and I left with him. The club allowed you to re-enter if you had a wristband. We chatted on the walk over to his place. He asked me where I was from because I didn't seem like I was from Montreal, and what parties I had gone to, and how old I was, and my name. I asked his name, but he instead responded that we had arrived. The whole walk felt like 5 minutes, but I honestly hadn't been paying much attention to where we were walking. His apartment was in this building that had 3 floors, and his unit was on the 2nd floor, and you had to climb this long, narrow metal staircase, and his door seemed to be in the middle of 2 other apartments on either side. He unlocked the door and let me in first, flicked on the lights and told me to make myself comfortable. I was walking and noticed he had carpet, so I turned around to ask him if I should take my shoes off, when I noticed that he was locking the door from the inside with a key above the regular lock. And in that moment, I was overwhelmed with a feeling of dread, like I had never felt before. The danger I had possibly put myself in another city, no phone, nobody knows where I am. And now seeing this person locking their door from inside with a key. I just thought to myself, I'll pretend I didn't see that. I won't take off my shoes, and politely hang out for a few minutes, then ask to head back. I also thought I could be having an extreme overreaction to what I saw, because I was high. But as I looked around, everything inside of me was just screaming, "You need to get out of there." I went and sat on the arm of the couch. He said I should take off my shoes and relax. I was getting a better look at him now in the lights of his apartment. He still looked plain and unassuming, but his eyes looked shifty, and he pulled down both of the shades on the windows that were on each sides of the door. I told him that I was okay and I was eager to get back to dancing, so he said he would make us drinks, then we could go back. The apartment looked much bigger inside than it did from the street. It was an open layout with the living room beside the kitchen, and then a hallway in the middle with closed doors painted black, and I could hear music coming from one of the doors. I asked him if someone else was there, and he came from the kitchen with a glass, and he replied no. As he handed me my glass, he looked me up and down. I wasn't wearing a shirt. He said with this increasingly creepy smile spreading across his face, "You have a very beautiful body, especially your chest. Would you mind if I took some before photos of you before we went back?" Every alarm bell is going off in my head now, and all I could think about is Jeffrey Dahmer and all his Polaroids, and what I'm going to do, because that was such a creepy thing to say, and all I can manage is a polite laugh as I take the drink and say sure. "Excellent," he says. He then tells me to take off my shoes, and he's going to get the Coke and his camera and to finish my drink. He walked down the hall, takes out his keys, and unlocks the second door, and opens the door enough to slip in and closes it behind him. The second that door was closed, I jumped up, ran over to the sink and dumped my drink, put my shirt on, it had been tied around the belt loop of my shorts, and ran to the front door. I was able to turn and unlock the regular lock, but the door would not budge. I kept turning and pulling, but nothing. Then I heard from behind me, "What are you doing?" I turned around and he was standing at the base of the hallway, with one of those professional cameras slung around his neck, and holding a square mirror with a pile of white powder on it. I thanked him for the drink, gesturing to my empty glass, but that it was getting late and I wanted to get back, but we could exchange numbers and maybe meet up tomorrow. His demeanor slightly changed. He was still smiling, but his tone when he next spoke sounded irritated. He asked if I was nervous about taking the photos, and I should just wait for my drink to relax me, and I said no, that I wanted to go. This exchange of him telling me to stay and me saying no went back and forth for about a minute, when he suddenly glared at me, put down the mirror, pointed at the couch and said, "Sit down now." Not knowing what to do or how I was going to get out of this, I remembered that there were other units on each side of us, and it had to be around 2:30 in the morning at this point. So I just started screaming at the top of my lungs like a madman, banging on the door, the window, the wall. "Shut up, be quiet," he snapped at me as he ran to the door. He quickly unlocked and told me to get out and stepped aside. I bolted out that door and down the stairs, skipping the bottom steps, and hopped over the side of the railing. I looked up behind when I landed and he wasn't there, but I heard a door slam and took off running down the street. I hadn't paid attention on the walk there, so I didn't know which way to walk, but I knew it was close, and luckily I was able to wave down a passing taxi and take it back to the bar. When I got back to the bar, I found my friend in the same spot dancing. The whole incident must have been less than half an hour. I was too embarrassed about how stupid I had been, and being back in the club, I started to feel bad that I had just freaked out on this nice man, so I didn't say anything. But I stayed by his side until we left shortly after I got back. The entire thing felt quite surreal, and I remember the next day when I did tell my friend, kind of laughing it off and joking about getting murdered and trying to make light of it, because it was so scary, and it wasn't until years later after joining Reddit and this sub and reading other stories that I started to think about that night more and more, and realized how much potential danger I put myself in. So, strange man from the bathroom that lured me to his place and wanted to take before photos of me. Let's not meet ever again. Okay, that story was actually terrifying, because who invites a stranger into their apartment and then locks the door from the inside with a separate key? Honestly, that reminded me of the horror movie Heretic with Sophie Thatcher and Hugh Grant. That movie honestly terrified me. Next story. My work caused me to miss a deadly encounter. Love this subreddit. I have a story that I was only partially there for, but my ex-girlfriend was present for the latter half. So this was when I was much younger, in college. I'm sure you could find this as it was in the news, local Rhode Island news, if you tried hunting for it. I was dating a girl that went to school in Providence, Rhode Island. It was the summer and everyone was back home. My girlfriend's best friend had an internship back in Providence, and this girl had a 4-bedroom multifamily home to herself. The other 3 roommates were paying for their rooms but chose to stay home. I guess they could only get this place if they started paying rent 2 to 3 months prior to the school year starting, but whatever. One weekend, my girlfriend asked me to go to Prov with her to spend time with her friend. She is lonely and has nothing to do on the weekends. We're only like 1 hour from Providence, so it sounds like a plan. We head down and we just chill for the night, drink, and do some cocaine. It's about 2 a.m. and we decide to walk out and get some cigs, nothing special. We walk by a guy on our way home from the gas station, who was just staring at us. Kind of creepy, but no big deal, as it's 2 a.m. in Providence, and her house wasn't located in the best of areas, but certainly not the worst. We eventually all pass out, and me and my girlfriend head home the next day. The end of the week comes, and my girlfriend asks if I want to go to Providence again, but I can't, as I have to work all weekend, so I decline. She heads down there, and her friend's boyfriend is coming to stay over. Pretty much a repeat of the weekend before. They all drink, but end up going out and partying a little bit. They were walking back after a night of drinking, when they enter the mudroom, around 2 a.m. They close the mudroom door behind them, which was left unlocked. And there's a dude, really raggedy looking in there, waiting for them. He says out loud to them, "Get in the fucking house." They all turn around and he has a gun. My girlfriend's friend had already unlocked the door to the house and it's partially opened. Everyone is frozen in place. And the guy repeats himself, "Get in the fucking house." The boyfriend then steps forward with his hands up a little bit, as to not seem confrontational, and says, "Hey man, calm down, it's all good." I don't know how the fuck this dude was brave enough to do any of this. As he says that, the dude shoots him. My girlfriend and her friend run into the house and hide under a bed. They can't hear this, but the assailant took off and didn't follow them back in. They don't know this though and are terrified, hiding under a bed, while the boyfriend is screaming for help. They think the psycho has come into the house and is looking for them. My girlfriend told me they were both silently crying under the bed while the boyfriend screamed for help. And this is the worst part, yelling out, "Help me, I'm dying." The neighbors heard the gunshot and screaming and called the police. They ended up catching the dude. He had been watching the girls for weeks. It was the guy we had seen watching us the week prior. Worst part was, the girl's boyfriend ended up dying. A user messaged me with some info and added a comment with it, but I'm going to add it to this post. Again, this was 8 to 9 years ago and I can't find anything with a Google search. But with this info and the time frame, maybe some internet sleuths can dig something up. Yes, I remember when that happened. I believe it's right off Broadway on Cortlandt Street, right by the gas station. My friends had just moved into an apartment around the corner. If I'm not mistaken, my current coworker lives in this house with her boyfriend. They got a little bit of a deal, but didn't realize why until after they moved in. There's still bloodstains in the hallway. Next story. I just knew something was off. The police just left my home. A couple of months ago, while house sitting / dog sitting for my parents, I had an eerie feeling. As an obsessive ID channel watcher and younger female, I played it off as paranoia. During these few days, whenever I took the dog out, he suddenly began sniffing areas he never sniffed before, particularly under each of our windows. And thankfully, it's because of him that I discovered 2 larger footprints under a window that looks directly into our living / dining room. Around this same time, about 2 months ago, I noticed a man walking up and down our street that I'd never seen in the entirety of my life. Small Midwestern town. He also had, in my opinion, odd mannerisms. Prolonged eye contact, continued staring and craning his neck as he walked by, and never returned to my smiles, hellos, or waves. Eventually, I became irritated due to how creeped out I was with both him and the eerie feeling in general, and decided to wave upon no acknowledgement in return, other than a cold stare. I got up and acted like I was going to follow him down the street, to which made him walk faster and turn a sudden corner. Never saw him again. Now, today, I helped my parents out by picking up their dog from the groomers, as it's right up the street and a safe suburban area. Oftentimes, I don't walk while running errands in town. When I returned home with the dog, I had an unexplained, horrible feeling the minute I walked in the door. Something, maybe a blanket, seemed misplaced. Something was off. I threw a load of laundry on in the basement and quickly stood up and looked around. No one there. Then I proceeded to the bathroom to check my makeup. And right then, I looked down to my left, and there's feces in the toilet, with no toilet paper and not flushed. I've been the only one home all morning. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm about to start dying of laughter at the poop in the toilet with no toilet paper. That's diabolical. I immediately throw back the shower curtain and start shaking. Adrenaline. And when nothing is there, I close the bathroom door and lock myself inside. I called dispatch. They arrived in less than 2 minutes. Searched the entire property. Make me check my laptop to see if any recent search history isn't my own. Interesting. And check the fridge to see if food is missing. All valuables are accounted for. I know this isn't my feces. No one in my family would have a bowel movement and not use toilet paper or flush. I know someone has been here, yet because I love horror movies and the ID channel, they think I'm crazy. Hey dude, I now have my dad's hunting / fillet knife on me. So, let's not meet. Breaking into someone's house to just take a poop and not flush is actually insane. But hey, at least nothing was stolen, no one was hurt, just an unwanted turd in your toilet that you had to flush. Next story. Tape recorder. My friend suggested I share my story here and I finally have the time to type it out. I don't know if this exactly meets the standards of this outlet, but it definitely is the scariest experience I've ever had. Here goes. At the time, I was 10 years old and lived in a small coastal town in Newfoundland that was littered with large forests. Almost every house had acres and acres of forestry behind it, which in itself was very beautiful. As I now am 21 and live in a bustling city in Alberta, I do find myself missing this setting in my old backyard every once in a while, but it's usually accompanied by the unsettling memory of what I'm about to recount. By the time I was in grade 4, I was already trusted to be home by myself as my mother went out to visit my grandmother and aunt, who literally lived a few minutes down the road from us. I was happy to have such a privilege. I was an only child and my father worked in another province, months at a time, so I was very lucky to have this opportunity. It usually meant late-night movies and video gaming, and on the odd night, exploring the forests. This night, I was exploring said woods. I usually never went too far in, usually up to a large rock formation I like to climb, and look out through the trees in all directions. The house was always in sight, so I never felt scared or frightened by being there. It felt like my own private place that I could enjoy. So, as I was scaling the rocks to sit in my usual spot, I suddenly started hearing a sound from further in. A sound that wasn't natural at all. Crying. Faint crying. It sounded like a child, maybe even an infant, crying relentlessly. I was more puzzled than scared, since crying was the last thing I would expect to hear in the forest. I must have listened for a good few minutes, convinced my ears were playing tricks on me, but it was in fact crying. In my mind, I imagined it was a young girl that somehow wandered too far into the forest and needed help. I considered going back to the house and calling my mother to help, but then I worried that the girl would wander further and beyond earshot. I decided to try to locate the sound myself. I made my way hastily through the trees and branches, trying to figure out the exact direction the crying was in. It definitely wasn't easy as I thought, and it was a matter of trial and error to even make sure I was going in the right direction. One thing I never realized as I was doing all of this was how consistent this crying was. No pauses, no words of any kind, just nonstop sobbing and wailing that had no end. What I did notice was the closer I got to the sound, the more metallic it sounded to me. I eventually reached a small clearing that had only a few small trees and bushes and nothing else. I had never gone this far in before, so this was the first time I had ever seen it. When I made my way in, it didn't take long for me to find the source of the sound. A gray tape recorder, one of the biggest I had ever seen, was peeking out of one of the bushes, and the crying was coming out of the speakers. This really disturbed me, as I had went all this way expecting to find a real person, but it was only a tape recorder. As I was about to shut it off, I heard another sound coming from just outside the clearing on the opposite side. It sounded like steady steps, advancing in my direction. It only took seeing a tall, shadowy figure coming my way to send me running. Fortunately, by some miracle, I recognized my way back by identifying rocks and trees I identified as landmarks. Looking back, this probably saved my life. I never looked back, and I didn't try listening to see if that person was following me. I just kept telling myself to make it home and nothing else. I had to get home. Once I saw the large rock formation, it didn't take me long to know the rest of the way, without needing to survey my surroundings. I was out of the forest in record time, and immediately ran into my house, locking the door and shutting all the lights off as I went into my bedroom. I didn't want this person to know where I lived, or I would really be done for. After shutting the curtains of my window, I peeked out through them as discreetly as I could, to see if whoever had been out there had actually managed to keep up with me. I didn't see anyone, but I stayed by that window for a good hour, waiting for something to emerge out of the forest shadows. But nothing ever did. After that, I went straight to bed. I never did tell my mother about what happened that night, and I also never was able to go back into that forest again. The remainder of these stories I'm going to read are actually from r/creepy encounters. I, 21 male, am convinced I am being stalked by my 20 female coworker at McDonald's. Around a year ago, this girl at my work expressed she had feelings for me. I was planning on moving away for the school term, and I said, Although I thought she was cute, now wasn't just the best time for me, as I was moving soon. She understood, took it well, and honestly, things weren't really that awkward at work. Fast forward a little bit now. I started noticing that she would always be at work when I was, and later heard from 2 coworkers that she was purposely picking up shifts, coming into work early, or even coming by to buy something specifically to see me. I didn't think much of it, as that's not a solid enough reason to report someone, and also, I didn't think it was weird yet. However, the time I started getting weirded out by her was when she would finish her shift and sit in the parking lot for an hour, but would leave when I did. Or she would move her car next to mine while on break, or get an iced coffee when I was working, and would then sit in the parking lot drinking it for around 30 minutes to an hour. I also started to notice a serious repeat of when I was working. She would either pick up a shift while I was there or come by. Regardless, I was starting to get the suspicion that she knew my schedule, because sometimes I'd work at a different McDonald's in town, and she would coincidentally come by during my shift. When I started putting things together, I started keeping my distance from her at work, which resulted in her texting me, asking if she had done something wrong. Because I didn't respond within 2 hours of her text, she started sending me more messages saying that she was going to block me because I hadn't responded yet. I told her that I had a suspicion that all of these coincidences from earlier at work were her plan to see me. She denied it, of course, but I had no reason not to believe her. I told her that as long as we were just friends, I'm fine with that, but I made it clear I don't want anything more ever. More time has passed by. I have now gone to school for the year, and I was back at McDonald's for the summer, but this time only on weekends and Fridays. But even on my first day back, she started doing the same stuff as before. I tried being cold to her at work, hoping she'd lose interest, but she kept doing everything she did. All of this has been going on for a year, and I never thought to report it to management because she hasn't done anything too extreme, until recently. I had a coworker tell me that she asked a manager for my address, and they gave it to her. Why that would happen, I don't know. Although the address I have on file is outdated, we only moved around 200 meters away from it, and she knows which car is mine, so she would be able to find it still. I didn't know how to feel about that when I heard it. While I was on a walk, I noticed her car coming off my street. Then a week later, after I was leaving my shift, I want to say she got done a bit before me, or around the same time. As I was driving home from work, about to turn on my street, I noticed her car was behind me. I confronted her about it one day after work, not before telling a manager about her driving by my house and everything else that happened. She denied it again, obviously, and even said that she was trying to find a different job because of my attitude towards her. I made 2 jokes at her expense, hoping she'd lose interest and avoid talking to her. But if that's what she's referring to, I think she's trying to find a way to turn this around on me. I'm looking for advice, opinions, suggestions, anything involving my situation. Any perspectives are appreciated. I need advice. An older man keeps approaching me, 22 female, in public. I, 22 female, live in a small city, and for the past month or so, I have been repeatedly approached by a man who looks to be at least in his 50s. It started at a bus stop at night. He said he has seen me around for a while now, and he and a bus driver have placed a bet and have been curious for a long time where I am originally from. I kept the conversation minimal, but he did not take the hint. He sat next to me on the bus and asked endless personal questions. Name, age, where I live, work, etc. I lied about my name and job. He mentioned he is local and seemed to know the area I live in. We take the same bus route. What creeped me out most was when he said he noticed how I always keep to myself on the bus, always looking down or straight, and even mentioned how I sometimes get off at earlier stops and walk home, asking why I do that. Something I have only done a couple of times at night to get something from the shop. I have no clue how he noticed that. Since then, I have seen him several times despite changing my routine. He asked me a few times to come to his usual pub and for my Facebook. I said I don't have any. When he calls out the fake name I gave him, I ignore him and wear AirPods to avoid interaction, but he does not stop. Today, he asked for my number. I gave it out of fear, as it was quite late, dimly lit, and not many people were around. I am planning to change my phone number. He kissed my hand goodbye, which I feel sick even remembering. About an hour ago, he texted me, "Hey beautiful, it is," his name. I don't plan on replying, but I'm bound to keep running into him. A couple nearby who overheard our conversation even checked on me afterward, which I thanked them for, and I am so grateful. I have only told my younger sister, but not my parents, as they are already paranoid and controlling. I do not wish to make them more frightened. I am saving up to move cities and live alone soon, hopefully, but for now, I live with my parents. I have tried altering my schedule, taking earlier buses, even considering wearing an engagement ring again, which did not help much with other past experiences. This is starting to feel unbearable. I do not know what else to do. I feel like I'm always being watched. Any advice would truly help. Update July 20th, 2025. I did not respond to his text message last night. Now he has messaged me again saying hello. I have a gut feeling he is going to continue messaging or possibly calling in the near future. I'm so paranoid at the thought of stepping outside the house. Knowing he lives so nearby, I am bound to cross paths with him often, which I am dreading. I know this may be repetitive, but this city is quite small, so there are not many places I can go to avoid him. He is everywhere. Second update, July 21st. I just finished having dinner and checked my phone just to see a missed call from him, as well as a ton of voicemails I am not even going to listen to. Third update, July 22nd. He rang me earlier today too. I did not think that I would be updating this post so much. His attempt to contact me after I have ignored him each time is really quite something. And that is the last update from OP. Hopefully that guy caught the hint or got hit by a bus. Next story. The delivery that made us quit door dashing. So at the start of the year, my partner, 23 male, and I, 23 female, were door dashing on the weekends and some weekdays from 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. We were at it for a few months and never had any issues with weirdos or bad situations. But when this happened, it scared us so bad we never went back out to dash. One night we had a delivery to one of those apartment complexes that sucks to navigate. The apartments were inside buildings that you could only access through a locked door. And either the buildings had no labels or they were extremely hard to find, because we were looking for this guy's section for over 5 minutes. It was 1 a.m., dark as hell, and a weekday, so nobody was around. The complex didn't necessarily look sketchy like others we'd been to, so I figured it was okay. When we finally thought we found the building, I got out of the car and walked up to the locked door, followed the instructions to get in, and the door doesn't unlock. So I'm trying to get in touch with the customer, letting them know the door isn't unlocking, reiterated the instructions, all that jazz. Dude doesn't answer for over 15 minutes. At some point, my partner was standing outside the door waiting with me, and there we were, looking dumb as hell, standing outside a locked door with a DoorDash bag for what felt like forever. When he finally answered, he told me I was at the wrong section. He was at the door and didn't see me. At this point, we've wasted so much time waiting that I just took off running towards what I thought was the correct section. I don't know why. I think I was frustrated and extremely stressed out by the whole thing. Told my partner to get back in the car and follow me. Well, while I was running, I came across this man, who couldn't have been much older than me, standing at the back door outside of one of the buildings, leaning on the rail smoking a cigarette. I briskly walked up, smiling, holding the bag on display so he doesn't think I'm running up on him for no reason. I asked if he had a DoorDash order. You're not supposed to do this, I was just so sure it was the guy. The only person standing right outside a building. He looked at me for a second, not meeting my eyes, and I could tell this guy was high as shit. This didn't really bother me though, because everyone smoked in that city, including me. He answered, yeah, nah, I didn't get anything. His demeanor was a bit off, and it took him way too long to think about whether he ordered a DoorDash or not, but I shrugged it off as him being high. I thanked him, apologized, and kept running down the sidewalk to try to find this dang section. I got to the end of the street and looked around. Still not a single sign or symbol indicating what the buildings were. I got my phone back out and was hard staring at the map, thinking maybe I could just run to where the customer GPS point is, which wasn't actually too far from me. I turned around and saw my partner had finally come around the bend, but he too stopped at that guy standing outside to ask if he had a DoorDash order. His passenger side was facing towards the guy. My partner had the window rolled down, I guess asking him or talking to him. I don't see this man actually say a single word to my partner, but I do see him get off the rail and start walking to the driver's side of my partner's car, one hand in his front sweatshirt pocket. A sickening feeling instantly rose in my gut. It's so hard to describe because I had never felt anything like that before. My heart was beating so fast I couldn't feel it. My throat was tight. I felt such an immense sense of dread. Every part of me screamed danger. I was sprinting at the car before I even realized what I was doing. And I still clearly remember thinking to myself, no, no, please don't hurt my baby. I managed to reach the car right as the guy was rounding the front bumper, and with adrenaline flooding my system, I got between him and the driver's side door he was approaching. I all but thrust the DoorDash bag in front of him with a big fat fucking fake smile on my face. I can't remember the tone I used, but I know I was insistent and said, "This is your order, right? I'm so sorry." I was really confused by the complex. He pauses for a moment before taking the bag and going, Yeah, this is mine, my bad, I'm high as fuck. I went back inside the building he was standing outside of. I immediately got my ass back in the car, locked the doors, told my partner to take us home now, and we were done for the night. I couldn't stop shaking. After about 10 minutes of a very quiet drive, the actual customer from the dash we just did texts me, "Hey, it says delivered, but I didn't get it." Just let him know I was sorry, something went wrong, and I was working with DoorDash to get him a refund or a new order. Once we got home, we did get it all sorted out, but it didn't matter. We ended up deleting the apps and never doing another delivery again. At the time, my partner said he didn't feel threatened. But when we talked about it recently, he admitted that night was why he never wanted to dash again. Honestly, I don't know if that guy had malicious intentions. The whole thing was really unsettling. And I will never forget how he approached the car with his hand in his pocket like that. Next story. I think I could have been killed. No one takes me seriously when I tell this story, so I finally decided to post it. I wasn't sure if it belonged here or r/LetsNotMeet, and since this is the lesser of the two, in terms of creep, not quality, I decided to post here. The backstory is long, but I swear it's important. A few years ago, I was 17, just graduated from high school and got my first job at a Christian camp near Yosemite in California over the summer. Mainly the people I worked with were great, really sweet Christian college kids. The good kinds. There was one guy, though. I'll call him Carl, who I frankly did not like. Carl was tall, handsome, and charming. He had curly golden brown hair and a smile that could stop your heart. His eyes, though, were dead. He never got those little crinkles in the corner of his eyes when he smiled. It was like the top half of his face was just dead. There were things I didn't like about Carl right off the bat. His eyes, for one, that dead smile of his. He also never asked for anything. He tried to twist your arm. He just very softly, very slowly, tried to manipulate the situation, until you almost felt like you owed him. Each time it felt like a part of my brain shut down, like it slammed a door shut and there was a very clear feeling of, no, this is not right. Save him some food, but do not walk out into the woods to give it to him. Something is wrong. I got along with most of the little cliques at camp. No one really disliked each other as far as I knew. We just kind of broke off into groups based off of what we liked to do in our free time, or who we worked with the most. Carl, though, seemed to make friends one-on-one within a clique. By the time he left the group, it was decimated. They were fighting, not speaking, didn't trust each other. I know this isn't a lot of evidence, but I'm trying to paint a picture of a man who just seemed wrong. One day, everyone in camp decided to go to Fresno. We were tired of camp food and wanted real dinner. Maybe see a movie or go bowling. I was off work last. Now, at camp, we had a sign-out sheet. Being so close to Yosemite, we often went hiking, so if we left, we had to put our name down, along with where we were going, when we left, and when we should be expected back. This way, if something happened, they would know when to start looking for us. So I put all my info on the sheet and headed down to the parking lot. My friends had all divided up into their cars. I didn't drive. And I jokingly asked if they forgot about me. They said Carl had said I could ride with him. I looked around but didn't see Carl, although I had seen his name on the sign-in sheet. All the hair on my body stood on end. I was terrified to get in the car with this guy alone. He felt so wrong, so off. Just not right. I don't know how else to say it. My friends were telling me I had nothing to be worried about, it would be fine. I saw Carl walking toward the parking lot, that dead smile on his face, and everything in me was screaming not to get in the car. I said that I was tired and wanted to stay in tonight, and Carl laid the charm on thick, telling me what a good night it would be. I owed him because of God knows what, flashing that dead smirk. I refused. He got angry, told me I didn't need to be such a bitch about it. I thought we were friends. A lot. I refused. Finally, everyone figured out that I wouldn't be persuaded. I hugged one of my girlfriends goodbye, whispering in her ear not to ride back with Carl under any circumstances. When they all left, I walked back to the area with the sign-out sheet to cross my name off, since obviously I wasn't going anywhere. I saw the sheet, saw where my name was, and my heart dropped. My name had already fucking been erased. Next story. I lived with a serial killer. When I was a teenager, I dated a guy a couple years older than me. We'll call him N. He was always exceptionally sweet and would tell me how I deserved the world. We never really broke up. He just moved away, and it would be agreed that we wouldn't date anymore. We would always end up connecting back with each other no matter what. Then, when I was 17, he went to jail for stabbing his stepdad. We hadn't seen each other in almost a year at that point. Afterwards, he would never talk about it in detail, but he would explain that he saw no choice at the time. His stepdad even went to his court hearings and stated that he wasn't to blame, and that he made the mistake of cornering him in a violent rage. When he got out of jail, he seemed to be a different person. He was much more mature. He got a well-paying job right away. He discovered the love of cooking. He was clean and organized and well-read. He looked me up the first day he got back to town, and we slowly started developing a friendship, and eventually started casually dating. He began staying at my place on weekends, and then after a few months, he needed a place to stay for a month and a half, between selling his trailer and moving into a nicer rental. And things honestly seemed to be really good. We were talking about maybe moving in together, and he would hint at the idea of proposing. Then one day he started drinking again, and became unsettling and weird. Almost immediately after he started drinking, he began lying, and I started to get the big heebie-jeebies. He would say he was leaving for work, but then an hour later his coworker would come to the door and ask where he was. When I would ask him about it, instead of calmly explaining that he was at his mom's on the way to work or something, he would storm off and ignore my calls for days. I immediately ended the relationship, telling him he could stay at his mom's until his place was move-in ready. A friend of mine came over to my house and helped me neatly pack up all his stuff, and we dropped it off at his mom's for him. I can't tell you exactly why, but we also decided to put chain locks on the doors that N had a key to, because even though he had given my key back, I had a completely unfounded suspicion that he had made a copy without telling me. Sure enough, that night, N came to my door without calling, and without knocking, and tried to let himself in. I had rested my skateboard against the door, so when it opened, I heard the crash. I heard him cuss under his breath and leave. The next day, I came home from walking my dog with a male friend, who I had been friends with my entire life and would hang out with the both of us. And there was a picture I had painted for N on the front porch of my house. It had blood splattered all over it. I asked my friend what I should do, and he was honestly kind of horrified. It was too big to fit in the garage can, and I didn't want this blood-covered painting just sitting around my house. So later that night, we ended up burning it in the outdoor fireplace. A few days later, N called me and asked if he could come over later and talk. I said that was fine, and he told me he would be over about 7 p.m. At 8:30, he hadn't called or shown up, so I was sitting on my computer when I got a call from my aunt, who had a police scanner. N had apparently broken into a woman's home with a gun, and she had shot her own shotgun at him. The police eventually caught him running in the direction of my house. He went back to jail, but only for about 6 months, since they couldn't find the gun he had. And because the woman whose house he broke into didn't want to cooperate with police, he ended up getting a very light charge. Around this time, I had started dating someone else. We'll call him S. And the very first time we were out around town together, N saw us, and came over and ripped his shirt off, challenging S to a fight. S responded just by kind of chuckling in discomfort, and we got back into the car and left. This became a semi-regular occurrence. And then one night we were cuddled up in my living room watching TV, and we heard something hit the patio window really loudly. We went and looked around expecting there to be a bird or something, but we couldn't find anything. The next day, after S had left, I had gone outside into the small patio, and in the light of day, I could see what we had missed the night before. It was a bullet for a hunting rifle. It looked like it had been thrown at the window from over the fence. I ended up moving away and marrying S. In actually randomly showed up once, when we were meeting up with an all-around mutual friend, and it was pretty weird, but it was pretty coincidental, so we shrugged it off. A little while later, In went back to jail for breaking into another woman's house. He was released after a certain amount of time after that as well. Then, almost immediately after his arrest, he was all over national news, because he had been caught trying to kidnap multiple children, going so far as to take one child and choke them, until the father by coincidence found them, and was able to pull him off of him. The boy survived, but he was unconscious for a while. He suffered no brain damage but was pretty shook and likely will be for life. After In was incarcerated for that, he was arrested right after his release for the murder of a woman in the town we had grown up in several years earlier, because they had only discovered her remains whilst he was in jail. Details were never publicly released, because the trial is still ongoing, but the rumor is that he broke into her house, having been casual acquaintances with her, and killed her, and then moved her body to a small forested area on the mutual friend's parents' house. He also allegedly killed his cellmate while he was in jail, but he was found not guilty because the jail mishandled a bunch of the evidence, and the prison guards mixed up their stories a bit, so the case couldn't prove he did it beyond a reasonable doubt. His cellmate was just a poor young kid, barely 19, in jail for theft. Of course, the kid should have gone to jail, but in no way should that have been a death sentence. While he's been in jail, he has apparently attacked multiple female prison guards by choking them. There are, of course, rumors around town that some other missing people were also his doing. And there's a bunch more true stories about women catching him trying to break into their house that never made it to a court, because they didn't know who it was at the time, so police had no one to look into. And they only realized it was In when his face became plastered all over the media. I often think of the fact that I intimately knew this person, and sometimes I feel guilty for not having seen the signs. Other times I feel creeped out that I could have been a victim of this. I feel like I somehow should have known that I was living with a potential serial killer, but until he started drinking, he truly seemed like a stand-up guy that had made bad decisions and was doing his best to make a decent life for himself. Up until very recently, I never spoke about him, or even acknowledged I knew him. Obviously my husband knows, but he knows it makes me uncomfortable, and we don't discuss it. I guess I just wanted to share this creepy encounter story here as a way to process it. This first story is just titled Zack. For context, I have severe bipolar 1 disorder, and was in psychosis for a good majority of this story. This is also fairly long, and I can provide evidence of his charges if needed. Zack says I met him at the psych ward last year, but I don't remember meeting him there. I was in the psych ward off and on last year, for around 6 months due to severe bipolar 1 disorder. My mom also said she doesn't remember him being in the hospital while I was there, but she never reliably visited me because she had a drinking problem. More on that later. See, I remember meeting Zack on the bus. I don't currently drive due to an accident I was in quite a while ago, so I ride the bus everywhere. In March of 2024, I was on my way to the dispensary. As I approached the door, I heard 3R, which is the name of the psych ward in the local hospital. I turned around and noticed a portly, this is important for context, short man. I am a woman. We got to talking, because I was still in psychosis and vulnerable. He was going to the dispensary too and told me he had been in the psych ward with me. We talked while waiting on the bus to get back and while on the bus. He told me he was a year older than I was, gay and collected disability while doing a fundraising job. At that time, I was living with my alcoholic mother, who kept fueling my repeated hospitalizations and was desperate for a friend. It turned out he lived across the street from me. At first, he seemed pretty normal, but then I ended up in the hospital again. He started incessantly calling the hospital, which scared me and made my psychosis worse. When I didn't return his calls, he showed up as a patient, which really scared me. It made me realize maybe he had actually met me in the hospital like he said. The hospital separated us for that stay, because I think they were also concerned about his behavior. After about a month of knowing him, he admitted to me that he had recently gotten out of prison for kidnapping and was on parole. He told me he had Asperger's and that the kidnapping was a misunderstanding. I have criminal charges too. Nothing like that. And in my altered mental state, I looked past it. My mental health team also told me it was possible that his Asperger's really did lead to a misunderstanding. I ended up moving in with him because things at my mom's got really bad. He started to get jealous of my old roommate because he was helping me out financially. Around then is when I started to come back to my senses and realize that this man was not normal and was potentially dangerous. He would try to get me to sleep in his room, and if I tried to sleep in my designated room, he would pace all night. He also got me a phone, and things came to a head when I told him I eventually wanted to get a phone in my own name. He flipped out, so I moved back in with my mom. When I moved, he accused me of stealing his medication. That should have been the end of it, but in December I felt lonely and wondered if maybe I were judging him too harshly because of his disability. I am not from the city I live in. I don't have many friends here. I reached back out to Zack, and he was homeless. I had already moved into my own place by then and stupidly invited him over. No one in my personal life wanted me to be friends with Zack. Not my mom, even though she would get drunk and talk to him when I decided to stop talking to him because she knew it upset me, my ex, or my old roommate. I was on the fence because my mental health team met him. He ended up with the same team, an ACT team, and said his autism was pretty severe and what accounted for most of his odd behavior. Zack eventually got a car and started giving me rides to work. He started living in his car because he was having trouble finding housing due to his charges. At one point, Zack, quote-unquote, fell on me while he was over and mumbled something like he wasn't going to rape me. He was very heavy, but I was able to get him off of me. He was on substances, and it was winter, so I looked past it to continue to have a friend, / to not walk to the bus stops in the heavy snow. After that incident, I began to wonder if he were smart enough to somehow manipulate me into thinking he was an okay person, when he wasn't. He made a joke at one point, saying something like, "What if you got raped?" He would always get mad at me about having other friends. He stole $60 from my mom, began hanging out outside my old roommate's house / my mom's new house, and he stopped getting help from the ACT team, which is for people with severe mental illness. An old phone of mine also disappeared after he helped me clean. I decided to stop being friends with Zack once and for all in April, and he started driving by where I live and beeping his horn. He would repeatedly text me. My building is a locked building, has a security officer, and has security cameras. The workers let me know they had seen Zack parking around our building. I contacted his PO and my PO, and let Zack know he was being recorded every time he was around my building. The harassment has stopped for now, but he gets off parole in September. He is still living in his car and has a girlfriend now, and is still on drugs according to a mutual acquaintance. Sometimes I still wonder if I actually met Zack in the psych ward, or if he was following me somehow. I am relieved he isn't bothering me, and the ACT team told me they don't think he is an immediate threat, and that it isn't worth it to press harassment charges unless he does something again, especially since I spoke to both of our POs. I know a lot of the situation was my own fault, because I repeatedly made juvenile mistakes, and looked past this man's flaws because of his health conditions. As I said, I have conditions too, so please refrain from telling me to be more careful, or what I could have done differently. I was in a really vulnerable spot, and not in my right state of mind for a large portion of this. He also told me that when he was 13, he propositioned his younger cousin for sexual favors using video games, and that he got put in a juvenile detention facility over it, and had the record sealed. His mom's family won't talk to him because he tried to kiss his brother at a wedding. Zack, let's never meet again. This next story's title is pretty long. Please don't show me drugs on a weekday afternoon. Don't try to kidnap me. And for the record, I saw you get your jaw shot off. So this might be a bit of a long story, but it's a wild one that I don't tell many people. So strap in, and imagine being in my shoes as you read this. So this is 2 stories wrapped into one eye-opening experience. So I was born and raised in the suburbs of a metropolitan area of the US. When I was in my early 20s, my boyfriend at the time, 2 best friends, more like brothers, and one of their girlfriends decided to start a certain type of hipster store. I don't want to give too many details, y'all are too smart. In a high poverty/high violent crime area. Sounds stupid as I type it out, but this neighborhood was slowly turning into something beautiful. There were several independently owned restaurants, bars that were making such a positive impact in the area. Before jumping in 100%, me, 23 female, and my cousin, 23 female, had heard not great stories about this bar, directly across the street from where I was going to open this business and live above. So, on a random Tuesday morning around 11 a.m., we figured we would go and check it out for ourselves. We get there, and this place is like any dive bar in the Midwest, except the bartender immediately looked at us in a concerned way, saying, quote, "So I don't even work here, I just live in the apartment upstairs." And I saw that the regular bartender didn't show up. Still, we decided to stay and take in our surroundings. We get a couple beers and belly up to the bar, making sure to give this non-employee a decent tip, because what the fuck. Then these dudes came up behind us, kind of trapping us between them and the bar. They asked for a few dollars and gave me one of their weird-ass flip phones to hold onto as collateral. He came back like 20 minutes later and saunters over to us, held his hand out and showed us this white substance and said, "I can show you a new life." Me and my cousin were like, "Huh, that's interesting. We're going to pee now." So we go to the bathroom and form an escape plan. We decide that we were going to go out, low-key tell the bartender that we don't feel safe and try to dip it out to our car, which was parked behind the building. Mind you, it's 1 p.m. So these dudes follow us out and a car pulls up and opens its back door. No one got out, but they tried to grab my cousin, who's smaller than me. I took her hand and ran to her car and locked the door. We both started sobbing. And at this point, it was too late for me. We had already signed a building lease for this business/living space above it. Flash forward maybe a month. I see this transient dude. He's super tall and has these super thick bottle cap glasses, very recognizable, who constantly walks up and down the street all day. He was clearly a drug dealer and potentially a pimp of some sort. About a week after we all moved in, it was a beautiful Midwest evening. We had our dogs out to go potty, and we were all standing near our new building, feeling optimistic, inspired, and so excited for what's to come. And then we heard what we all thought was a car backfiring very close. And then we saw a bunch of people running and screaming, hiding around this building across the street. To me, it's like it happened in slow motion. And I saw this guy I recognized, with the Coke bottle glasses. He was holding what was left of his jaw, bleeding like crazy, but running to hide behind this building catty-corner from where we were at. The next day, I took a walk and saw the whole trail of blood and became super worried about what kind of stuff might happen to us with this new store and living above it. Flash forward about 3 years later, and I'm taking a homelessness and society course in college because I really wanted to get involved to help the community. Despite violence, there was such a sense of real community and caring for your neighbor. Anyway, it was a very small class, and I was one of the first students to arrive on day 1. I'm just minding my own business, glancing up at classmates filtering in. Then I see him. Bottle cap glasses, super tall, and now with this absolutely horrible scarring on his chin. This was the guy who was there in the car that pulled up next to my cousin and tried to grab her. This was also the guy who I had basically witnessed getting his jaw shot off. I was immediately frozen. I was so afraid that he was going to recognize me. Then we went around our little class to explain why we each decided to take this course. He went first and explained how he was involved in some really terrible things, and he had gotten shot in the face and sent to prison, where he discovered that he wanted to change and help this community instead of being a stain, as he said. We all clapped and said, "Welcome," kind of thing. I never told him that I was there. He was nice enough. I'm sure it would have been okay for me to bring it up, but I just didn't want to open any wounds for him. Very small world, even in big cities. I hope you are still doing well, but I'd rather not meet again. And to the other guys at the bar me and my cousin went to, let's absolutely never meet again, because that was terrifying. Next story. Man hides in gas station office. I haven't shared this story with many people. I, 23 female, worked at a gas station for just over 3 years some time ago. At that time of this story, I would have been no older than 18. I lived in a heavily suburban area in the Deep South that wasn't witness to anything too insane, so many businesses didn't take many safety precautions beyond what our training instructed us on, i.e. don't fight a robber, give them what they want, etc., etc. My manager, Sophia, never scheduled women for overnight shifts. It was always our male staff. However, I had offered one night to stay later for the extra bit of money, and seeing as I live a 5-minute walk away, didn't see the harm in staying later. One thing I feel I need to mention is that it gets incredibly dark in the South at night, and the sun sets quick. My area also had little to no streetlights. So my shift started as normal. I manned the register, swept, restocked what I could, and kept things tidy for the most part. But a girl can only mop so many times before there's nothing left to do. So I spent a lot of my time at the register waiting for customers and screwing off on my phone to pass the time when a customer comes in. I call out my standard greetings as I look up to find a tall, disheveled man standing at my register. Obviously, I immediately disregard my phone to help him out. But I notice he's acting odd. At the time, I had chalked it up to my imagination, but my gut told me otherwise. He asks where the restroom was, and I point him in the direction. Now, to get to the bathroom, you have to walk past the registers and into a small hall, where our office and stockroom also was. He goes in, and I continue on as normal, completely forgetting about him. A regular of mine walks in, a taller man who had served in the Marines for 22 years, and we get to talking when I heard something fall over in the back, like a broom or mop or something. Our regular asks me if I'm working alone, and if I want him to take a look around. I decline the offer as I don't want to get in any trouble with my boss for letting a customer into employee-only areas. He says his goodbyes and lets me know that he'll be back by later for lotto tickets. Some more time passes and I have to pee after drinking endless Powerade from the soda machine. I go to make my way back, and before I could reach the bathroom, I glance to the office. I notice the door is way more open than I had left it. I don't know what compelled me to push the door in with my foot, but that's what I did. I kicked the door so it'd swing open and trigger the motion sensor light. The light comes on and I don't see anything, until I spot the odd bathroom guy stood stock still behind the door. We made eye contact as I immediately backed up and out of the hall. The man emerges from the office only seconds later and just casually strolls out, keeping his eyes on me the entire way out until I couldn't see him anymore. I called my boss immediately to tell her, and she called the police. Apparently, the man had been banned from every single other store in the area for the same thing, but never faced charges, as he hadn't committed a crime yet. He continued to show up every day at random hours to just stare at me over the aisles without ever buying anything. I'm not sure what his intentions were or why he hid, but something about the way he stood so still long enough for the motion light to turn off doesn't sit well with me. Creepy man from the gas station. Let's never meet again. This next story is titled, The Scariest Experience of My Life. Before I tell my story, I just want to say I'm aware of how dumb it is to do stuff like this, and I probably won't be doing this for a long time after what happened a few months ago. Anyway, I just really needed to post this because I don't know who else to tell. About a half a year ago, I had the scariest experience of my life. For context, I'm a dumb teenage boy who sneaks out every now and then, just to walk around at night. I find something very peaceful walking around after dark, but my parents have never let me stay out past sunset. So for about a year, whenever school gets hard or just life in general gets stressful, I sneak out and just walk around for about 2 hours or so. Anyway, the night I'm talking about began with me deciding to go for another 2 a.m. ritual. I grabbed a sweatshirt, got on my shoes once I was outside, and hopped the fence to freedom. After I was safely away from my neighborhood, I took one of my usual routes, which is cutting through another neighborhood and walking onto a winding road, where I then walk down the middle of it and head towards a circle of shops and fast food restaurants. I was probably there for a solid chunk of time just walking in the loop, and ending up sitting on a bench. At some point I picked up a plastic spoon on the ground and started to grind it against the pavement, until the spoon part was half gone out of boredom. This is important later. I was chilling there for a bit before I decided to walk around a bit more, and I eventually ended up at a park like 10 minutes away from my neighborhood, where I usually end off the night just staring off into the sky. The park itself creeps me out sometimes, because at night there's a huge ring of trees surrounding all sides of you, and anyone could watch you from the woods. Anyway, shit starts to get real here, because I'm staring up into existence feeling like a philosopher, while I'm laying on one of those table benches, when I hear an old man whistle. I probably shot up because I had never had another human interaction on these walks, and I see this old man dimly illuminated by a streetlight by the only entrance of the park. I had seen him before. He's this tall, skinny white guy that walks around our town all day, and I would honestly think he was homeless if he wasn't wearing the same fancy button-up and cargo pants every day. Me and my mom have talked about him, and we think he's mentally disabled and probably lives with a caretaker. I had an interaction with him once. About a year ago, I was walking home in broad daylight, when I passed the man, who was at that time sitting on a bench. Dude just looks at me and says, "Jesus loves you," with a weird little smirk on his face. I responded with an awkward, "I know," even though I'm an atheist and didn't really think much of it. Anyway, back to the park at night, I just stare at him in that empty parking lot, probably way longer than I should have, because he was already creeping me the hell out. I imagine we were staring at each other for a real long time, before he slowly starts walking toward me, and at this point I'm frozen in fear, because why the fuck is this old white geezer out with me at like 3 a.m. in an empty park? I'm standing up at this point when he gets close to me and just gives me this cheeky grin, like he knows something I don't yet, and I'm still just gawking at him like a fucking buffoon. Have you ever scoffed at a book or movie when the main character is frozen in fear? Well, I have, and I never will again, because at this point I'm more frozen than I've ever been in my life. At some point after probably like 10 seconds of awkward standing, he just kinda half pats and half grabs my shoulder and reaches into his pocket to pull out a plastic spoon. The same plastic spoon that I was holding about an hour ago at the shop plaza. He just kinda tucks it in my front sweatshirt pocket, and I guess something just makes my mind snap out of my frozen stance, because I absolutely fucking book it to the public bathroom and lock the door. I'm now in this dimly lit bathroom in the middle of the night, and I'm guessing at this time it was past 3 in the morning. I assumed that maybe he would leave once he saw me in my state of panic. But honestly, I don't think he ever left. I ended up looking closer at the plastic spoon and it was altered. Have you seen that one viral AI-generated image, where it looks like completely normal at a glance, but you can't identify a single thing? If not, just search it up. Name one thing in this image. Now imagine that except a word carved onto a plastic spoon, but you can't read it, or even identify any of the letters. I think I sat in that locked bathroom for over half an hour, just contemplating every single decision I've made in the past year that led up to the nightmare I was in that moment. To be clear, I had no phone or anything of contacting someone, because my parents installed Life 360 on my phone, and they can see my location whenever. I also had no watch or access to the outside to tell the time. I ended up gaining the courage to unlock the door and just absolutely rocket myself towards the exit of the park. Before I turned the corner, I looked back for a second and saw a figure sitting on the bench that was right next to the bathroom. This senile old man had waited outside for an hour, just to see me one more time. I'm being completely honest when I say I held a full sprint until I got back to my neighborhood, where I caught my breath behind a bush and then snuck back in my house. I haven't gone out at night since that experience, and I don't know if I'll ever sneak out again. I still have the spoon buried somewhere in my wardrobe, but I haven't looked at it in months. Sometimes I think about how long he was following me, and if it was an isolated incident, or if he had been stalking me on other late-night trips. I would love to hear your guys' opinion on the matter, unless you're here to lecture me about my actions, because trust me, I've already learned. Anyway, creepy old man that was stalking me that night, let's not meet again. Next story, the new neighbors on my street and the lights in the window. I live alone in a little house in a big city, kind of a rough around the edges neighborhood, but I've lived in the area most of my life, and my block is tight-knit, in spite of half of it being vacant or abandoned. It's also in a city that, like many others, tragically it has a lot of folks living out of cars and RVs, trying to eke out an existence. So I shouldn't have been too surprised when back in October last year, I got a text from a neighbor. You might want to take a look out your back window. About 10 feet away was an enormous 40-foot motorhome in the dead-end alley, sitting right on the edge of the small cliff that is my unfenced backyard. Having lived in urban areas my whole life, I'm no stranger to odd happenings immediately outside my window. But this did feel a little more intrusive than living in a ground floor apartment, no thanks to my back window being my bathroom window. It sat there for a few weeks without anyone paying much mind. A few neighbors speculated it might have been someone working on a couple demolition and construction projects in the neighborhood. A supervisor from out of town, perhaps. Whomever it was, I didn't really mind as long as there wasn't any mess, though I was slightly worried a wrong move would end with someone, or the whole vehicle, rolling off the retaining wall and potentially crashing through my wall. Of course, there was the small fact that half the block now couldn't access the alley. My city is very particular about removing vehicles if someone is potentially living in them. And after a few roundabout calls to the parking department, I and my neighbors were told we needed some evidence it was a hazard or abandoned. So I grabbed a cheap webcam off Amazon and popped it in my window, and then went on with my life. About a week later, after some friends over for dinner had left, I thought I'd check and see if the camera had picked up anything. I didn't sleep for the next few nights. Like clockwork, every night around midnight, the lights in the RV would flick on in the otherwise pitch-black night. A couple of cars would pull up behind, and the occupants would unload several very full garbage bags into the RV. Then these shadowy figures would creep down the yard of the vacant house next door into mine, and methodically circle my house, shining flashlights in each window. Cars would come and go all night until about 5 a.m. Then all was business as usual during daylight hours. Worth mentioning that my house is essentially a studio apartment on top of a garage, built into a slope. My bed is about 10 feet from those windows. Also worth mentioning, my neighborhood had an alarming rash of about 20 armed home invasions the summer before, or the arson on an occupied house across the street a few months earlier. Vulnerable was an understatement of how I felt. I ended up moving most of my furniture around my bed as a makeshift barricade. I called 911. They were a bit incredulous. Nothing was actively happening as I called. This wasn't an emergency. I can call the non-emergency line in the morning if I want to speak to an officer or detective. The next morning, I felt it was prudent to bring in any yard tools that would make a tempting window breaker and double-check the back porch and security flood had working bulbs. Just my luck, I managed to completely break both fixtures in the process. Almost immediately as I walked out my back door, the RV's door swung open, and a man and a woman stepped out. They were dressed in t-shirts and shorts despite the 39-degree weather, and looked a bit like zombies. I waved. They didn't. They stared past me. I quickly retreated back inside to keep an eye remotely, but not before noticing something even more startling. The RV had about 6 security cameras mounted on it, 3 of which were trained on my back door. I was watching them. I was watching them. They were watching me. After a day or two more of this, I had become fully nocturnal, leaving all the lights blazing all night, and I started to feel like I was losing my mind. This was both mostly benign and deeply unsettling. Texting friends and family in hopes of reassurance, well, didn't do much. Quote, they're probably just trying to find a quiet place away from the encampments. Quote, maybe they work a night shift. Quote, if you were living on the streets, wouldn't you want a security camera? You have one on your house. Okay, maybe I was being paranoid. My neighbors were mostly preoccupied with the alley being blocked and subsequent missed deliveries. And it's not like the city was going to do much anyway. The cars kept coming and going all night. The people with flashlights stayed just outside the edge of my yard. But I'd catch the occasional flash through the window. After being reluctant to leave the house and my cat alone, I had to leave for an in-person work meeting. While I was gone, my camera pinged me about activity. The RV folks had set up stakes around my property and were wrapping yellow caution tape around my yard, across the alley, and set up a barricade of traffic cones around their vehicle. This was just getting weird. By this point, a few of us on the block started a group text to keep tabs on things. One neighbor a few houses down caught the female half of this duo in her yard with a chainsaw, limbing their oak tree in broad daylight. They confronted her and she gave the same treatment as me, a mute, 1,000-yard stare. That neighbor called it in, and I watched a few officers poke around for a minute, clearly puzzled by the barricades and tape. I thought there might be some imminent resolution. They then booked it back to their squad and took off with lights and sirens. There was a shooting a few blocks over. I assume they got called to. Another night goes by, punctuated by the RV's alarm going off every couple hours, and the engine revving menacingly, though nothing out of the ordinary. At least, this ordinary. I take my mid-morning nap I've become accustomed to over the past week, only to be woken by loud, angry yelling. I pull up the camera feed. Out back is another neighbor, ex-naval officer, venting his frustrations to a police officer, who's banging the RV door with a baton, demanding the occupants come out. There's a brand new sports car parked behind, one that I'd barely made out on my cheap camera's night vision. I carefully left out the front so as not to be conspicuous, and circled up the mouth of the alley to speak with the officer, and explained my story in a near stream of consciousness ramble. Did you see them leave? Nope, I played back the camera. The sports car showed up around 5:30 a.m., and nobody has left since. He said the car was too new to have a current registration, and the RV was registered to a deceased person 4 counties away. Suspicious, but nothing outright criminal. But he'd ticket them with a 24-hour tow notice. As he was typing up the ticket, the sports car came barreling down the alley in reverse, nearly plowing into the cruiser, and I was told very sternly to leave immediately. I ran home and pulled up a police scanner feed to try and glean some information. They were calling for a gang officer, a domestic violence unit, vice squad, CSI. So my gut feeling wasn't too far off the mark. Later that night, the officer called me asking to send the entirety of my footage. I asked if there was anything he could divulge about what had happened. I can't tell you much, but this was a bad dude and he's going away. We towed the car as evidence, but we'll have to wait until morning to get a big enough truck to move the RV. To say I slept well that night was an understatement, but that calm was shattered quite literally early the next morning, as I heard glass breaking outside. 3 masked men were breaking into the RV with crowbars. One was up on the ladder sawing through the roof with an angle grinder. I frantically called 911, struggling to explain the context of what was going on. Once again, met with a verbal eye-rolling from the call taker. Is it your RV? No. Sir, you can't report a stolen vehicle that isn't yours. I hung up and tried again, hoping to get someone else on the other end. We have a record dispatched to that location. Are you sure these aren't the tow operators? Sure enough, just as these guys managed to get the RV started, the tow truck was coming around the corner. They booked it so fast it ripped up the gravel, and it's a miracle it didn't end up through someone's wall. Well, whatever the absolute fucking hell happened, it's seemingly over. Seemingly. Again, seemingly. I suppose this is an epilogue of sorts, and by far the most unsettling part of the story. I quickly upgraded my chintzy camera to a couple commercial-grade ones, with smart object detection, synchronized floodlights, and automatic sirens, hoping I'd rest easy. No, it was going off all the time, at least once or twice a week for over a month. The cameras caught creeps skulking around my backyard and windows with flashlights. Plenty of other times cars idling with the lights off in the alley for unsettlingly long periods. The one I can't shake was the guy at 3 a.m., slowly making his way up the alley in a low crouch, taking a long pause directly behind my house, and then booking it towards my door full steam. Or the guy that managed to get past the camera, and I came face to face with, his ugly mug pressed up against my kitchen window at midnight. At least the alarms did their job. Every one of these guys took off once it lit up like a stadium with sirens blaring. For some comic relief, the last guy tried to hop a retaining wall and face-planted on the other side. Of course, again, my friends and family had some not-so-reassuring platitudes. Maybe it was someone looking for a lost dog, or someone got lost in the alley. Or maybe this just always happened before I had lights and cameras. And shaking what little faith I had in law enforcement, the cops, if they showed up at all, were at least an hour late. But here's the kicker. I filed a public request for the arrest and case report, and got it back a month later. Turns out my neighbor in the RV had kidnapped his ex-girlfriend and was likely trafficking her. She'd in fact called 911 but didn't know the neighborhood. And the cops were looking for them in a different part of town. He had a lengthy rap sheet for felony burglary, fraud, and firearm charges. An acquaintance of his was interviewed by detectives and said the RV was packed to the gills with guns and improvised weapons. And this guy told this witness that he would come back and kill whoever sent him back to jail. And right at the bottom in all caps was my name and address, but phone number redacted, listing as reporting party complainant. The cops searched the sports car and found nothing of note. The RV, as you recall, was apparently stolen before they could even get a valid warrant. The ex fled during the arrest, as I saw on the camera, and was never heard from again. The DA dropped the case and this guy was released from jail 48 hours later. It's been about 6 months since my last visitor at night. There hasn't been a whole lot of peace of mind before I turn in for the night. It's slowly fading, but I can't say I'm not a little on the edge after dark, even in my own home. My house is now completely lit 360 degrees. I've put various dints and/or spiky plantings around my windows and the perimeter. And I sleep with a rifle next to my bed. But fortunately, new folks have moved into the vacant houses on either side of me, and they're also good people. I just don't know if I have the heart to tell them all that went down. Next story. I almost drove 2 girls to Toronto. I'm glad I didn't. This happened a few years ago when I was in my early 20s. I'd like to start this by saying, not everyone you meet online is a horrible person. In fact, I met my current wife online. But the person I'm about to tell you about was a bullet that I'm glad I dodged. I wasn't really the kind of person to meet strangers off of the internet back then, but sometimes boredom and curiosity, as well as the hope of meeting new friends or even a new girlfriend, had a way of steering me into bad decisions, before I even realized what I'd gotten myself into. I met her on Facebook of all places. She popped up as a person you may know's suggestion. We had 0 mutuals. So in hindsight, I could only imagine she was looking at my profile often, or lived nearby. Or maybe we visited the same places frequently or something. Her profile picture was cute, a little blurry, possibly an old photo, or she may have used a filter. But she looked normal enough. Her name was Jessie. I messaged her first. A simple, "Hey, do I know you from somewhere?" "You're in my suggested." She said no, but immediately told me I was cute and asked if I was single. I was. Then she told me she was staying in town temporarily. We made some small talk, somewhat flirty, but mostly just friendly chat about town and current events. I figured she was new here and maybe lonely. I didn't think too much of it or ask too many questions. The conversation had tapered off, and I forgot about it for a few days. Then she messaged me again. Something like, "Hey, this is kinda weird, but I was wondering if you could help me out. I don't know anybody else in town, and I don't own a car. I need somebody to grab a few things from the store for me. I'll pay you for your time." At first, I assumed it was a scam, but she sent me her location, a motel on the outskirts of town near the highway, and she offered me $20 to pick up a small list of items from the grocery store and bring them to her. It actually made perfect sense, since she was about an hour walk from the nearest grocery store and didn't have a car. It was probably cheaper and more convenient to pay me, rather than to take an Uber. That was my logical brain thinking anyways. I'm not too sure why I agreed. It's not like I was desperate for $20, but she was decently cute and I was a bored single guy. So it would be an easy way to see if she's a catfish. I didn't want to put the moves on her, so I just played it cool. Also partly because I just genuinely wanted to be a good guy. I went to the local Fresco, got her things like a case of water, some snacks, and stopped by a gas station on the way to get her a pack of smokes that she requested. The cashier actually looked at me sideways, because I'd already bought a pack for myself about 2 hours before that. Then I headed to the motel. She met me in the parking lot when I got there, waved me down. She looked like her picture. Very attractive, roughly my age. She handed me the money she owed me plus a $20 bill and asked for the receipt. She didn't tell me her room number. I asked her why she met me in the parking lot, which was a stupid question, and she had a pretty reasonable answer. I don't give my room number to strangers. I remember feeling really dumb for not thinking of that to begin with. She thanked me for the stuff and then we chatted shortly and she gave me a smoke as a tip. We only talked for about 5 minutes before I had to leave. The next day she messaged me again. Hey, sorry to ask, but could you do me maybe one more favor? During this conversation we exchanged cell numbers and started texting. She had told me she needed to delete her Facebook profile because she was being stalked by her ex. That was a pretty big red flag for me, but it would also make sense that she would be staying out of town in a motel temporarily if she had escaped an abusive relationship. I didn't want to pry on such a touchy subject. This time her request was to give her a ride to a gas station store across town. She had some sort of prepaid card that would only work at certain places. She also offered me $20 cash again, so I agreed. But I told her she didn't need to give me any money, and that I was glad to help her out, and so I did it. It became a pattern. Every few days, she'd message me, asking for a favor like that. A ride to the convenience store, pick up a prescription, grab some takeout. She always offered to pay in cash, and I never accepted the money, because I figured she needed it more than me. I was also considering maybe I'd ask her out on an actual date soon. But I had some personal questions I'd need answered first, and I didn't feel comfortable asking them. Like where she was getting all this money without a job, and about her stalker ex and why she's even staying here. Paying to stay in a motel every night would be extremely expensive, and she didn't strike me as somebody who just had that kind of cash saved up. I asked once what she was doing living in a motel, and she just said, "It's a temporary thing. I don't like having roommates." Weirdly, I found myself less and less attracted to her the longer this went on, partly because I was realizing she wasn't really my type, and the vague secrecy and questionable living situation threw me off. I still hung around though, maybe because I felt like she needed me. She never came on to me, but sometimes she'd brush against me in a certain way while getting into the car, or compliment my looks, and tell me how I'm just way too good of a guy. Quote, "You're such a gentleman. There's not a lot of real good men left." Stuff like that. I never saw anyone else around her. Never saw her talking to motel staff. She was a total loner. But one time she asked me to wait while she ran back to get some money. I watched her go upstairs to her room. She paused at the door next to hers, knocked 3 times, waited, then went in. When she came back out about 10 minutes later, I asked if she had a roommate or something, because I knew that wasn't her room. She just said, "That's my friend. We both got rooms here now. It's a long story." I didn't push. Still, something about her rubbed me the wrong way after that night. I started to wonder if she was an escort or something and was using me. I never saw her with men, but she lived in a motel, always had cash, always needed favors, and started dropping little hints. Like instead of offering money for rides, she'd joke about being extra good company with a winking emoji. I never bit, because honestly that wasn't my vibe. I didn't want to get with somebody I'd suspected was seeing other guys. Not my thing. But I still hung around and helped her out. because I felt like at this point we'd become friends. This all built up to a final request. She messaged me out of the blue one night after about 2 weeks of not hearing from her, in the early morning, like 1 a.m. Hey, can I ask a giant favor? Me and my friend are trying to get out of town. Can you drive us to Toronto and drop us off? This question actually kind of annoyed me, without any warning that she was skipping town after getting to know me for over a month. I was definitely starting to feel taken advantage of at this point, so it took me a while to respond. But when I did, I asked how much gas money they'd have for that long of a drive, which was about 4 hours for me as a round trip. She said, "What does that mean?" As if she was surprised I'd actually asked for money this time. After a while, she messaged me back again. She actually said something like, "Whatever you want, baby. Seriously. Me and my friend. You can have both of us. Nobody else is helping us out, and we need to get to the city." My stomach dropped. I was pretty shocked by the offer, and I didn't respond. So then she sent another message. "Don't be a dick. You've been so cool until now." It was like her entire attitude changed towards me, and she'd just pulled off a mask she'd been wearing the whole time. I simply replied something like, "Sorry, I just don't feel comfortable with this. I'm not that guy. I hope you figure things out. Good luck." I felt my face flush even typing it. I hit send and just sat there waiting for a reply, but no reply would come after that. When I looked up her Facebook profile again, it didn't exist. She really had deleted it when she said she did. She also blocked my number, my messenger, all of it. She immediately blocked me on everything. I had zero way of contacting her or even looking her up again. That was that. But that's not the worst of this story. That crazy behavior wasn't the bullet I'd dodged. I didn't even have her last name, because at one point she'd told me the last name she used on Facebook was fake because she was trying to avoid her ex. She was just Jessie to me. I'll admit it, I felt guilty. But more than that, I felt relieved. Something about the whole thing had been creeping towards something that felt wrong. A few days later, I saw the news. Man carjacked and assaulted in alleged escort robbery scheme. The victim had picked up 2 women from a motel in blank and had agreed to drive them to a discreet location, where he says he was ambushed by a number of men armed with guns, forced out of his vehicle at gunpoint, and beaten. The 2 unknown females made off in his vehicle with the armed attackers. The victim was left injured without his cell phone or wallet and found assistance at a local gas station. That was the bullet I had dodged. I had contacted the local police. I did a brief interview with them. They said that the number I was texting her on was cut off, and without any other data, I couldn't be of much help. I know that they investigated the motel. I saw the cruisers there the night I'd spoken to them. But beyond that, I have no idea if they ever caught her, or her group of thugs. But one thing is for certain. If I'd agreed to make that drive, I'd be lucky to be alive today. So, to Jessie, or whatever your real name is, the girl in the motel who thought I'd fall for that scam, let's not meet again. Next story. My crazy, psychotic father killed his own mother. This story is 100% true. If you don't believe me, you can Google Forsterfine Hill murder. I grew up living with my mother and sister. Fairly normal childhood, living in a small town in the UK. I never knew my dad. All I knew from what my mother told me was that he was a bad man. I first met him when I was around 10 years old. It was all confusing. I don't really remember everything, but I think they had started seeing each other again. They saw each other on and off for a few months, and then he would disappear. This carried on throughout my teens up until I was around 15 years old. He started to get quite aggressive, and she refused to see him anymore. My mother never told me when I was younger, but he used to beat her to an inch of her life when she was pregnant with me. One afternoon, he came to the door. When my mom wouldn't let him in, he tried to break the door down, shouting that he was going to burn the house down and kill us all. He didn't know I was here to witness all of this. I saw him at the front of the house with his hands to his neck, mimicking slitting our throat. That day he got arrested. My mom got a restraining order against him. That was the last time we had heard from him until 3 years ago. I got a postcard through the post without nothing but my name on it, and a phone number. I instantly recognized his messy handwriting. I thought it was odd after about 5 years of no contact getting a postcard from him. Obviously, I ignored it. In July 2013, my mother found the police at our door. They came with some news that was shocking, but also not at all. I'll start from the beginning here. My grandmother went to visit my father. She is often traveling around, and it wasn't unusual to not hear from her for some weeks. But when she hadn't been heard from in 3 months, the family began to worry. The last person who had seen or heard from her was my dad. This all happened around the time I received the postcard. Her going missing had coincided with the discovery of a body, around half a mile from where she was last seen. A relative identified her from a digital reconstruction of her skull, which was a striking resemblance to her. My dad was the #1 suspect at this point. He was arrested on suspicion of murder and later charged. The police took statements, told us they had found evidence and they knew it was him. He denied all. We were following the case, which was when the grisly details started coming out. They had had an argument and he ended up killing, dismembering, and then burying her in a shallow grave. They said she may have been alive when he dismembered her. Strangely enough, his family were on his side and said he was innocent. He had later come clean about the whole thing. He said he thought she was a reptile in human skin, and he wanted to cut her open to see the reptile. He was being held in a secure psychiatric facility, but is currently in prison. He has been assessed by multiple psychiatrists, who said he has paranoid schizophrenia. He was sentenced to 9 years in prison for manslaughter, not murder. I find it absolutely appalling. He has served 3 years already, so will be out in 6 years. Someone who has killed his own mother in cold blood and has made death threats to his own daughter will be out of prison so soon. And it absolutely terrifies me what could possibly happen if he ever finds me or my family. I'm confused about the postcard he sent to me around the time he killed her. I don't understand how the justice system could fuck up so much and let a potentially dangerous person out of prison so soon. So yeah, that's my fucked up story about my own father. Next story. Ex-girlfriend's crazy obsessed friend. A true story. When I was about 13, I had not long broken up with this girl who supposedly had a psycho family. One of this girl's family was a close friend who was supposedly obsessed with her. I was invited out with my friends after school one day, and this boy latched on. Everybody told me to come out and that he wanted to make amends, and he understood why I did what I did, etc., etc. Being the pushover I am, I went out and we hung out in parks and smoked and drank. As it started to get dark, I decided to go home. I felt uneasy being around him, and he started acting all weird, talking about fights he had been in, and bragging about bashing some guy's face in with his fists in school. Because of this, I left. I didn't feel safe whatsoever. The next day, my best friend and all the other kids that were out that night came into school and told me that it got worse after I left. Apparently, after they had drank some more, he started waving this huge kitchen knife around and was telling everyone how he was going to stab me in the stomach for breaking that girl's heart. Let me point out, I only know details of this because I had a relative in the local police force. My dad made us move because he knew where I lived. I continued getting death threats on social media, though, until about a year or 2 later, when it was in the paper and was spread around the town, that he had broke into somebody's house and stabbed a man to death, and then slit his wrists in the man's bathtub. They found high amounts of cocaine and cannabis in his system, along with a lot of alcohol. The elderly neighbors phoned the police when they heard some commotion, and they hadn't seen the man leave for work. They found him barely conscious, and he is now in a psych ward. This was supposedly over the girl again. I think I dodged a bullet there. Alright, this is going to be the last story, and I just had to read this one because I don't think I've ever seen this string of words put together. It's titled, Crazy Lesbian Truckers. So every year since we have been dating, 6 years, we take a 2-week vacation. Me and the fiancé like to switch it up. One year it's a nice resort or a cruise, then the next a road trip or camping trip. So last summer we had it in our minds to get in our SUV, load up our things, the doggo, go across our state to Nevada, see a bit of Nevada, and then on to Northern California. We have rules on these road trips. We have to stop at every roadside attraction and stay at crazy hotels/motels are a must. So when I discovered there is a clown museum in northern Nevada, in a town called Tonopah, I knew we had to stay there. This is the place. Why? Well, fiancé hates clowns, despises them, and that meant we needed to stay there. I made reservations for one night, and when we got into Tonopah, we dropped Doggo off at a friend's of ours for the night. I don't remember if they allow animals, but my friend has a lot of land, and we wanted Doggo to run herself ragged and get energy out. So we pull up to this motel, and there is a ton of truckers, some bikers milling around. Fiancé can handle her own. She's a cop, so I left her in the car while I ran in to check in. Figured I would check us in, then we could get washed up and go to dinner. I go inside to check in, and that is when this big, burly lesbian trucker makes her way up to my fiancé. I came out after securing our room key and see her bent over by the driver's window, wearing her cut-off flannel shirt, Levi jeans, and what looked like genuine rattlesnake shit-kicker cowboy boots. I saw my fiancé wearing her I'm trying to be nice, but I am losing my cool face, so I clear my throat so I can get into the vehicle. She turns around, sneering as she looks me up and down, toothpick jutting out of a mouth that hadn't seen a dentist in quite a while. Quote, "You sure skinny here is satisfying your needs?" She cackled her fetid breath in my face while my fiancé exclaimed that I satisfied her just fine. So she shrugs and saunters over to the group of other truckers. I sigh in relief and we go to our room. This can't be real, dude. This story can't be real. It's way too cartoonish. I'd like to say that this is the last we saw of her and leave the story at that. But if that was the case, this wouldn't be a Let's Not Meet story, right? That night we are in bed, after a round of nocturnal activities. I'm smoking a cigarette mindlessly shuffling through the few channels, and fiancé is browsing the web. There is a knock on the door. We ask who it is, and I hear someone running away from the door. I get out of bed, wrapping a towel around my waist, and stick my head out of the door. No one. After that, there wasn't any more knocks, so we went to bed, and woke up early the next day. As we are pulling out, I notice a semi following us. I chalk it up to someone pulling out and shrug it off. However, when the semi still follows us as we head out to my buddy's farm, we start getting creeped out. I am about 3 minutes from turning onto my buddy's driveway. He has lots of land and a long-ass driveway. When the semi gets so close to the back bumper, it's almost pushing us. Fiancé pulls out phone to call the police, and I swerve into the driveway and book it up to my buddy's driveway. Meanwhile, the semi stops. The door opens and 3 truckers get out. 2 big butch lesbians, one being my fiancé's admirer, and a big dude, easily 450 pounds. Luckily, my buddy is a crazy survivalist, gun enthusiast, and he comes running out of his garage with his gun. Fiancé and I are seriously freaking out, thinking we are going to get in the middle of some crazy gunfight, when the truckers quickly get in their truck and leave. We were going to dial the police, but friend assured us they wouldn't be bothering us anymore. We quickly gathered up Doggo and got the heck out of Dodge. So crazy lesbian truckers, let's not meet again. No lesbian truckers were harmed in this retelling, and please no silly hate notes. I love my LGBTQ brethren and sisters. I'm pretty sure my ex-stepmother was a psychopath. So I had known this woman since before I could remember. She was really good friends with my mom and dad through high school, so I already knew her before all of this. Unfortunately, my mother was an alcoholic and pill addict, which led to pretty bad neglect for several years when I was very young. A story for another day. After missing most of my 3rd grade year, DCS got involved, and my dad got custody of me. He was dating stepmother at the time, and at first everything was fairly normal. She was like an older sister, a friend. It wasn't too long before I noticed things started to change. One day when I was about 9, I was sitting in the living room floor playing with my back against the couch. Stepmother crossed the living room to go down the hallway and, as she did, seemed to shoulder check the doorway. As soon as she did this, she turned around and started yelling at me, accusing me of pushing her. I stared at her dumbfounded because I hadn't moved from my spot in the floor. She continued yelling and accusing me as I tried to rationalize it in my head. Maybe I got up and don't remember? But why would I push her? I really had no negative feelings towards her at this point, so it didn't make any sense. But she was an adult and I was a child. Surely she knew what she was talking about. Stepmother was a taller, skinny woman with long golden blonde hair, straightened through the length with those poofy 80s bangs on top. She typically wore high-waisted jeans and kept long, pristine red nails that would end up being a horrifying symbol to me into my teen years. Things only got worse as I got older. I would speak to my mom on occasion over the phone or in a letter the first few years, but each time I did, stepmother would become more and more hostile towards me, claiming that my contact with my mother was making me misbehave. But I was always an introvert. I loved reading and school, and I was a bit of a nerd and hated getting into trouble. So this accusation didn't make sense to me even then, but what could I do about it? Before too long, I noticed that stepmother looked for any opportunity alone with me to treat me however she wanted. Stepmother quickly became extremely militant. Each morning, she woke me up for school by bursting into my room and aggressively jerking the covers from my body. Some mornings, even grabbing my feet, digging her nails in and twisting my toes. I was expected to follow a strict schedule on school mornings. 6:15 a.m., out of bed. 6:15 to 6:25 a.m., get dressed for school. 6:25 a.m., breakfast. At this time, I was expected to stand in the exact center point of the threshold between the kitchen and the dining room, ready to take my breakfast and sit in my spot at the table. 6:35 a.m., done with breakfast. By 6:45 a.m., finish getting ready for school, and be sitting Indian style in the center of the living room waiting on everyone to be ready. If I did not follow this schedule down to the minute, punishment would be doled out. She would grab my hands on taking my breakfast, twisting 1 or 2 fingers out of socket, pulling me close to grit through her teeth at me with glaring, hateful eyes. Sometimes she would step in, including my feet, grinding her heels into my bare skin, twisting and glaring hate into me. On a few occasions, she even broke my wood hairbrushes across my face, leaving busted blood vessels and massive bruises. When the damage was too obvious, she would try to hide me for a day or so, gently waking me the next morning, acting as though I was sick, and telling me that I was too ill to go to school, brushing my hair back and telling me to go back to sleep. This treatment rolled over into my days after school and would evolve into other aggressive behaviors. She made sure to conceal any sign of mistreatment from my father, but still some happened right under his nose. At the dinner table, she would dig her toes into my leg and scrape so hard that she would shave off chunks of my skin from my shins with her toenails. Even at church, placing what looked like an affectionate hand on my back, but would proceed by giving me an extremely painful and deep pinch to my back, leaving huge bruises in their place that no one else would see. I was given an hour and a half after school each day to do my homework. After that, I was expected to go to our playroom where I was to entertain her daughter. Stepmother's daughter was between 5 and 7 when things started to get really bad. I was expected to play what she wanted, when she wanted, and abide by any requests made. This was never said, but understood and later learned the hard way. One day during the summer while eating lunch with her daughter in the playroom, she asked me to open her dessert. She had a kid cuisine that she had merely taken all of 2 bites of. Stepmother would typically leave the plastic on her dessert as a system to encourage her to eat her dinner first. Of course, when she asked me to open it, I asked her if she was done eating her meal, passively addressing the fact that she had barely touched it. I was about 14 at the time, and it seemed like a plausible thing to big sister her about. But when I didn't give her what she wanted, she got up in a huff to go tattle to her mother, as most 6-year-olds do. Stepmother was immediately enraged, and barreled down the hallway in my direction. I don't even think I was out of view of her daughter when she grabbed me by the hair and started dragging me. I tried to keep up but lost my balance, and fell to the floor as she continued to drag me down the hallway by my hair. Once we reached my bedroom, she started kicking me in the stomach and then pulled me to my feet to face my bed. She then began rummaging through my belt drawer and pulled out my woven leather belt that she had already used more than once, and then proceeded to beat me with the belt, starting at my shoulder blades all the way down to my ankles. Heaven forbid if I screamed, she would beat me more. From the title of the story, I really thought the stepmother was going to be doing some crazy psychological manipulation, but this is just straight up abuse. The abuse also did not stop with physical, as she seemed to get a kick out of bullying me. This she wasn't so worried about hiding from my father, as she would make it seem lighthearted and jovial when he was around. One evening, while having a family dinner at one of our local go-to sit-downs, she started kicking me under the table, passing me horribly evil glares. After a few minutes of this, she spoke up. Quote, "You chew like a cow. Haha. Why can't you chew right? Doesn't she chew like a cow? Blink." My dad chuckled, thinking it was meant lightheartedly, but as he looked down at his meal again, her death glare staring a hole through me, with a tight jaw and grit teeth, told me otherwise. This became a new target for her abuse. She did this again later when she noticed that I walked on the inside of my house shoes. One day, kicking me in the back of the knees, making me fall to the floor. She began kicking me in the back, knocking the wind out of me, all simply over the way I walked. This became my daily life. Speaking out seemed ridiculous, because all of these punishments just felt so absurd. I didn't tell anyone for a long time, but as I got older, people around me got wiser. When I was in middle school, my dad and stepmother were called in for questioning by the school. 2 of my teachers were highly suspicious of my bruises and constantly swollen fingers. Stepmother proceeded to put on an act, crying and acting hurt, and shocked that they would think she could hurt a child. I changed schools after that year. Things only got worse once I went to high school, as she seemed intimidated by my aging and gaining maturity. Male friends were off limits, and my curves were to be hidden in horribly unflattering clothes. I didn't really mind so much, as I really had very little interest in boys, or displaying my womanhood to any degree. However, one afternoon while taking a shower, she burst into the bathroom to remind me of my timing. As she whipped the bathtub curtain open, she saw the hair growing below my waist. Before I could react, she grabbed the hair and jerked it down, pulling out a handful of my pubic hair. She cursed me for not telling her that I had started maturing in that way. I couldn't tell anyone about that for years. After the belt beating, however, stepmother's sister-in-law saw my backside and called my dad at work, cursing him and threatening to report it. I started going to her house on the weekends after that. After this, I got braver and became less scared. Once I saw people reacting to what little they saw of my stepmother's behavior, I knew I was in the right for sticking up for myself. So I did, in subtle ways at first. I brought jewelry and makeup to school and started to give myself space to express myself. Then one morning, while running a minute or 2 behind on breakfast, stepmother came to the kitchen in a rage. Why wasn't I finished getting ready for school? Before I could turn around from rinsing my dishes, she was rummaging in the utensil drawer and pulled out a fork. She backed me against the kitchen counter, pressing the fork to my throat. I don't remember what she said to me in those moments, but I remember her hot breath in my ear, hissing through her teeth at me, and I remember the chill of the cold metal prongs in my throat. I was 16. My last day there was field day of my junior year. I decided to wear a cute outfit that her sister-in-law had bought me for casual days. It was a cute cap-sleeved striped t-shirt, cut femininely to suit my curves with long matching shorts. I knew she wouldn't like it. but I also knew that it was completely appropriate for a girl my age, even very conservative in comparison to my other peers. She saw me as I was walking down the hallway towards my bedroom, and I saw the rage fill her. She came at me nails first, grabbing my arms and dug her nails in. This was when I snapped and fought her off, shoving her into a wall. Rage filled me as I went to the living room to grab the phone. Quote, "If you touch me again, I'm going to call the cops." She went pale, and suddenly I wasn't scared for myself anymore. I couldn't control myself and I laughed. "You're scared," I said, suddenly enlightened. Her face went blank as she walked towards me. "If I have to make your dad choose between you and me, it's not going to be you," she said coldly. I ignored this sentiment, because I knew she was delusional to think something like that. I went to my bedroom and packed a bag. She didn't stop me, but she did make sure to let me know that if I left, I wasn't welcome back. I ended up spending that summer in Florida with my stepmother's sister-in-law, and moved in with my grandmother for the next several years. I only saw stepmother again once in my 20s. She had left my dad by the time I was out of high school for the man she had been cheating on him with. She and I briefly spoke over Facebook in that next year, and I confronted her about what she put me and my dad through. Her response? Quote, "I'm sorry if you ever felt unloved. I was just really stressed and you were a pretty rebellious kid." Well, I'm sure we're all hoping that stepmother has an extremely miserable life. Next story. I'm convinced she tried to drown me. This happened when I was still a child, so some of the details are pretty hazy, like my exact age when this happened. Also, English is not my first language, so apologies in advance for any mistakes. Not far from where I lived as a child, there is a place where one of the local rivers cascade over an old weir, and it's a really beautiful spot to bathe and swim during summer. The water upstream from the weir is nice and calm. The river has lots of fish and lots of pretty flowers on the riverbanks, and there's even a small kiosk and a place where you can rent paddle boats. If the weather is nice, there are usually a lot of people of all ages, picnicking, sunbathing, swimming, fishing, and just hanging out. Families, couples, teenagers, seniors, everybody likes to go there. When I was a kid, my mom would also take me there pretty often, and it was always a lot of fun. Usually I wanted to play in the water for hours, and my mom would quickly retire to her picnic blanket and pick up a book. I could already swim fairly well by age 6, but she still watched me closely when I was younger, so I would estimate that I was at least 8 when this happened, but not older than 11. It was a beautiful warm summer day at the river. My mom was reading her book and let me explore the area and go swimming on my own. As was normal on days like these, there were a lot of people, and especially a lot of teenagers up at the crest of the weir, where most people entered the water. I'm afraid I don't remember the details of how it happened, but I sort of befriended one of the teenage girls there. She was there on her own, and since I was still pretty young, I thought she was so mature and cool, basically just for being an older girl who was doing things on her own. No idea how old she really was, as everybody who is older than you at that age is just old. But looking back, I would guess between 14 and 16. She was really nice to me and seemed to enjoy hanging out with me, and I got to feel like I had an older sister for a while, which was nice. We spent some time exploring the riverbanks, diving, watching fish, and chasing each other around. At one point, we ended up at a spot where the water was about chest high for my friend and neck high for me, close to a group of other teenage girls who were about the same age as my best friend. I noticed one of them seemed really reluctant to get into the water, and complained that it was freezing. I was still a pretty loudmouthed and brash child at the time, a far cry from how I am now, and also really proud of my clearly superior swimming skills. So I turned to my friend and said something pretty harmless about that girl being a big wuss or something like that. I wasn't loud, but she heard. Her head snapped up and she immediately jumped into the water and came at me shouting, "What did you say? What did you say about me?" I was freaked out right away because her reaction was so sudden, and she seemed so enraged, in a way that was way disproportionate to what I had said. I opened my mouth to defend myself somehow, and maybe de-escalate. But before I even knew what was happening, she had grabbed me and pushed me underwater. I struggled for a moment, and she let me come up again. I think I heard my friend protest in the background, but I was mostly concerned with this girl, who still had a death grip on both of my shoulders. She stared at me with a look that made me really uncomfortable, like she was fighting with herself or trying to control herself. "What did you say to me?" she screamed at me. Scared as I was, I resented how helpless I felt, and that I was being humiliated in front of this cool girl I had befriended. So I resolved not to show any weakness. You know this obnoxious thing some kids do when someone tells them off, and they just start giggling and laughing, like they're laughing at you, because they don't want anyone to see that they feel bad? I did that. I laughed right in her face, and right away she forced me underwater again, and held me down there for quite a moment longer than the first time. When she let me come up again, she screamed right in my face. Quote, "You think this is funny? You like that? You want to laugh at me, you little bitch?" I was coughing up water by this point and drooling all over myself, but I didn't know what else to do or say to make her stop. And the only thought I had left in my head was that I couldn't show weakness. So I laughed at her again, and I may or may not have made another remark to the effect that, unlike her, I didn't mind a little water. I'm not sure anymore. What I distinctly remember, and I will remember forever, is her eyes in that moment. It's hard to describe, but the closest I can get is by telling you that something seemed to leave her eyes. Some spark, or whatever you want to call it that normal, sane people have, just flickered and went out. It suddenly looked like her eyes were just two pieces of hard painted glass stuck in her face, and there was nothing behind them. I would have apologized then and begged her to just leave me alone, but it was too late. She grabbed me by the throat and by the hair and pushed me under the water again. I struggled as hard as I could, swirling up mud from the riverbed, grabbing at pebbles, but it didn't help. I thought, surely, she will let me up in a moment. She just wants to scare me really bad. But I was running out of air quickly, and her grip on my throat did not ease up even a little bit. I tried scratching her arm, but I was starting to lose any sense of where up or down was, or what I was grabbing at. When I opened my eyes, everything was just muddy brown and full of bubbles. I realized I was going to drown right here. I was actually being killed by this complete stranger, while the sun was shining peacefully, and we were surrounded by happy families, and nobody realized what was happening. I'm grateful I don't remember fully what that felt like. When I try to think back to that moment, I just get this feeling of utter helplessness and loneliness. And then suddenly I was breathing air. I was completely disoriented, coughing and puking up water, and there was a lot of shouting around me. My friend was holding me above water and shouting in the direction of the group of girls, who were forcefully leading my attacker away, while she was screaming at me and my friend, while her friends were screaming at her. Just a lot of noise in general, and I have no recollection of what anyone was saying. I was busy enjoying air again. After I had calmed down somewhat, my new friend apologized for stepping in so late, saying she and the other girls took a moment to process what was actually happening before they started trying to pull my attacker off of me. It took all of their efforts combined to get her to let me go. I was deeply, deeply shaken, because I was entirely sure she had attempted to murder me then and there. I just knew from the look in her eyes. But still trying to save face from my friend, I tried to laugh it off. I did a lousy job, because I was shivering all over and my voice was trembling. I don't know if my friend had realized at any point how serious the situation actually was, or if she thought she was just stopping some bullying. But whatever she thought, she bought me ice cream and rented us a paddle boat to cheer me up, and we watched some birds. And I'm grateful to her for that, and for saving my life. But to be really honest, my day was kind of ruined. I never saw my attacker or the nice teenage girl again after that day, and I said nothing to my mom, because I was so embarrassed about what had happened to me. But that, and some other things that happened to me later, cost me most of the confident attitude I had as a child, and I'm a very shy and cautious person nowadays. So, girl who was willing to murder children over some harmless teasing, let's never meet again, please. Next story. He just wanted a girlfriend. When I was about 9 years old, female, my family used to live in a remote area on the outskirts of town. Considering the location of the suburb, that area was surrounded by warehouses and such. At the time, my family did not have a phone in the house, and neither did our neighbors. There were no cell phones back then, or they were a luxury, and not everyone could afford one. This took place in the end of the 90s. So, if I needed to call my mom whilst she was at work, I had to either go to my dad's work or a company next to his, which was closer, to make a phone call. My dad's work was a relatively short walk from our house, probably 30 minutes or less. My dad was working at a huge unloading dock for metallurgical/natural resource shipments. In order to get to my dad's work, I had to walk past another adjacent company, just like the one where my dad was working. I will call it Docks 2. My dad's work, as well as Docks 2, had a sort of watchtower. It is just a cabin mounted at the top of a tall platform, and you need to go up a decent amount of stairs to get to the top. There was always a guard inside overseeing the whole yard from the top, during the day and night, to make sure no one is in danger/no break-ins. The phones were located only on-site watchtowers at the time. Docks 2 were much closer to our house, about 10 minutes walk. One day, as I've done many times before, I went to the Docks 2 to make a call. I climbed the stairs, knocked on the door, and was welcomed in by a guard I used to see quite often and knew well. However, that day he wasn't alone. New guy, 28 at the time, was there. Apparently, he was a new employee hired to work shifts. He was this very tanned white guy, always wearing military-style outfits. I was just an average-looking child looking exactly my age. My hair was very blonde, which made my cheeks always appear rosy red, and gave me an even more childish appearance. When the new guy saw me that day, he wouldn't take his eyes off me. As soon as I was about to finish my call with my mom, it's just one room so everyone can hear my conversation with her, the new guy went outside to smoke. When I came out, he smiled at me and asked me what my name is, and whether I came there often to make calls. I don't remember what I said, but I felt very shy, because he was just staring deeply into my eyes. I will call him the creep. Fast forward, and I came to that tower again to make a call. And there he was again. But that time, he was alone. I spoke to my mom, and as I was about to leave, he asked me if I wanted any tea, to which I refused. He then proceeded to ask how my school was going and things like that. He offered to help me with my homework, however, I told him I've got it all sorted. Harmless, but strange. On a side note, I just want to say that what gave me shivers when I was near him is that whenever he looked at me, he looked drunk, which was very unsettling. Mind you, he wasn't actually drunk, but his eyes would get so hazy and his face would flush red. Sometime later, I saw him again. That time, I was walking to my dad's work with my friend, and he was doing some digging in the docks too. When he saw me through the metal fence that was separating us, he just leaned against his shovel and just stared at me. He didn't say hi or anything like that. After those encounters, for quite some time, I took alternative routes to see my dad or play with puppies at my dad's work, or make calls to my mom, because he really creeped me out. However, one day I had to call my mom urgently. My dad's work phone didn't work, so I had to go to Docks 2 Tower, hoping I won't see him. The creep was there. And oh boy, he was so happy I came. He was complaining how I don't come anymore to see him. As I was making a call, he grabbed another chair and sat right next to me, very close. It took a while for the call because my mom was busy with something, and someone went to get her whilst I was on the line. It felt like hours waiting, and the creep was just sitting next to me, looking at me and smiling. When my mom finally got to the phone, he got up and went to make me tea and brought some biscuits. When I was done talking, he insisted I have some tea with him. I didn't, and he just kept on trying to strike a conversation. But this time, the tone of conversation was different. He asked me how old exactly I was, and I told him 12 or 13. I have no idea why I've lied that I was older than 9. He told me his age, and although I knew he was much older, I felt really weirded out that he wanted to talk to me so badly, or had any interest in being my friend. My alarms did go off every time I was around him, but I guess I didn't feel overly in danger. He then proceeded to tell me that I was beautiful and asked me whether I had a boyfriend. He asked me if I already dated boys and what type of boys I liked. I was so uncomfortable and so eager to leave at that point, but he would just keep dragging me into these weird conversations. I could tell he was drinking that day. When I began moving towards the door, he followed me. Eventually, we were both outside. However, in order to get down from the tower, you need to walk this narrow path towards the stairs. He stood blocking it so that I couldn't leave. He got very close to me and I freaked out. The only escape tactic I could come up with as a child was to pretend that I'm seeing someone from the top of the tower. So I began waving my hand at the road down the bottom and towards houses in the distance, pretending I see someone I know, and saying, "Oh look, that's my uncle, he is waving at me." The creep looked in that direction, but either didn't care or could tell that I was lying. I kept on telling him that the uncle who waved back is a big angry man, and if I won't come down this instance and go home, we are both going to be in trouble. The creep didn't budge. He got even closer and eventually pressed me against the railing. He kept on asking me his weird questions whilst I was terrified to move, because I didn't want to move my body against his, if that makes any sense, so I just froze. He asked me if I would come on a date with him, and that he is looking for a girlfriend. And at that particular moment, someone was coming up the stairs to the tower, so he let me go, but asked me to come back. I have not told anyone about this encounter at that stage, because I was afraid that my parents would get angry. I also felt very embarrassed, and thought that people would judge me for what's happened. Sometime later, I was home, and it was around 9 p.m. I know the time because it's my bedtime. Suddenly, a car came into our driveway. I came to see who it was through the front room window, and I could see it was the creep, but this time with other guys, blasting music in his car and shouting my name. I have no idea how he knew where I lived. He must have followed me one day. My dad was outraged. He asked me who these people were, but before I could even answer, he rushed outside. Apparently, the creep asked for me to go out with him and his friends. My dad obviously refused, saying that I am a child, and too young to hang out with them, or go out at this time of the night, and that if he sees any one of them ever again, he will beat the living daylight out of them. So they drove away. I was so upset with my dad that he called me a child in front of them. So stupid. I think because we lived so far away from everything, I was really keen to make friends as there were no kids around as such. For a while after that, I hadn't seen the creep or heard of him. A significant time later, I was walking to my dad's work again, and I've completely forgotten about the creep. He was working in the docks too with his friends. Maybe those that came with him that night in the car, or maybe these were just his coworkers. I got scared when I saw him, and even though he shouted, "Hi," I pretended not to know him. He said something to his friends, and I remember so clearly how one of his friends exclaimed loudly, "Her?" I guess he told them about me or his interest in me, but no one expected me to be a child. I looked at the guy that exclaimed. He was staring at me in utter disbelief. He must have been 20, 25 or so, I think. And the creep was saying something to him. His friend screamed at him, "Have you lost your mind?" Clearly, the creep didn't see me as a child like everyone else did. Fast forward again, maybe half a year later. One day, I was home alone in the evening waiting for my parents to come back from work. We lived in a very safe community, so sometimes I'd be home myself for a little bit after school, till my parents got home. I was playing a game whereby I was a singer. I had this stage created in the living room, and I was performing in front of chairs, pretending chairs were my live audience. It was pitch black outside. At some point during my performance, I see someone staring at me through the living room window. That person must have been crouching down, as only the top of the face could be seen from the bottom. As soon as that person realized I saw them, they ran away. I was so embarrassed that someone saw me performing, scared and shocked at the same time, that I was literally glued to the floor. I don't know whether that was him. Our dog didn't react at all. Maybe because music was playing very loud. I was scared to go outside the house to check, but peered through the window. However, no one was there. That person had to climb over a wooden fence to get to our living room window. I told my parents about it. I've also asked my friend whether it was him who came around, but he said it wasn't him. I don't know if my friend felt shy to admit he was watching me or whether it was the creep. To finish this up, one day I went to the docks too with my dad, as my dad needed something from there for work. I saw the old guard that I knew well and asked about the creep, and was told that he doesn't work there anymore. I don't know what happened to him. I never told my parents about what's happened. So even though I know our paths will never cross, let's not meet. My stalker became my roommate's boyfriend. This happened years ago, but still affects me to this day. I apologize for the length ahead in advance, but I feel like I have to tell the whole story. The summer after I graduated high school, I was still living at home. I was up late one night and was packing for a camping trip with my friends. It was unbelievably hot and had the window open, as I sat and folded clothes. It was around 2 a.m, and the next thing I knew, there was a hand coming through the gap in the screen of my window. I screamed, and the hand flew back out. I was stunned, but there was a part of me that wondered if it was my younger brother pranking me. I got up and looked out the window, and just saw the figure of a man staring back at me. I ran into my brother's room, and he was there playing video games. We called the police, who came and searched the area. They found nothing, warned me and my parents to lock the windows and doors, and left. We were all still shaken up, and my mom had a feeling that he would come back. It turns out Mother's intuition was right. She went outside and waited on her back porch. After 20 minutes or so, she saw a man, dressed in black, slink into our backyard along the tree line. There wasn't a fence on that side, unfortunately. He hid behind a tree for a few seconds and ran to another tree and hid there, slowly working his way towards my window. My mother yelled something to him, and he took off running. The police came back out and again found no trace of him. I never opened that window again, not even the curtains. My parents installed some motion detecting lights, and that seemed to be the end of that. About 6 months later, my friend and I got an apartment downtown together. We were really excited, as this was our first place on our own. The apartment wasn't exactly the best quality, but it was so fun to be living in the city. The downside was that it was street parking only. After a few weeks, my car was broken into. Nothing was taken, but a single rose sat on the passenger seat. It was creepy, but I vowed to be vigilant and safe. I always tried to park close to the entrance, near the lights, but often it was difficult to get those spots, and I would often have to park farther away on darker streets. Things quickly began escalating at this point. My car was broken into at least once a week. Most of the time, a flower was left, which I always threw on the ground. But once, a pair of men's underwear was left. And even more creepily, once a bag of Tootsie Rolls, as they were my favorite candy. This made me wonder if the person knew me personally, and I started to become suspicious of everyone. Okay, the scariest part of this story so far is that Tootsie Rolls is OP's favorite candy. There was a laundry in the basement of the apartment, and one day I went down to get a load that finished drying. As I started to fold, I realized all of my undergarments, bras, and panties were gone. Another week, I had a male friend over from school, and his tires got slashed during the visit. By the time the first letter arrived, I had already started making plans to move elsewhere. The letter described a love for me that had been going on for years. He noted things that proved he had been watching me closely. I was able to arrange for another friend to take over my lease, and I moved in with another friend on the other side of the city. It was a secured building and had an underground parking garage that was only accessible to tenants. I felt much more secure, and the extra money spent was well worth the peace of mind. Things were quiet for a few months, and then my roommate got a boyfriend. Most of us were wary of Ashley's new boyfriend from the beginning. For one, they met on MySpace after he reached out to her. Another reason was that new boyfriend, Matt, was extremely good looking. And while Ashley was a wonderful person, she just wasn't the type you would typically expect someone like him to date. Ashley was thrilled. She had never had a boyfriend and really felt like he was her Prince Charming. I thought he was weird and creepy from the beginning. Matt was on the quiet side and always seemed to be sporting an uncomfortable, leering smile. It was difficult to carry on any sort of conversation with him, because he would always make it weird with some random facts that were completely unrelated to what we were talking about. I had deleted my MySpace when the initial stalking began, but I created a dummy account to learn more about Matt. It didn't look like he really knew any of his friends in real life. There were only pictures of himself, and the rest of the information was vague. My friends and I gently tried to discourage her from seeing Matt. He technically hadn't done anything wrong, but he was just so strange. She would immediately get defensive and would shut the conversation down. Matt started to spend more time at the apartment, and I found myself finding any excuse I could to avoid coming home. One day, I came home from work and found Matt on my couch, alone, drinking a beer. Ashley had been called into work and she told him he could just hang out. I was furious, because I didn't want to spend any time with him. So I grabbed a beer and a snack and headed off to my room and shut the door. About 30 minutes or so later, he knocked on my door and suggested we watch some TV and get to know each other better because we both loved Ashley. I didn't want to, but decided that maybe I needed to give it a try. He put on a movie and I tried to just focus on the movie because I didn't want to talk. At one point I glanced over to Matt and he was just staring at me with a smile on his face. I snapped a "what" at him and he just continued smiling and said, "I just can't believe it." "Believe what?" I asked. He said nothing and went back to watching the movie, still smiling. I had no idea what he was talking about, but the interaction had every hair standing up on my body. I excused myself and locked the door to my room. Another month or so went on, and I had managed to avoid being home for much anything beyond sleep and showering. Matt practically lived there, and had even brought a bunch of his things into Ashley's room. I really didn't want to move again, but was beginning to look for other options. On their 6-month anniversary, I saw a huge bouquet of flowers on the table, and an already opened card propped up next to it. I rolled my eyes and was about to leave, when I decided to see what the weirdo wrote to her. When I opened the card, my heart started beating through my chest. Without even reading the words he wrote, I was shaking. The handwriting was exactly the same as the one my stalker had sent. I had kept them as evidence and dug them out of my desk for comparison. The handwriting was unique and identical. Matt was the stalker. I called the police first. As they were on the way, I called Ashley and asked her to come over. She was at work but said she would be there when she could. I was terrified to tell her, because I knew she would be shattered. The police took a statement from me and actually went to Ashley's work to get more information from her, and they ended up breaking the news. Apparently, Ashley called Matt and left a furious message, even though the cops told her not to say anything, and he completely disappeared after that. There was no Matt or anyone matching his resemblance at the place he said he worked. Ashley had never been to his apartment, because he said he had been staying with friends while trying to save money for a trip to Europe. His family lived out of state, and she had never met a friend of his, because he said they had a falling out because he was choosing to spend so much time with Ashley. It was all lies, and in the end, she was dating a stranger. We don't even know if Matt was his real name. The cherry on top of this whole thing was when we went through Matt's things. He had left everything when he disappeared, and Ashley and I decided to go through everything. There was a duffel bag that was full of gym clothes, but in one of the compartments there was about 10 pictures of me. All were taken from far away, with the exception of one of me sleeping. The sheets were current, so I knew it had to be at the current apartment, before I started locking my bedroom door. A few pictures dated back to before the incident at my parents' house, which made us link that to him as well. 2 pairs of my missing underwear were there, and I shudder to think of what he did with the rest. A Starbucks lid with my red lipstick marks, a necklace I hadn't even noticed missing, a few other random sick souvenirs. The police never tracked him down. I decided to accept an opportunity overseas that I had been considering, and got the hell out of there. Unfortunately, Ashley and I quickly drifted apart. She had a really hard time accepting that her first love was a complete psycho. I think I had some underlying anger, maybe misplaced, for believing all of his lies and letting him into our lives. I don't know what his endgame was. Would he have tried to hurt me? Or was he simply content with being in my world? I'll never know. Being stalked changes you. Even when I lived across the world, I looked over my shoulder everywhere I went. I still have no social media accounts attached to my real name. I am married with children and know that he moved on to torment some other poor woman. But every time I visit my hometown, I am tense and keep a low profile. Part of me will always worry that Matt will resurface again. Next story. Thoroughly creeped out and stalked through the airport by a madwoman. So I was reading similar stories and figured I should share my story and see what other people's take on it is, because to this day I'm still baffled by this experience. Anyway, I was living in Austin, Texas at the time, but I'd flown out to Los Angeles for the weekend. My friends put on a yearly music festival at a biker bar out around Joshua Tree. Just a relatively small thing, compared to Coachella and the like, that is, where most of the attendees are also musicians and everyone knows each other. So we drank, heavily, for 3 days or so. By the end of it, you tend to need at least a week to recover. So I was flying back to Texas, wildly hungover and miserable and completely drained. I had a flight from LA to Dallas, then a quick hop to Austin from there. I was seated by the window on the left side, where there are only 2 seats. Seated in the aisle seat was a middle-aged woman. Totally unremarkable, just your average Texas mom. We made polite small talk for a few minutes, but I really felt like doing nothing but curling up in a ball against the wall and passing out. So shortly after takeoff, I put in my headphones and started watching a movie on my iPad, until I fell asleep. Throughout the movie, I thought I noticed her trying to look over my shoulder and watch the movie too, and then mumbling something like, "Oh great, just ignore me." This happened several times, but I convinced myself I was just misreading her. Eventually, I noticed her furiously scribbling, writing in the margins of a beat-up, leather-bound book. I kept peeking over at it, seeing that the entire book was filled with unintelligible chicken scratch, and pretty much every bit of available space in the margins. I also noticed it was an Alcoholics Anonymous book. Whatever, I thought, just someone with some issues. I eventually fell asleep. Wake up, landing in Dallas. People start getting off the plane. Lady makes zero effort to start packing her things up or get ready to go. She keeps sitting there scribbling in her book. As I said, I am wildly hungover and kind of cranky, and have no patience for anything that's prolonging the time I have to spend on an airplane. It gets to our row, and it's her turn to move into the aisle. And again, she does not move at all. The rows behind us now start to leave. I finally say, "Hey, I've got a connection to catch, so I have to get moving here," gesturing towards the aisle and standing up. She laughs, shakes her head, looks up at me and goes, "Oh no, you aren't going anywhere." I was so confused. My mind was not at its sharpest that day. I responded with, "I assure you I am going somewhere. I'm getting off this plane now." She shook her head again and said, "But you promised me you'd never leave me." Now other people who are leaving the plane are looking at this exchange, also baffled, and I make eye contact with a few people giving that, "Can you believe this?" look, before just edging/shoving my way out of the row saying, "Nope, nope. I certainly never said that. I'm leaving now." As I edged past, she sighed and said, "Well, I guess I gotta go with you now then." At which point she stands up behind me, leaving her purse and book and all her belongings on the plane and follows me out. All through the tunnel and through the terminal and up the escalator, this woman follows at my heels, grinning like a madwoman the entire time. I'm walking fast, but she is right on my heels. I didn't say anything at first, and my mind kept saying, "Why is this happening now, of all the days?" I just did not want to deal with whatever the hell breakdown this woman was having, not with the way I was feeling. I eventually get to the waiting area for the monorail, to the next terminal, where my connecting flight is, and she sidles up right next to me, still grinning. At this point I say, "Alright, seriously, why are you following me like this?" Her response this time, Because I love you, and you promised me you would never be apart from me. I laughed nervously and looked around at the strangers also waiting for the train, making sure I loudly announced, "No, I did not promise that. I have no idea who you are." The train arrives, I get on, she obviously follows. Now she's trying to hold my hand. I'm moving around the monorail car texting the girl I was seeing at the time about what is going on, and how I'm actually kind of terrified by this woman. My phone was at 1% though, and died before I could get a response. I was actually getting severely creeped out by this woman. Her eyes were completely vacant. There was just nothing but emptiness in her stare. She didn't blink. Coupled with her unyielding grin, I was becoming sure it was only a matter of time before she snapped, and proceeded to stab me or shove me down on an escalator or something. She's still grabbing at my hand and following me as I shove around the tiny train car, and I announced to the other strangers, quote, "I have no idea who this woman is, seriously. Can anyone get a hold of security or something?" But everyone responded with silence. Nobody else wanted to deal with this either. I felt like I was the crazy one now too, making random statements to a train full of strangers. We finally get to the other terminal. I near run to my gate with her right behind me still saying things like, "You can't get away from me this time." I get to the gate and spend a moment scanning the crowd. I see a woman in what looks like a police uniform waiting, and I say, "Excuse me, are you security or police or see this lady?" But she just shakes her head at me. Everyone in the crowd just does their best to ignore us. You would be amazed at how hard it is to find security or police in a damn airport these days, when you really need them. Finally, I go up to the desk and shamelessly interrupt the agents standing there, doing my best to maintain composure. I put on half a smile and explain to them, "Hi there. So this woman standing right next to me here, I have no idea who she is, and she has been following me for quite some time." Both the agents laugh. The male one makes a comment like, "Oh, long vacation, huh? Ha ha ha. Seriously, what can I help you with?" The crazy lady laughed with them, rolling her eyes at my absurd assertion that I did not know her. I chuckled, shook my head, and said again, "No, I mean it. I have no idea who this woman is." They finally saw the desperation in my eyes and the seriousness of my tone, and their smiles faded. Can we see your boarding passes?" I handed him mine. She produced hers from her pocket as I continued explaining. She was on my previous flight. She even left her purse on that plane all the way in the other terminal. The agents speak with themselves off to the side for a moment while I completely ignore the woman, just swatting away her hand as she tries to hold mine for the 100th time. The agents make a few quick hushed calls, and then come back over and just say, "Come with me." They immediately whisk me through the door and slam it on my pursuer, and I'm loaded onto the plane about 10 minutes before any other passenger, as a stream of staff filters by each one offering a new apology. Eventually, the rest of the passengers get on and they all shoot me glances as they pass my row. Some of sympathy, some of sheer confusion. The man who sits behind me asks me, "Hey man, what was that?" I gave him the brief version and he tells me, "She had a complete and total meltdown the second you got on the plane. Screaming, tearing her hair out, pounding her feet. They took her away in handcuffs. You really didn't know her?" Nope, I didn't. To this day, I still wonder all the time what the hell was going on with that woman. I barely even have told this story to many of my friends, because it's just so unbelievable. I never received any other information about the incident. Never learned who she was, or why she thought I promised her anything, let alone eternal companionship and love. To this day, when I think about the look in her eyes when she said, "You promised me you'd never leave me," my skin crawls. So effing weird. Next story. My worst intern. I worked at a local government agency for a long time. Each summer we would get a new crop of interns. Most were fine. Some caused issues, like when we caught 2 of them making out in the file room. Overall, they were just normal kids from high school or college trying to get some work experience. In 2016, my department received an intern later than usual, right in the middle of summer. Warner was a bit older than the usual crowd, around my age, maybe late 20s. We initially hit it off pretty well, and although I found him sort of strange, I didn't mind since he was friendly, and we had some common interests. He was the only person in my department who was even close to my age. The interns were all teenagers, and the regular staff averaged around 60, older than my mom. I was psyched to have a peer to chat with, so occasionally I would eat lunch with Warner or stop to talk at his cubicle. His strangeness was mostly an outsized personality, a mix of over-the-top enthusiasm with a bit of social awkwardness. I got zero bad vibes from the guy. It wasn't long before Warner started having major performance problems at work. He would produce little to no work on most days, no show or arrive late without informing anyone, and generally acted unprofessionally. One day he showed up for work at 3:15 p.m., when our workday ended at 4:30. The office manager was livid and told him to go home. His behavior bothered nearly everyone in my office, but I did not supervise him, and we had plenty of slacker interns in the past. While his antics were a bit of a spectacle, it wasn't a big deal to me. If you're wondering why he wasn't let go, 2 words: political favor. I found out from Warner himself that he was hired because his uncle donated to the campaign of our big boss. He wasn't going anywhere. Near the end of that summer, I put in my notice that I was leaving my job and relocating to a new state. Once Warner caught wind of this, he would constantly complain that it sucked I was leaving, because we barely had time to become friends. I would always laugh lightly in response and give a sympathetic, yeah. He would start to monopolize my time at work more and more, and it became disruptive to the people who sat near me. I found it slightly annoying, but I was also extremely happy to be leaving that job for reasons unrelated to Warner, and I spent my last month there not caring much about what my coworkers thought. I tolerated him lingering by my desk. One day he caught me leaving for work and offered me a ride home. I usually took the bus, and occasionally other coworkers would offer me rides home if they were going my way, so this didn't seem odd to me. I accepted and walked to his car with him. It smelled awful and was full of garbage. He hastily cleared off the passenger seat and apologized. We got on our way, but once we were on the main road, he started begging me to stop and get dinner with him. I laughed and said he didn't need to ask me that insistently, and said we could stop at a diner on the way. We had a nice meal with pleasant conversation. He was intelligent and had a variety of interests. Our political positions aligned, and we shared disdain for our cranky old coworkers. I had a good time. I expressed that he didn't need to drive me all the way home now that it was late, but he kept insisting, so I relented. As I directed him towards my house, he started in again with the whining about how our developing friendship was cut short because I was moving. At this point, I was tired of hearing this. The decision to leave my job and move away from home was extremely difficult to make, and I was proud of how bold I was being. I stopped responding/laughing, and his whining faded out. We came up to the turn to get onto my street, and when I pointed it out, he accelerated and drove right past it, laughing. I laughed in a OMG what the fuck way, thinking he was joking around. When I began giving instructions about how to turn around and get back, he started begging me to keep hanging out with him because he was lonely. This immediately set me on high alert. It suddenly hit me that I'm in a man's car, someone I don't know that well, who doesn't exercise proper behavior at work, which is the only context I know him. And now he's displaying weird behavior outside of work as well. My instinct was to not insist I be let out of his car. I felt as if this would escalate the situation into something bad, and in hindsight, it may have been the right thing to do when I think about the type of person he turned out to be. I told him we could hang out at the park near my house if he wanted to talk. He seemed to like that idea, and we parked and walked over. The pleasant conversations resumed. Besides the weird clinginess, he was perfectly fine to talk to, until he dumped his entire life story on me, including his prior arrest for theft, his heroin addiction, and related struggles with depression. I tried to be sympathetic, but I was very put off by this. It was a lot of highly personal information all at once, and I was still on alert because of his prior behavior. I tried changing the subject by showing him pics of my dog. I scrolled one pic too far, and the next one was a photo of me wearing makeup and posing cutely. Way different than the slob I was at work, haha. He grabbed the phone and went, "Wow, you are very photogenic." I felt awkward and didn't say anything. There was a long silence. Then he launched into a weird tangent about how compatible we are, and that we have similar interests, etc., and that he wishes I wasn't moving, so we could try hanging out again, but on a date. I didn't say anything, and he broke the silence with, "Sorry I'm saying all of this stuff. I'm actually high right now. That's why I know where Riverside is. Bad neighborhood that had previously come up in conversation. I went there yesterday to buy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said it. I'm really sorry." Internally, I freaked out. He had definitely put his drug addiction in the past tense, and I assumed it was something he was recovering from, not currently using. I also realized I had been in a car he was operating while he was under the influence. I don't know anything about heroin, so I was clueless. I felt very, very stupid. He immediately started whining and begging me to not judge him or hate him, and kept saying over and over again how nice I am, and how understanding I am, that I'm pretty and smart, and all of these weird compliments interspersed with talking down about himself. I didn't know what to do, so I smiled reassuringly and told him not to worry, but that I was tired and wanted to go home. That's when he started crying. He had this weird wheezy sob, but no tears were coming out. I sat there silently while he did this, trying to come up with some sort of graceful escape plan. My patience was wearing thin, and my anxiety was through the roof. It's a weird feeling to be annoyed and panicky at the same time. I stood up and apologized, said the park was close to my house, so I'll walk, and started to leave, when I remembered I left my stuff in his car. Trying a new approach, I casually mentioned I forgot my stuff in his car, and joked that if he wanted my dirty lunch containers, he could keep them. He ceased his bizarre crying, stood up, and ran over to his car to unlock it. I grabbed my stuff out of his backseat. His demeanor changed drastically as he calmly apologized for making things weird, and asked if he could drop me off at home so I didn't have to walk alone at night. I said yes, but made him drop me off a block over from my little side street, so he couldn't see which house was mine. I could end it there, but what bothered me the most about this guy happened after this encounter. I'll make this part short. A week or two after the weird evening, end of August by this point, I had my last day at the job and moved 1,000 miles across the country. Warner would sometimes text me long ramblings detailing his feelings about himself and about our missed opportunity. I didn't respond to these messages. Now that I wasn't near him, I didn't feel the need to placate. The texts stopped after a few weeks, and I forgot about him. Fast forward to February, and I get a text from a former coworker. Her message said, "Sorry you had to hear about it this way." And her next message was a link to a local news article titled, "Man dies from wounds in Riverside stabbing Wednesday." Because of the way she worded it, I thought Warner was the victim, but when I read the article, it included his mugshot and the charges. He was the attacker. He murdered someone. I felt so shocked and disgusted. I couldn't believe I knew someone who killed another human. Later on, I called an old work friend for some details. Apparently, shortly after I left the job, he was fired for trashing the men's bathroom. Like, just threw around anything he could lift and poured all the soap out and smeared it all over the place. He then lost his apartment. Presumably. Some of the articles about the stabbing describe Warner as a homeless man. I have to assume that's how he ended up in the aforementioned Riverside. There are a lot of homeless drug addicts who squat in abandoned houses. I wonder if the man he stabbed had refused to give him something that he wanted, and that is how he reacted to a hard no. I don't think I made all of the wisest decisions during my interactions with Warner, but I'm glad I was able to avoid setting him off, since he was clearly not stable. Hands down the worst intern I've ever encountered. Next story. My roommates aren't laughing at me anymore. About 5 months ago, a friend of mine got expelled from his program because of bad marks. He was only halfway through his lease and didn't see a point of staying in the city, since he was only here for school. He told me that if I wanted to take over his lease as a subletter, he would only charge me half of the rent, which I thought was a pretty sweet deal. So naturally, although I am from this town, I thought it was time to leave my parents' place. I had already graduated, and although I had been looking for a new job for a while, I still felt like I couldn't miss out on the opportunity. So I took over his lease and moved into his place. The house itself is actually pretty nice. It's 3 floors including the basement, and it's located near the university of my town, which is not a very safe area overall. But I spent a lot of my university years here and never felt unsafe. The room in the basement is pretty small but cozy, and the only other room down here is a girl who is currently a student, and she's pretty quiet. Actually, all the girls living here are pretty good roommates. I wasn't thrilled about living with 3 girls, but now I don't see why I would have thought it was an issue. They're all pretty great and a good time. I'm the only one in the house who is not a student, and also the only one who is originally from this town. The other roommates are actually all from cities that are only about an hour or 2 away at most. So unless there's something special going on, they all go home on the weekends. My friend who got expelled also only lives 2 hours away, so he would always go home for the weekend as well. One thing I forgot to mention, which is pretty crucial to the story, is that the house actually has 5 rooms. But right when they all moved into the new place together, one of the girls had a seizure on her bed and passed away. This was pretty upsetting for everyone, and the landlord told them not to worry about finding anyone else. Their rent never went up or anything, and the room was left vacant. According to the landlord, he just found it insensitive to try and find someone, because he didn't want to turn someone's death into a financial inconvenience for him. So after the girl's death, the parents came and took her belongings out of the room, and it just remained empty since then. I actually never looked in there because it just remained locked, and I don't really have much curiosity to see the room. It's on the 2nd floor, and I never go up there, so I never paid any attention to it. The first weekend I spent there was pretty uneventful. I remember that I spent one night at my boyfriend's place, and then the next night he slept over after we went out drinking at one of the college bars near the place. We were pretty wasted, so we passed out as soon as we got home. The next weekend I was at home in my new room, and I couldn't sleep, so I decided to read a little bit. I was really enjoying the quietness of this new house, since the girls weren't home at all. I come from a Latino family, so this quiet and serene environment was pretty rare. I thought that I had heard a few noises upstairs, so I figured that one of the girls had probably decided to stay the weekend at the house. Or she was just getting last-minute things ready before heading home. I really didn't think much of this thing. I wasn't very close with the roommates, so I didn't even bother asking them if any of them had stayed home. I just felt like it was none of my business. The girl in the basement was for sure gone for the weekend, because she apparently sleeps with her door locked, and keeps it open when she's not home. One weekend that same month, I woke up to pee, and I could hear a toilet flushing upstairs, which was kind of weird since I knew that none of the girls were home. I was going to go check it out, but in my tired state, I was too lazy and just didn't care enough. It's funny. Horror movies are supposed to make you paranoid, but the biggest lesson I got from them was that there's always a rational explanation for things. This would prove to be my biggest mistake, because for a couple months I was always brushing things off, and ironically creating irrational explanations to rationalize what I thought were irrational thoughts. For example, I heard creaking coming from the 2nd floor, and figured one of the girls must have forgotten something and decided to come by to pick it up. The girl must have driven 2 hours down and 2 hours back to her town, in the middle of the night, to pick something up. One Saturday, I woke up to get some water, and I noticed that the roommate in the basement was gone. Her door was open, and her car was not in the driveway. There weren't any cars in the driveway. But I should mention that one of the girls doesn't drive. A couple hours later, I woke up because I heard steps coming down into the basement. At this point, I yelled out the girl's name who doesn't drive, because she is the only one who could have been in the house. I didn't get a reply and just heard the steps going back upstairs. At this point, I started getting uneasy about being home on weekends, so I decided to just spend them at my boyfriend's house. One of the girls made a house Facebook page, which was supposed to address any issues like washing dishes or leaving messes, but it remained pretty inactive since everyone seemed to get along. I posted on there that some creepy stuff was happening on weekends and asked them if they could start just letting me know if they'd be home for the night or not. They seriously thought I was joking around. The replies were not receptive at all and consisted of LMAO or OMG, you're so funny. Even my boyfriend agreed that I was being paranoid, because he too believed that everything has a rational and perfect explanation. The thing is, when you say that everything has an explanation, you are only invalidating paranormal explanations or ghostly activity, which is not what I was implying at all. I have never believed in ghosts or spirits or any of that jazz, and I never claimed to when I spoke to my roommates or to my boyfriend. They kept on saying that the house was old and made noises, but I know the difference between old house noises and someone walking down the stairs and back up the stairs. Fortunately, my roommates did start posting things on the Facebook page to let me know they'd be gone. It was always to the effect of, quote, "Hey OP, lol, I won't be home this weekend, so don't worry about the ghosts." One weekend, they all let me know they would not be home and my boyfriend was on the midnight shift, so I had to spend the night on my own. My boyfriend called me on his break, and while I was on the phone with him, I heard noises on the main floor. I told him I was going to check it out, and he told me to go ahead, because the motherfucker still thought I was being paranoid. As I said this, I heard footsteps going back up to the second floor. Once I got onto the main floor, there was nobody in the kitchen, and all the doors into the house were locked. I was extremely paranoid and did not feel safe. My boyfriend calmed me down and convinced me that everything was okay. So I never went to the second floor, and it's probably best that I stayed on the main floor. After that weekend, I told my roommates in all seriousness that I was convinced that someone had been in our house at some point that night. I told them what I had heard, and the fucking bitches still claimed that it was the old house making noises. My boyfriend was almost permanently on midnights, so I did what I never wanted to do and started spending weekends at my parents' place. The girls still posted on the page whether or not they were leaving the house, and I decided that I should do the same. So I also started posting when I was and was not sleeping at the house. On Friday night, the Facebook page looked something like this. Roommate 1, not sleeping at home. Roommate 2, not sleeping at home. Roommate 3, staying home because of midterm exams. Me, I'm staying at my parents' place. The next morning, I received a frantic text from one of the roommates, saying that the roommate with the midterms had been attacked. Apparently, she was in her room studying and heard a noise right outside of her bedroom. When she went out to inspect it, she was greeted by a man walking out of the dead girl's room. I later found out more details about the whole thing from a roommate who was attacked. The man looked rough, had greasy hair, and just a dirty, dirty face. When they made eye contact, he held his finger up to his mouth and uttered a shush while smiling. The nail on his finger was long, and his beard was apparently really scraggly and uneven, like it only grew on certain parts of his face. She screamed out of instinct even though she knew there was nobody in the house. He lunged at her as she tried to shut the door, and she wasn't beaten up too badly. He just growled at her and told her to shut her mouth, and said something like, quote, "I'm not gonna rape you, but shut your mouth." He beat her, but not completely unconscious. And then when he walked out of her room, he went downstairs and walked out the front door. So he left the dead girl's room unlocked. My roommate locked herself in her room and called the police, who were there immediately. What's pretty creepy about the whole thing is that when they inspected the dead girl's room, they kept asking for clarification. Quote, "So nobody has lived in this room for how long? Nobody has been renting this room, right? Did the parents take everything after the girl passed away?" The guy had a really sweet setup actually, and had brought his small mattress to put over the bed frame. Obviously, the mattress was too small for the bed frame. He left most of his stuff because he probably didn't expect a confrontation that night. I don't think he knew she would be there that night because she never was. It probably sucked for him when I moved in, because before me, the bastard had the whole house to himself 2 days a week. The police did ask me quite a lot of questions and were very interested in hearing my statement about hearing footsteps at night. My 3 roommates and my friend are now convinced that maybe the girl didn't die the way they said she did, and maybe he murdered her. But I think the autopsy would have been able to distinguish a murder from a seizure. In their defense, the whole thing is really creepy. We're not really sure how long the guy had been living here, but it's very likely that it had been for at least a few months. The theory is that the guy has been climbing in through the window, so it's possible that he was even there at times when all of us were there. The police are really interested in talking to the landlord, because they want to know how the man found out about the vacant room. The landlord is a pretty decent guy, so I don't know if there's anything going on there. I don't even feel an I told you so attitude from this whole thing. I think that I'm just glad that the girl is okay, because she seemed pretty shaken up. I just wish people were more willing to listen to me when I told them that I thought somebody was coming into our home. I even said it might be a squatter, which everyone laughed at. This happened very recently, so it might be a while before an update. As of now, the man has not been found, but the police remain optimistic about finding him, whatever that means. This has been a pretty terrible month for me, and I don't know if I want to be at this house anymore. I don't have much left on the lease, and I recently lost my job, so it might be the best for me to leave the place now. I doubt the guy will come back because all of his stuff has been taken out, but I still find it creepy in this house. I definitely don't spend weekends here anymore. Be careful who you open your door to on Halloween. This incident happened to me last year on Halloween. My little brother and I were home alone, since our parents had gone out to a Halloween party. They had tasked us with handing out candy to the trick-or-treaters. This bummed my brother and I out because we had made plans to go trick-or-treating with a few friends. Our parents told us that we were too old to be trick-or-treating, and that we could instead invite our friends over to the house and hang out there. My friends declined my invitation to come over, because they still wanted to go trick-or-treating. So that left me home alone with my brother handing out candy. A lot of people stopped by our house, and by 10 o'clock, almost all the candy was gone. My brother and I decided that we'd eat the rest. We were sitting on the couch watching a scary movie, stuffing ourselves with candy, when there was a knock at the door. I stormed off the couch wondering who the hell could be knocking at our door this late. I assumed that it was just some late-night trick-or-treaters. Even if that was the case, I had turned the porch light and Halloween decorations off, which should have been a dead giveaway that we were out of candy, or that we weren't home. So I assumed it was my parents. Being cautious, I looked through the peephole and saw a suspicious man standing on our front porch. He was wearing a black hoodie with the hood over his head, which made it difficult to see his face. The only detail of his face I could spot was that he had a beard and dry, crusty lips. There was no way that this guy was a trick-or-treater, because he wasn't wearing a costume, and was far too old to be trick-or-treating alone. His hands were stuffed in the front pocket of his hoodie, and he also looked very thin. Every single red flag went off in my head about this guy. There was no way in hell I was going to open the door. Still looking through the peephole, I watched as he knocked on the door again. He seemed desperate for us to open the door, and was shaking a bit. It wasn't cold outside. Definitely not cold enough for someone to be trembling. He was giving me a bad vibe, and I wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. "We're out of candy," I shouted at him. I watched as a smile spread across his face. It wasn't a friendly smile either. "Are you alone in there?" the man asked, almost in a mocking voice. His voice was raspy and dry. "Should I call the police?" my little brother asked me quietly, gripping his cell phone. The man let out a low grumble and said, "Sounds like you're not alone in there." Side note, this situation really reminds me of another horror game y'all should check out called No, I'm Not a Human, which I've played and highly recommend. And that game is, I think, $15 on Steam. So if you're more into story-based games and your actions affecting the ending, highly, highly recommend. I continued to watch him through the peephole. His hands were still wedged tightly in his pocket, and he was still shaking a bit. I began to wonder if he was armed. I decided to take action and spoke to him in the most intimidating voice I could. "Get the fuck away from my house or I'll call the police," I shouted. His smile faded and he bared his teeth. His teeth were piss yellow, and I concluded that he was probably some homeless crackhead. He had a look of fury plastered on his face. Fortunately, he left without trying to break in, probably because he knew I wasn't fucking around with him. I didn't stop watching him through the peephole until I saw him completely off of our property. My brother and I breathed a sigh of relief, and decided not to call the police. My brother and I were a bit paranoid after this, and watched TV until our parents came home. We didn't tell them about the man, since he hadn't really tried to harm us. Now when I think back to this, I wish we had called the police, because maybe we would have been able to prevent a murder. You see, the next day we found out that the elderly woman who lived a few houses down from us had been brutally murdered. Her neighbor had found her lying on her front porch, covered in blood. She had been stabbed multiple times in the chest and neck. My brother and I immediately knew who had done it, and we told the police what we knew. They couldn't do much from the information we had given them, since we hadn't seen many details of his face. They went on the hunt for the man but never caught him. I blame myself for that poor old lady's murder, because I could have prevented it from happening just by calling the police. I think the most disturbing thing of all is the fact that he didn't take anything from the old lady's house. Her house had been left untouched, but he could have gone in and taken what he wanted, since her door was wide open. This means that he just wanted to kill. That was his only intention. He didn't want money or jewelry, he only had the urge to murder. So to the creepy crackhead Halloween slasher, let's not meet. This is one of those stories where I don't believe this happened, but I guess it's plausible, and you definitely should be careful who you open your door to, even on Halloween. Next story. Capitol Hill Casanova. So I recently touched on this via a comment in r/ask Reddit, but as I'd basically buried this memory for close to a decade, simply just re-remembering this experience was all it took for the floodgates to open and for it all to come back, including details I'd failed to include in my r/ask Reddit comment. That said, I felt compelled to share here, especially because it felt cathartic to type it all out for the very first time. On that note, apologies for the novel. This may be a milder Let's Not Meet post/experience, but I can assure that it absolutely was an insanely terrifying experience for me at the time. And even to this day, I am 100% convinced that the man in the story is a potential predator/stalker, or at the very least possesses similar qualities/characteristics. So back in 2014, I'd gone on a first date with a guy I'd matched with on Tinder. I lived in DC at the time and worked on Capitol Hill for a US congressman. I was 28, 29 at the time. While nice, handsome, and a self-declared Southern gentleman, Tinder guy was extremely pushy leading up to our first date. My job was even more insanely busy than normal during that time, often requiring frequent all-nighters and entailing exactly zero social life to speak of. Looking back now, it's painfully obvious that I absolutely did not have the time/space in my life for dating back then. After months of Bestie begging me to let her create a Tinder profile, I basically acquiesced/surrendered. For weeks, I'd tried to reschedule said first date due to work being crazy, but Tinder guy literally would not take no for an answer. He was also extremely manipulative and clearly gifted at it, as he basically guilt-tripped me/broke me down to finally agree to a first date with him. Only dinner was mentioned for the date, so I go on the date. While the date went fine on paper and probably looked as such to any fellow patrons/bystanders, Tinder guy nonetheless kinda gave me the ick for some reason. At the time, I couldn't lock down why. He was nice, polite, had a great job, was attractive, but still. Something about the way he would continue to gaze and stare at me so intently, without blinking, was so unsettling. It was like he was playing some intense, weird-ass staring contest, where he was the only contestant. There were a lot of other icks and red flags during our date, but the first major one was the fact that I was casually held hostage, or at least it felt that way. At the conclusion of our dinner, and after politely thanking him for the meal, and knowing 100% that there will be no second future dates with this guy, I try to make my exit home, telling him that I had a busy, early workday ahead of me. Not a lie. Instead, Tinder guy, of course, pressures me into going to a bar next door with him for a nightcap. Looking back now, and thanks to therapy, I've learned a lot about manipulation and how it can be weaponized. Tinder guy was a master at this, and I had no chance. After 2 drinks that I didn't want, I again mentioned that I need to go home, with a little more force this time. Tinder guy acts like he doesn't hear me, gets up, and heads to the bar before returning with beers for both of us. I'm beginning to get annoyed and super pissed, so after a few minutes I fake an incoming phone call from my boss, essentially channeling my inner Meryl Streep, and proceed to attempt to give the best acting performance of my life. And not to pat myself on the back or anything, but I should obviously get all the Oscars because holy shit, it worked. The good news. Tinder guy totally buys my Oscar-worthy acting, finally stops ignoring my polite pleas to go home, and he agrees to let me/his hostage go. However, he insists on sharing an Uber home, even though we live in completely separate neighborhoods, nowhere near each other. Not to mention the very obvious fact that I absolutely did not want this creeper to potentially gain any sort of idea where I lived, or come anywhere near I lived. Quite frankly, I knew at that point that I did not want to spend one more minute, nor have anything more to do with this creepy stranger, including being trapped in a confined space like a car with this person. So I tried to refuse, repeatedly, as I was feeling extremely/increasingly more uncomfortable, and again, obviously not wanting him to see where I live, but he literally wouldn't take no for an answer. So in a major what the fuck are you doing moment, especially looking back now 10 years later, I silently stomached my anxiety, concerns, protests, and we proceeded to Uber to my neighborhood. Though I did get out at a different house/address a few blocks from my place, so he wouldn't have my exact address. As I attempt to disembark from the car as quick as the flash, Tinder guy follows behind me, grabs my shoulders, and spins me around, before then aggressively kissing me. Like, I'm talking straight up manhandling my face with his tongue. Apologies for the not safe for work description, especially if it results in bringing you any sort of trauma, but if I had to experience it, you do too, lol. As Tinder guy finally lets go of my head/face, I'm trying my best to swallow back vomit, and after 10 minutes of placating him, I finally get him to accept that this nightmare first date is finally over, that I'm going to sleep, seemingly in the complete random stranger's house whom we're currently standing in front of, and he reluctantly agrees to leave. As soon as our Uber leaves with Tinder guy and is out of sight, I run to my actual home, lock and deadbolt the door as soon as I get inside, and literally sink there to the floor in disbelief. In the end, once I'd calmed down and felt secure again, I was mostly just relieved to be home safe and sound, and that I'd survived a date with a deeply unsettling, creepy, and disconcerting man. I had even joked to my roommates at the time, "Welp, can't wait to never talk to that dude again." But alas, 10 years ago me was a naive fool. Instead, immediately following our date, Tinder guy proceeded to send me a barrage of texts that entire rest of the night, fawning all over me and mostly asking over and over again, "Can we FaceTime video chat?" Keep in mind, this was literally 1 hour after I'd gotten home from our date. I lied. This whole experience has taught me that I'm actually not a terrible liar, at least under duress, lol, and said I was already in bed, basically asleep. And since I had absolutely zero intention to ever speak to this person again, I naively thought that was the end of it. Tinder guy continued to text me non-stop over the next few days, and I'd either ignore him or send him short/curt responses. While it was a cop-out, I'd planned on messaging him the truth / letting him down gently at the end of the week, aka when I wasn't swimming in work craziness. As I mentioned earlier, and for context, background for what I describe next, I worked on Capitol Hill for a US congressman at the time. And as such, my office was subject to strict security screenings, metal detectors, and security / x-ray scanner at the building entrance, which also extended to incoming mail, packages, and deliveries. So the day after this first date debacle, I get a call on my office line from the off-site Capitol Hill package center, stating that they're currently processing and screening a package for me, and that it should be delivered to my office in 2 days. I think, that's odd. I'm not expecting anything. So who would mail me something? But I shrug it off, as it's not the first time I've received unsolicited packages due to the nature of my job. And I basically forget all about it. Until that Friday. Our office receptionist comes to my cubicle with an obnoxiously gaudy, over-the-top bouquet of roses, and an accompanying card. Right away, I immediately know who's responsible. However, the real reason I felt so deeply unsettled was the sheer fact that I'd never told the Tinder guy who I worked for, or hell, even which state / delegation my boss belonged to. I'd given him literally 0 clues as to whom the member I worked for, purposefully, I might add. And while my social media settings were pretty tight / private anyway, I didn't include the name of the member office in which I worked in any of my online profiles, including LinkedIn. I also didn't give Tinder guy my last name, so I have no idea how he would have found it to begin with. There were / are 535 total congressional offices on Capitol Hill, 435 House offices, and 100 Senate. That said, there's approximately 15,000 congressional staffers who work on the Hill, and there's no telling how many staffers who share my first name you'd have to go through in searching for my last name and office address. I shared exactly 0 identifying details about the member office in which I worked, and to this day, I have no idea how Tinder guy found out this identifying info, when I'd only provided him with just my first name and general employer info. Needless to say, if I wasn't creeped out enough by this guy before or at that point, now I was 100% full-fledged freaked out, especially reading the note that accompanied the flowers. Lowlights. He talked about how great of a kisser I was. Vomit. What he wanted to do with me. Bile is rising. How he hoped I could meet his family. Add delusional to the list of descriptors for this guy. And how he couldn't wait to see me again. LOL, in your dreams, bud. I look forward to seeing you never. One good thing that came out of this experience is that it finally, and obviously, gave me the balls to end things with Tinder guy via text. Dating is the fucking worst, and until this experience, if I was talking to someone but also knew at the same time that I wasn't interested, I would still engage / respond to messages and basically lead them on, all because I didn't want to hurt their feelings and felt guilty. I now realize how unfair that is / was to the other person, and have since vowed I'll never cop out when it comes to uncomfortable issues, topics, messages that the recipient needs and deserves to hear. It also helped instill in me that whole fuck politeness mantra. I'm fortunately in a serious long-term relationship now, but while dating or even in my regular life, if I ever felt uncomfortable and uneasy, like Tinder guy made me feel, I now fight the urge to be agreeable and polite and either directly block / cut ties, or at least explain why I'm blocking before cutting off communication. Anyway, apologies for the length. I've never shared this with anyone outside of my roommates at the time, so it was cathartic to type it out. Stay safe out there. I really wanted to know how OP broke things off, and fortunately they posted a comment. As for how he took my breaking it off, I unfortunately don't know the answer to that either. Immediately following the flower delivery incident and after I'd read the card, I threw away the card and gave the bouquet to our front desk assistant to place on her desk in the lobby, which proceeded to make me feel legit ill every time I passed through the lobby. Then I sent him a super short, to-the-point cop-out text that basically said, "You're very nice and I've enjoyed talking to you, but I've realized that I'm not ready to date right now. Thanks for everything and I wish you well / take care." Then I immediately blocked his number after sending said text, so I never heard nor received a response from him, that I know of, which is obviously fine by me, LOL. Next story. Security cameras potentially saved our lives. Before we get into what happened, I want to clarify for better understanding that our house once belonged to two families. Therefore, both the first and ground floors have separate kitchens and bathrooms. We also have a basement that is connected to the garage. But until 2018, my wife and I didn't really use the first floor kitchen, and we rarely used the bathroom either. Things changed when our son was born, and going downstairs simply became too tiring in the middle of the night. And that's where all of the weird stuff started. It started with small things. We'd wake up in the morning and discover the door to the downstairs office was open, or something was lying where it shouldn't be. Sometimes that something was even chairs. We also started finding plates in the living room, cups in the bathroom, and so on. But hey, we were both tired, our son wouldn't sleep, the house was in total chaos, and we'd even had episodes of sleepwalking beforehand. So for a long time we found excuses, assuming that one of us had gone downstairs in the middle of the night, out of habit, and simply doesn't remember it. Having 3 cats that you can blame helped too. Then my wife claimed several times that she'd wake up at night and hear strange sounds coming from downstairs. I've had similar experiences. But then again, 3 cats in one house. Then she claimed to see someone's hand downstairs as she passed the stairs. But once again, we assumed she was still half sleepy / it was a shadow or something like that. What really got us worried was a hat. A red winter hat we found in the downstairs bathroom, between the bathtub and the washing machine. We had many visitors during this time, everyone wanting to meet our son, but we couldn't recognize it anyway. Even after taking a photo and sending it to family and friends, no one picked it up. I remember that night we spent a long time walking around the house, making sure that all the windows and doors were closed. But honestly, I feel like it still hasn't hit us that the situation could be serious. I have no idea if it was denial, like, stuff like this doesn't happen to people like us, or just plain, I'm too tired to care about this too. But then the best possible coincidence happened. My friend was replacing the cameras in her house. The old ones still worked, but the quality was worse, and sometimes they would turn off, losing 5 to 30 minutes of recording. Initially, she planned to throw them away, but I ended up coming home with her old cameras, and honestly, bless her for giving them to me. After the first night with the cameras, we couldn't deny it any longer. We had to call the police. 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, entered our house through the basement around midnight and spent time on the ground floor. 1 man and woman looked young, maybe in their early 20s. He had many tattoos on both hands. She had long hair and a braid and wore a dress. She came with a large gym bag. The other man looked older, must have been around 40, and was tall and muscular. Let me put it this way. He alone could have knocked out both me and my wife. And while the other 2 were just hanging out in our house, this man went up to the first floor. Unfortunately, there weren't enough cameras, so I have no idea what he was doing. But the footage shows he didn't return to the second floor until an hour later. What happened next? Mostly a lot of waiting. My brother and my wife's father lived with us for a while. We changed the locks in the entire house just in case, and with police we searched the entire basement. The basement is 2 small and almost empty rooms. There's 1 window, but only a cat could squeeze through it, and it's covered with grates, which finally led to the garage. And that's how my wife and I found out our garage was unlocked. To this day, we have no idea if one of us had left it unlocked, or if these people had managed to open it. The police haven't confirmed anything, only that they found fingerprints all over the gate. But yes, they were coming and going through the garage the entire time. And we, not having a car and treating the garage more like a storage unit, didn't even notice. Basically, anyone could come and go in our house whenever they wanted. What happened next? Unfortunately, there was no perfect ending. Initially, the police were very involved, patrolling the area, updating us weekly on progress, suggesting we seek lawyers and prepare for further action, etc., etc. But then we saw them less and less. All we learned was that this older man matched the appearance of the man who attacked the cashier at the gas station on the other side of town. but they didn't have a name. He wasn't in the police database. No one has heard anything about the other two. Did anything strange happen after all of this? Yes. One night we heard a loud bang outside. We called the police. Nothing was found. Do we still live here? Yes. But over the years we've replaced all the doors and windows. The basement is completely locked at night. We have motion sensors and more cameras, and our 3 cats have been joined by a big dog. What about our cats and all this mess? Unfortunately, the cameras prove that these little traitors were surprisingly okay with strangers in our home. And my wife and I, we try to keep it light now. But it was actually traumatic. We both went through a lot of what-if scenarios, thinking about all the situations in which we could accidentally go downstairs and meet these people. For a long time, my wife was afraid to go down to the basement alone. Honestly, same. The fact that we had a small child only added to the guilt. But it's better now. Yeah, I don't know if I believe this story. Even if we gave OP the benefit of the doubt and said, yeah, you totally didn't realize 3 people were living in your basement, even though your wife supposedly saw a human hand. If 3 people were comfortable breaking in and out of your home, living in your basement, they probably had done something like this before and would have a criminal record, especially considering OP said the big buff dude apparently assaulted a gas station worker. That guy would definitely have a record. Also, the police were giving them weekly updates and telling them to lawyer up. Why would they need to lawyer up if these people were going to be potentially criminally prosecuted? You don't need a lawyer for that. That's the state's job to prosecute. Also, they went around to make sure everything was locked up, but completely forgot about the garage. If you're truly scared about someone coming in your home when you have a child and pets, wouldn't you make sure to lock literally every entrance? Especially one you don't interact with a lot. I don't know, I think this story is bullshit, but let me know what y'all think. Next story. The Folk Dancing Creeper. I'm from the middle of nowhere, born and raised, which can get awfully boring. In order to stave off boredom in my particular little corner of nowhere, my friends and I often enjoy something called contra dancing, which is basically New England folk dancing, where one pairs off with a different random partner at each dance. This hobby would bring us to all corners of the area, and in contact with lots of interesting and usually older people. Okay, wait, I need to see what this contra dancing looks like. Okay, I've definitely seen this before, in like movies. One night, a friend and I had driven about 40 minutes into the woods to this old townhouse. It's an incredibly scenic little area, even at night. Great view of the stars, crickets chirping, people dancing in the tiny town hall. A perfect hot summer night with friends, and about 60 other, again mostly old, town folk. I had even made cookies for everyone to enjoy, which was announced at the beginning of the dance and was applauded by everyone there. I had danced maybe 2 dances when an older man in his mid-60s approached me for a dance. This was far from unusual. In fact, most of my dance partners were over 40. I had seen this guy at several contra dances, so he definitely wasn't new. This guy came off kind of creepy though. Most of the older guys struck 18-year-old me as grandfatherly, but some just are uncomfortable to be close to. I refused him, saying I promised my friend a dance. He insisted that I dance the dance after with him. Not wanting to be rude, I agreed, trying to be as perky as possible so he didn't know he was making me uncomfortable. "You look so beautiful tonight," was the first thing out of his mouth when we paired up for the dance. I kind of just smiled and nodded. I didn't want to be encouraging. He was sweaty, had a walrus mustache, and was bald except for a crown of gray hair. The dance was a particularly extravagant one with a move called a gypsy, when the partners stare into each other's eyes while circling around each other into a swing. He started making remarks under his breath during this move, such as "get over here" and "can't get away from me," while pulling me closer. Gross, but nothing too bad. Quote, "I heard you made the cookies. They were delicious. I'll have to get the recipe out of you. Or just make you my wife. Then I'd have them all to myself." I almost stopped the dance to get the fuck away from him, but I just shut down and refused eye contact and conversation. I was sufficiently grossed out, but it was nothing too bad. I pulled my friend aside after and told her about him, and then enjoyed the rest of my night. After summer dances, the young people often drive down to a small pond and swim to get off the sweat and grossness of the dance. Skinny dipping is encouraged, as this spot is really in the middle of nowhere. No houses around, and an absolutely amazing view of the stars. My friend and I spent about 20 minutes hanging out in the water, with people slowly leaving, until we were the only ones left. That's what I thought, at least, until I saw a figure standing at the bank of the pond staring out at us. I didn't call out, assuming it was one of our friends. I swam closer, starting to get out of the water. It wasn't until I was actually fully out of the water, clothed only in a t-shirt and underwear, that I recognized the old man from before. A lurch of fear and wrongness I felt in that moment I will never forget. I have never seen anyone above the age of 25 go down to the pond with us, and he was fully clothed, and not there for a swim. He also wasn't saying anything. "Shannon, we have to go now," I yelled back at her. The pond bank was narrow and it was hard to scramble around him. I was pretending I couldn't see him, that he wasn't there, or that I didn't care he was there. Shannon was about 20 feet behind me when he turned to follow me back to the cars. The rocks were painful to walk on and made it hard to move quickly. "Whoa, I heard you guys were coming down here," he said. At this point, Shannon was just coming near him. She did not recognize him from earlier stories, and wasn't reacting to the creepiness as strongly as I was. "Haha, yeah, sometimes we cool off down here," Shannon replied. He got between me and her, blocking her from the car. "Quote, you know, you and your friends look like sisters. I heard she made the cookies. Do you cook as well as her? I'd love a pair of you at home." This is when the situation really hit Shannon. We're alone, with this guy who's apparently followed us to the middle of nowhere with unknown intentions. "Quote, it was nice talking to you, but we have to go. Now. Come on, Shannon." I was practically running to the car, throwing the words over my shoulder. He put a hand on Shannon's bare shoulder, which spurred her after me. "Quote, come on, you two, I'm just trying to have some fun." I was already in reverse by the time Shannon got in the car with me. We tore out of the dirt road at about 50 miles per hour, and hit pavement at around 70. I almost puked when I saw headlights turn out from the road following us. Since I was about 40 minutes from home through all back roads, I took a gamble and headed towards the nearest gas station, followed the whole way. We stopped at the gas station right in front of those huge windows in front. He slowed down, looked at us, and then sped away. I haven't seen him at a contra dance since, which is the scariest thing to me, as he used to be a regular. In my experience, contra dancers are a loyal bunch, but this guy just sort of drifted in for a couple months and disappeared just as quickly. Still makes me uncomfortable to think about. Next story. From ID to Facebook to my work to the police. This happened about 2 years ago when I was 22. After work, I stopped at a local convenience store to buy beer. The cashier looked familiar, but it's a very small town. Population of 6,000. He acted odd. I asked how he was doing to make small talk, and he just stared at me. I instantly felt uncomfortable, so I only glanced at him a few times before I left. I arrived home 10 minutes later and decided to browse Facebook. I had a friend request. The guy looked familiar. He was a local, so I accepted him. A few hours later, I realized it was the cashier. He'd got my name off my ID and added me not even 5 minutes after I left. I told my boyfriend. We agreed it was weird. A few days later, he came into my work. I asked my boss. She'd never seen him in there before. He grabbed milk and initiated small talk with me. I felt uncomfortable. He asked if I remembered him, told me his name and that we'd been good friends in high school. We never said 2 words to each other. I was trying to be polite, told him yes, I remembered. After a few minutes, my boss pulled me into the office. She was watching through the window and could tell I was uncomfortable. It was a small pharmacy and we were all close. He started coming in every few days. If I wasn't there, he'd ask for me. After a few weeks, my boss would pull me in the office whenever he'd walk in. All the managers were briefed and did the same. This was all they could do until quote-unquote something happened. Then he stopped coming in. We didn't see him for a few weeks. I was relieved and went about my business. I was allowed to carry my cell phone on the floor. My mom was very sick, so if she needed anything, the managers were fine with her calling me. I got a text from a random number shortly after. I asked who it was, and they replied, "You don't remember? You gave me this number. It's, in parentheses, my stalker. I'll call him George." My heart started pounding. I sent a polite short message back. After work, I checked to see if my phone number was anywhere on my Facebook. It wasn't. George started messaging me daily, calling me sexy or babe. I was freaked out, to say the least. My boyfriend was working out of town with limited cell reception, so I couldn't let him know what was going on. A few days later, I got a message from an old classmate I still talk to once in a while. Quote, "Hey, did George ever get a hold of you? He said there was an emergency and needed to contact you. Is everything all right?" I broke down crying, finally acknowledging that yes, I was being stalked. I didn't know if he was violent, and he knew where I worked, so I sent him something like, "Hey, I just wanted to let you know that I have a boyfriend. I didn't want there to be a misunderstanding between us." That's when shit got bad. He called me a liar, a quote-unquote stupid whore, telling me he doesn't know why, quote, "my ugly ass would even think he was interested in me. No man would be interested in your nasty pussy." Even just uttering those words made me cringe so hard. I asked him to leave me alone. The insults got worse. Slut, whore, cunt. I shut my phone off, cried, and tried to ignore him. A few hours later, after calming down, I turned it back on and hesitantly checked. The last message he sent read, "You fucking cunt. I know where you work. I know where your house is. I could fucking kill you in your sleep and you wouldn't see it coming. Try to call the cops on me. I'm in New York right now. Do it, bitch. They can't protect you." Obviously not as legible. I could tell he was mad and wrote it in haste. I called a friend, explained, showed her the text. She took me down to the police station where I showed them the text. I was shaking. I filed a report and later got a restraining order against him. Turns out he already had 2 other restraining orders from girls he'd done this to, as well. My boyfriend came back a week later and I told him what happened. I had to stop him from hunting that sick fuck down. Last year, he tried getting my number from a friend over Facebook. She blocked him. I haven't seen or heard from him since, thankfully. There have been very few times in my life I've been that scared. You hear about shit like this on the news or in documentaries, but never think it can happen to you. I slept with the light on for months. Unfortunately, that story is very believable. Next story. Halloween Shadows. Halloween is my favorite holiday. Is, not was, despite the events that unfolded one crisp Hallows Eve, when I was about 16. At the time, I lived with my parents' younger brother, older stepbrother, and cousin, in a big but old house that sat in a cul-de-sac close to Main Street. Behind it ran an alleyway flanked by apartments, and it had a huge yard that my basement bedroom looked out on. We lived in a small town. Crime seemed minimal in the area, and I'd made my way out that Halloween night to make the most of the best day of the year. It wasn't just what happened that night, though. It was, of course, what came after, and one small incident that came before. A few days before Halloween, my stepbrother and cousin arrived home to discover a pickup truck full of dudes taking photos of our house. Weird, but when approached, the men seemed friendly and complimented our Halloween setup. It was pretty great, that is true. The men sped off without incident and were quickly forgotten. My stepbrother and cousin re-entered the story Halloween night, the big event itself, at about 3 a.m. Both had been out drinking with their friends, and as such, both had left their respective vehicles, and braved the icy walk home on their own. Cousin arrived home first but couldn't seem to get his key in the lock. So just sat on the porch bench and waited for my stepbrother to show up. He did about half an hour later. After having a bit of a laugh at my cousin for being an uncoordinated goober, he went to unlock the door himself and no luck. So they bit the bullet and called my mom, waking her up to let them in. She was, of course, unimpressed to be opening the door for a pair of drunk idiots at this time of the night, and didn't buy their story about the wonky lock. They insisted, though, and to shut them up, she finally relented and tried her key. She, too, could not get her key in the lock. Annoyed, tired, and now just confused, she wrote it off as a problem for tomorrow, and the three of them hit their respective hay. One other person arrived home late that night, me, though I arrived much earlier than those two and was in bed by about midnight. I woke up close to 1 a.m. Still tired, all I could feel was anxiety and I didn't know why. At first, I tried to tell myself that I had just gotten a bit too into the holiday spirit and had psyched myself out. But then I noticed a shadow. It was perfectly man-shaped and cast upon my window. I turned on my bedside lamp, blinked, and it was gone. It wasn't unusual, mind you, to see the shadows of people harmlessly walking through the alley, and I told myself that's all there was to it. Then there was what happened after. I came home from school the next day. My parents were there. So was a locksmith, and so were the police. My parents were there because, well, that's where they lived. The locksmith was there because my mother had called him, as the confusion over the broken lock persisted. The cops were there because the locksmith and my parents had called them, when the locksmith proceeded to pull the tip of a knife out of our lock. I was relieved to see that's where the knife tip had ended up, though as they discovered 2 of our window screens had been slashed, one on our garage and one on my bedroom window. And of course, happy Halloween. I hope you'll have a spooky but safe weekend. And don't forget to tune in next week for another episode. As always, I hope you'll have a good day, evening, or night. Goodbye.